Righteous!
This is the voice of the voiceless. We have learned by making choices. After persecution and delusion, we have severed this illusion. To build our foundation on natural elements to preserve life. We will rise, Babylon.
Standing inspiration for the righteousness location from the society. Kingdoms will rise to power, but kingdoms fall to dust. Fall, fall. The inspiration for the righteous dislocation from the society. Kingdoms will rise to power, but kingdoms fall to dust. Fall.
Hey, what's up? Little kill switch engaged to wake you up in the morning. It's 9:45 a.m. here. We're waiting for the Magic World Championships to start. So thank you for hopping in. Haiku first in the chat. That's, you know who always is first in here? Dugio and UC Superman, but because it's Saturday and I'm a little early, you guys win today. Haiku is first place. Jub, what's up? How you doing? And you're saying Accumulate Wisdom went up? Yeah, that's not surprising. I mean, the most played deck in Worlds was the Lessons deck. It's about 18% of the metagame, right? So, but like, boy, I isn't Accumulate Wisdom a common? How can a common be $5? That is so artificially inflated. If you have those cards, sell all of them. It's not a $5 card. It's not going to stay $5. It's just a bizarre knee-jerk reaction. It's going to stay $5 for like one day. Sell them now if you have them. If you can find anybody who's going to pay $5 for a common, sell it now, because that's not going to stay that high. But it's that Worlds effect, right? People are waiting to see what happens with Standard. Standard's been a lame duck format for 2 months. So it's like, come on, what is real Standard like? VV gets banned, new set drops, no competitive big tournaments. We're waiting. Come on, what's it gonna be? This is the first new set, so or the first big tournament with the new set and post banning. So it makes sense that there's a lot of knee jerk reactions to the cards. But I'm gonna turn myself down just a little bit. I find myself sometimes spiking the levels here. I'm trying to keep the mic, you know, just off the screen, but it's, yeah, a little bit too loud maybe. Gran. Well, yeah, I know how it works. Yeah, I've done it in limited. Yeah, I know what the card does. But yeah, that's the whole reason they're playing all those other shitty lessons, is that's the only good lesson. So when they, you know, they have to play a bunch of garbage like Firebending Lesson and Combustion Technique and all this shit, like all those cards are pretty bad. Like, again, when you might look at them and go, what do you mean, like they kill creatures and blah. But like, you compare them, we're not evaluating these in a vacuum, right? Compare those other lessons to the other removal spells in the format that you could be playing. Like, why would you ever play Dragon whatever lesson, or Firebending Lesson, when you could play Torch the Tower? It's strictly better. Or if you want to shoot them in the face like you're a mono red deck, you play Burst Lightning. Strictly better. Can go to the face. You know, it's the same exact card, same exact casting cost, just one goes to the face. Burst Lightning is strictly better than Firebending Lesson. You look all through the list of all those lessons, it's what I was saying yesterday. You're playing a lot of crap. You're playing a lot of chaff and just hoping that the critical mass of lessons that you're playing makes them all kind of better, but really none of those other lessons get better. It's only accumulate wisdom. That's the only card that, so you're hoping to play Ancestral Recall. The downside is you're playing a whole pile of shit in your deck just to make this card Ancestral Recall, right? So, so yeah, Boomerang Basics, sure, throw it in the list. Boomerang Basics is good, but that's not the only two lessons they're playing, right? Like my point is they're playing a whole pile of garbage to make one card good. Boomerang Basics is good. You don't need to play a bunch of lessons. Look at all the other blue decks that are playing Boomerang Basics. None of them are playing other lessons, or very few. It doesn't matter. Boomerang's just a good tempo play. It does busted shit when you have your own ETBs for 1 mana, so all the blue decks are playing it. That's just going to be in there. Well, is it a lesson? Sure. So does it go in that other lessons deck? Yeah. But the lessons deck's lessons are shit. They're shitty cards. You don't want to be playing. There are better alternatives in Standard all over the place. But you're playing worse cards to make one card way better than any other card in Standard right now, right? 2 mana Ancestral Recall is better than Stock Up. It's better than any creature in the format. That is easy. They couldn't print a card like that into Standard, obviously, right? So if you can turn this crappy Anticipate into an Ancestral for 2, it might be worth playing all these other shitty cards. That's the balance, though. You've got to play all these other shitty cards. So can we make this deck still be good despite having this pile of garbage? Is it worth it? Like, let's find out. So that's what the pros are doing. They've done the testing. I guess a lot of them came to the conclusion that yes, it does actually. It makes it worth it. Even though you're playing a lot of garbage, as long as your opponent doesn't eat your graveyard, then you're going to be okay. I don't think Lessons is the kind of deck that's going to dominate Standard going forward or anything. Like, we're not looking at the next VV or anything. And I think the easy way to determine whether or not that's the case is simply look at how you attack the deck, right? It's pretty easy to beat Lessons. As soon as, like, this tournament, nobody was playing the full-on Lessons. There were a couple, like, Teamer Lessons decks. One of them would do well in a challenge and then not do well in the next 4 challenges. And it was, it wasn't, like, a big deck. But the pros, I think they're mostly doing this because they don't expect a lot of graveyard hate. I think graveyard hate might be at an all-time low because the Reanimator deck isn't tier 1. And I think none of the pro teams are taking the Reanimator deck seriously. Like, you're all putting, 1 piece of graveyard, maybe 2. But once people start making the graveyard, putting more graveyard hate and making playing out of the graveyard harder, I think you're going to see the Lessons deck settle down a little bit to whatever. Maybe tier 1, maybe not even tier 1. We'll see. But it's interesting to see. I think the coolest deck I've seen is the Monument deck. But, oh, God, it looks so... I don't know how consistent it is. I saw Sam Pardee have like the nut draw and still lose the game yesterday in the first few rounds of Standard there. But yeah, Accumulate Wisdom and Boomer. Yeah, sure. Those are the best lessons. Yeah, I'm not disputing that. What I'm saying is the rest of them are garbage. So you're playing a whole pile of garbage to make one card better. Is it worth it? Yeah, we'll see. I think it's easy to disrupt that deck. So like once you eat their lessons, they don't really like. When Ancestral turns back into Anticipate and Cinderella leaves the ball and turns, I don't know, then you start going, oh God, oh yeah, I'm playing literal Anticipate in 2025. I don't think that's good enough. But anyway, it's hilarious. Okay, take it easy, Haiku. Have a great wedding. It's going to be a blast. Hope you enjoy it. Hopefully it all goes off smoothly. Finally dusted out my PC today. Temperature stayed the same. Good. Did not swap the cooler yet. So when you say stayed the same, you mean they're too high? More research. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You run it into the ground, then replace it. It's not like it gets less and less and less efficient, unless it's like full of dust or something. But if you've cleaned it out, it's going to work the same as it did on the first day until it just stops. When it stops working, then when you replace it. But it's not like it slowly like gets less and less, good. Like if it's spinning at a certain RPM, you can actually look at this, right? Go into your BIOS and you can see the fan speeds and everything and see what it's spinning at. I mean, you would need to compare it to what it spun at initially, but you can probably go look up your brand of fan online, see what it's supposed to spin at, and look at the RPMs. If it's similar, if it's like 1 RPM, 2 RPM, but within plus or minus 5 RPM, your fan is perfectly fine, right? Like the fans, I should say, in the AIO. Or your case or whatever it is. If they're not spinning, if you notice, whoa, like this fan is only spinning at half the speed it's supposed to or whatever, I mean, you'd be able to see it probably if it was doing that. Rasta, how you doing? So yeah, I think, but at the same time, if the temperatures are high, there's still something going on there, and yeah, it's what troubleshooting is. Keep troubleshooting, but don't start replacing stuff. That's what I was saying yesterday. I think that's a little premature. Maybe you will have to replace it, but I think if it's literally functioning, then look at its performance, see how well it's functioning. It should be pretty much the same as when you bought it. If it's not, yeah, that's a different story, but that's rare. Usually that's immediately noticeable when a fan is spinning at half speed or whatever, right? You replace the fans in the AIO or the fans in the case? You replace the fans in the AIO with Arctics? Oh. Why would you replace the fans? I don't, that's, oh. Like, I just got an AIO. When that thing stops working, I'm just gonna get a new AIO, I think. I never would have thought to replace just the fans. I guess it's possible. Why not? Interesting. I've never thought to even do something like that. But why did you buy it? That's what I'm confused. You didn't like, why didn't you buy a different AIO that you actually liked? You bought one you didn't like and then changed the fans? That seems like, surely you would have been able to find a different one. Like, if I look at it and I don't like the fan, that fans don't look good, I go to a Corsair, I go to this other brand, I go to, you know, yeah. But that's an interesting approach. Why? I'm just surprised you bought it if you didn't like the fans. Or you didn't know until you had it installed and then you went, oh, I don't like the fans? After you had got it or something? I'm confused. But what like, you saw the fans before you bought it, right? Like, what didn't you like about them? That's what I'm confused about. Were they just not performing very well? Because I would return it before replacing the fans. I don't. That's why there's so many options here for that kind of issue that you know, replacing the fans would be like the last thing I would do. But like on a brand new AIO, you bought it and then replaced the fans right away. Interesting. I guess. I don't know. I do pretty, like, I research pretty heavily every time I buy anything. I like it. I like researching. You guys want to see what I got my brother? Check this out. Oh. What are the odds my brother watches my stream? Probably 0, right? I think we're going to be okay. What is it called? It's D something? D brand. Check this out. I got my brother a D brand Switch 2 case. These are pretty sweet. So he's got a Switch 2. They come in all these different colors. It's a case that, you know, goes around. It basically makes it feel like a Steam Deck. You know, controller grips. There's a carrying case, like a hard shell case for when you travel. That fits a bunch of games in it. You can put like 10 games, Switch games. The only issue with this D case is that it when you go to dock it, it's a little bit too wide with the D brand case. So what they do is give you an adapter. So you put this onto your Switch dock, and then you put the D brand thing in this. And it's actually pretty nice. So I was kind of worried. I was like, oh, that's not great. But it's actually really good. Better Joy-Cons and everything else. So I got him this. And they've got all these colors. You can get crazy, you know, different skins and stuff on them. I guess I can't cycle through them here. There were so many sweet ones. There's some that glow in the dark. There's like sketch ones. I got him this one because I think it kind of matched his other thing, but I wanted to get him this. These look awesome. These, like, you know, they're like a hologram, like a foil magic card, right? Anyway, yeah, I hope it's good, but it's one of those things that I think I don't know. I think it's personal. Like, for me, if somebody got me an accessory for my computer, I'd be like, oh, okay, thanks, but I don't really want to, like, I wanted a different one, you know? This is nice. I'm glad somebody, you gave this to me. I appreciate the gift, but if I was buying something for my computer in this, like, this kind of feel, like this peripheral, whatever I'm buying, I would have gotten something else. So I'm like, oh, I'm nervous he's not going to like it, but didn't like the performance of the fans. I like the pump in the software. Oh, okay. So it's interesting, but I mean, did you not? So, like, when you researched it, the fans I guess there's no way to know unless you read reviews, like because it can list fan speed and stuff like that. But like if you, I'm wondering, like if it wasn't sufficient, I guess you liked okay, so you liked some of it and then just replaced the fans. Interesting. I think I would have probably just returned mine and gotten a different brand or whatever. But I guess that's a good solution. You end up spending more money though. I mean, you know, you just what did you do with the old fans? Like threw them out, or they're just in storage, I guess, somewhere, right? Waiting for the World Championship to start. Hopefully, start soon. We'll see. You donated them. Oh, that's nice. Cool. Yeah, I've never donated computer hardware before, but that's sweet. Yeah, waiting for the Worlds to start here. We could play a little game while we're waiting. We could do a little mock draft, practice draft, watch like a vintage cube video and try and predict the picks. We could do something like that if while we're waiting, if you guys want. But yeah, so far they are not starting. I thought it was supposed to start at 10. Am I too early? I thought it was 10 a.m. PT Pacific time. Hey, Bag, what's up? It's after 10, but beatbox. No, I can't do it. I wish I could. I think beatboxing is sweet. I can't. I don't know how, but anyway, chilling at work. Nice. How's life, Chuchi? What's new? Still arcing? I want to play Arc Raiders. I haven't played it in a bit. We could jam some of that after the Worlds. But I guess this is going to go for most of the day or something? I'm not sure. Arcing some. Nice. Yeah, I want to go back. Like, there's a couple of games I didn't fully finish that I want to finish. Like Hades 2, I didn't actually beat the upper part there. Dispatch, I could see playing again. Arc Raiders is great, but because there's no end to it, I find a lot of times those games I just kind of fall off. You know, I don't know. Unless it's purely multiplayer like PUBG or Counter-Strike or something like that. If it's something that like I'm building like a collection and doing that stuff, but there's no end in sight, right? They just keep releasing stuff. I end up like wanting to play other games that actually have an ending more. It's weird. I don't know. But now that I haven't played it in a while, I want to play it. It's tied for the highest number of votes the last couple days, and each time I'm like, let's just play Alan Wake 2. Like, I want to beat this game. Arc Raiders, there's no beating it, right? So it's weird, but got sick. Oh shit. Hopefully you're feeling better. That sucks. Playing Hades right now? Nice. Wait, didn't you do everything there is to do in Hades, Bag? You're still just playing it for fun? That's pretty awesome. But I don't know who the fuck is calling me here. Let me answer this. This person won't stop calling. No, they hung up again. I don't know. All right. Somebody's got the wrong number, I think. Somebody that I don't recognize keeps calling me, and then they stop after a couple rings. I don't know. Weird. Uptick of cheating in Ark. No shit. Oh, wow. Wall hacking. I mean, you know what, though? Like, wasn't there people wall hacking? Like, it's not wall hacking, but glitching through the vault walls and stuff, the vault doors. Like, there were still glitches that people were exploiting that weren't even hacks. They were just bad optimization in the game, you know? Like, they had to patch that to make people not able to glitch into crate room or key rooms and stuff, right? I know a lot of people were complaining about that before I kind of fell off a little bit on that game. But wall hacking, that's a whole other thing. Yeah, it's crazy. You cosmetics bag, okay. You could make it harder. Nice. Yeah, that's true. You can scale it all the way up. What is the max? Is there like just all the don't remember the name of those things. The fears, is that it? All the way to the max? Like that's there must be like a maximum difficulty, right? Have you tried that? You should. They did fix it. Oh, good. Because I know people were bitching about that. And when I saw some of the videos, I'm just like, what the fuck? That's... Yeah, that's... can you imagine going with an epic key and using it, and then the room's looted? And you're like, what? Oh my god, that's such a slap in the face. So yeah, I'm glad they patched that. That's pretty good. But you know, one of the things that makes that game, a lot of people were speculating before the game came out, will there, you know, how bad will the hackers be? You know, it's good that they didn't go free to play. They were initially going to go free to play, and that would have been a shit show. Free to play games are absolutely rife with hackers, and you're never going to stop it. But making it, you know, cost money is something. But also, I really think more and more games should do the Battlefield 6 method, which is um, the what is it, secure boot. I think that that's a big reason why Battlefield has very small number of cheaters relative to the number of players. Like there's still cheaters in that game, but it's like less than 2% of the games have cheaters in them. Whereas Ark, it might be closer to 20% of the game or 15%. Like, you know, less than 2% is as good as it gets, really, because you're never going to stop at 100%, right? But yeah, if it's, you know, when they don't have secure boot and now it's just a whack-a-mole game of the dev versus the hackers trying to, you know, stay one step ahead of each other. I don't know. Yeah, I hope that shit gets fixed. That'll kill a multiplayer, online multiplayer game, right? Um, like PUBG had its problems. Counter-Strike had hackers. Apex Legend had hackers. I played with a hacker unknowingly for many games in Apex Legends. So a buddy of ours, he's like a friend of a friend. I never met this guy in real life, but he was a guy that I met through another guy that I'm friends with in real life who plays Apex. When Apex came out, there was a few of us who all played a ton. And this other Korean buddy of mine, he got his Korean friend, and man, he was super fucking good. Like he was always, you know, and we crushed. Like we got so many turkey or chickens, and he had like crazy damage every round and crazy, you know, twice as many kills as us. And I just thought, man, he's just really good. And he was really good at Apex, like the way he moved and shot and everything. And then he just stopped playing with us one day. And I just kind of like, you know, was whatever. It's not my friend. I didn't really ask. You know, my buddy just said, oh yeah, I haven't seen him around in a while or whatever, like that. That's it. And then we just kind of, you know, kept playing, moved on. And then a few months later, I heard from my buddy. He's like, oh yeah, remember that guy who used to play with us? The reason he stopped playing was he was hacking and he got caught and he got banned. And he was like, oh, okay, I got banned, man. And he moved on to other games. And I was like, what? And he's like, yeah. And when I asked him about it, I was like, what? You were hacking? He goes, yeah, of course. Like, so yeah, so what? I was using exploits and stuff. And my buddy was just like, what the hell? My buddy is Korean American. He's American, but he was living in Korea at the time. And his reaction was the same as me, which is like, what the fuck? But you go to China, Korea, you know, places like that, they're so hyper competitive that cheating isn't considered bad. It's just considered another tool in your arsenal. Like, why wouldn't I cheat? Are you telling me that other people aren't cheating? Well, if they're cheating, I'm going to cheat. It's the same stupid mentality that Americans have with guns, right? Oh, they have guns, so I have to have a gun. That'll make me safer having it. Because if I don't have a gun and they have a gun, then, and it's like, they don't understand that everybody having guns is much worse than, yes, there's going to be a smaller and smaller and tiny, eventually a tiny number of bad actors who still have guns. Giving everybody guns gives all the bad people guns, gives all the, even good people with guns make mistakes, have accidents, like just, you know, anyway, we don't have to get into gun debate, but it's the same mentality in Korea. And that's why there's so much hacking and stuff out of China and those kind of places. And a lot of the hacks are developed in places like that, because I don't think the mentality around it, cheating, is the same as a lot of Western countries. It just doesn't, it's not a big deal. It's not super bad. You know, if you get caught, you get punished. But the idea is don't get caught, and then you can compete. Because if you can't compete because everybody else is hacking and you're not, you know, it's worse than. But like, what does that do to the game? Like, I don't know. For me, hacking is such an enjoyment vampire. It just sucks all the enjoyment out of the game for me. I remember, like, you know, Game Genie back in the day. The first, I didn't believe it existed, and my friend said he had one. And then eventually I saw it at his house. We played it, and I was just like, I can't believe this. Like my little kid brain was broke in half, because it was just like the Battletoads, just like, yeah, we just go fly through the level, or like infinite lives, or we can't take any damage, or whatever it is. And I thought, man, this is not how I want to play video games, though, right? This sucks. I'm still waiting for Magic to start up here. But people in like doing that in a PUBG or Counter Strike or whatever, like it's not fun to walk around the map and your model's just like auto headshotting every single person in sight as soon as they show up. How's that fun? It's so weird. But anyway, 60 something heat, but that would be crazy to win a run like that. 60 something. Wow, crazy. When I've read other games, just temp ban. That is a mistake, Chuchi, for sure. Yeah, PUBG does this too. The 24-hour ban or whatever, or the 1 week ban, it's bullshit. They do get a certain number of strikes and then they're done. What I think game companies should do, Chuchi, is shadow banning. Shadow banning is how they should handle hackers. And some games have done it, like Fall Guys famously shadow banned hackers for the first year. And then it came out that they were doing it because people were putting clips on YouTube going, look at this game. This game's totally busted. And it's a clip of them in Fall Guys where half the people in the lobby are all flying around and zipping across the course, like not even going through the obstacle course. And the person who's taking the video trying to say, look at this game, it's busted. What they don't realize is they're a hacker. And by showing a video of this room full of hackers, they're showing everybody that I'm also a hacker. That's why I'm in this room with all these other people. Like, you guys know what shadow banning is, right? That's what I think most companies should do, because then the people who are hacking don't realize they've been caught. They don't realize they've been actually banned. That's what shadow banning is, right? They ban them without them realizing they've been banned, so they keep playing with other hackers, basically, right? Banned to the shadow realm, yeah. Basically, they put them on a server, a private server where all the hackers get sent, all the IDs. They don't notify them. They just quietly force them to always connect to this one server where all the other hackers are playing. Where the island of hackers. It's an island where they all live. Fuck them. And then they can fuck around and kill each other and do whatever and shit on the game. But everybody else who knows anything knows, oh yeah, they're on Ban Island, like that's how it should be. Get them out of the game. Nobody else wants to see them. And hey, if you can trick them into thinking that they're still playing the game, do that, because that'll slow down the number of people who go and find new hacks after they get banned. You know what I mean? Difference with Secure Boot? Yeah. I mean, didn't you see the numbers? They posted the numbers, Jub. They said in the first, like, I don't know how many hundreds of thousands of rounds, it was like, or millions. Like, after the first 2 months of Battlefield having, over, I don't know, 300, 400,000 players every day, they said they looked at the data and only less than 2%. Well, they said that's why I said that number. Less than 2% of the number of the games played had some instance of somebody hacking or somebody exploiting something, basically. So less than 2% was what the official numbers were. And I don't see any reason for them to make up numbers like that. Like, they have all the data and everything. So, and Bruins, how you doing, buddy? I know nothing, but you're awesome. You're awesome. Shut up. You're so fucking awesome. You shut your beautiful pie hole.
You look so beautiful.
Take it.
Today.
You look beautiful.
You look
Yeah, they said,
good.
I mentioned it earlier, less than 2 Island of Misfit Hackers Christmas, exactly. We're waiting for Magic to start here. The World Championships will start. I could play. Should I play some games, I guess? I don't know. Isn't it supposed to start at 10? Fuck's sakes. I thought it was supposed to start at 10. I guess, when does it start? I don't know. I guess I'll play some Magic. Hoping not to play Magic. I just want to watch Magic right now. Yeah, less than 2% is good. So, is that because of Secure Boot? Partially, certainly. But is it other stuff too? I don't know. Like, yeah, is it, I think free-to-play games suffer a lot more from hackers than paid games. And, Battlefield's not a free-to-play game, so that's good. That helps. But Square Hole Girl? What? Oh, the GIF? Yeah. Stintowin, how you doing? I thought 10 as well. Yeah, you got all your snacks ready and you're like, what the hell is going on? Maybe they're having technical difficulties. Who the hell knows? Because I'm pretty sure it was 10, right? Let me see. It should say, yeah. Wait, can I? Day 2 draft and constructed. Oh, 11 a.m. PT. Oh, I think they might have changed it. Wait, what? But then 10 a.m. tomorrow? Why would they do 2 different times? Oh, the first 2 days it starts at 11 a.m. and then tomorrow it starts at 10 a.m. There's going to be people who tune in tomorrow at 11 a.m. PT and go, "Oh shit, it's an hour in already? What the fuck? I missed the first hour of the top 8?" Oh, okay. I thought it was always 10 a.m. They changed it to 11? Oh, okay. There you go, I guess. Yeah, I just looked it up. Hey, Mo Goblin, how you doing? They always do that? Yeah, I don't know. I don't pay attention to the times. Usually it starts at 10, I'm pretty sure, but maybe it's for the Pro Tours it's 10, but because this tournament is smaller, they start 1 hour later. Who knows? Cycle up my quest. I don't think I have any packs except, yeah, these cube packs. How's life? Zenimatrix, what's up? It's 11 a.m. apparently, yeah. Yeah, I just looked it up. Wan Shi Tong. Of course, it's more money than everything else. Do I buy this stupid skin? I guess so. Fine. Playing some goofy ass Esper Artifacts deck. Time to jam mono red for 45 minutes. That's like 15 matches. Oh, they always do the 1 hour earlier on Sunday. Oh, okay. Yeah. But don't they always start at 10 on Saturday in the Pro Tours and stuff? I'm pretty sure that's when I've watched Pro Tours on my channel with people before, was at 10 a.m. It's weird. But it might be the venue, I guess. Yeah, who knows? Maybe. I can't, nobody knows, right? Yeah, maybe it is a venue thing. That is weird, though. You think they would, like, because those are the kind of things you have to keep really consistent. Like, as a streamer, I know how consistent it is to start at the same time every day. People want to know, like, what time are you on every day? Is it always changing? Ugh, like, I can't be bothered to try and watch this guy or girl, like they're always changing their start time and how long they stream and blah. Oh, they didn't feel good today, so they're stopping 4 hours early or whatever. It's like people get annoyed by that after a while. I do. I just stop watching, streamers who are very inconsistent. They, I just end up watching them less and less and forgetting about them, and then that's it. So you think a company would know that kind of thing, but apparently not. Or I don't know, if it is a venue thing, then you'd think they would get a different venue or negotiate with, like, over these things when they're deciding what to do. Like, they're a big client for the venue, right? They're paying tens of thousands of dollars, so they should be. I guess I'll leave up Flood Farm here. They should be able to have some leverage in the negotiations and say, look, I know you're gonna charge us more, but hey, we're gonna book it the whole weekend. We'll book it next year too. Let us 1 hour. Like, I don't think that's a deal breaker. No, they had to start earlier or later or whatever. It's like, I don't think that's the venue. That doesn't make sense to me, because they would have too much leverage there to force the venue to do whatever they want. Go. Opponent is playing an aggro deck with no creatures. It's not good. No. Speaking of mono red, yeah. The problem is, like, all these decks play a bunch of combat tricks to go with their ley line of residence, but if they don't have enough creatures, then I win. Well, I'm at 21 life. Go nuts. I can't kill this, but I don't think I'm gonna die here. Copy, sure. The copy doesn't trigger Slick Shot again, so 5 damage. Got me. I'm gonna gain that life back. Awkward. Yeah, and they're at 2 cards and I'm at 17, so this doesn't feel like I'm gonna lose this game, but you never know. Ooh, drew some combat tricks. Yikes. God damn it. I'm still consulting here. I don't give a shit. I hate seeing that on top, though. Okay. Yeah. E-steps? Yeah. Don't want mystical just yet. Oh, hi, Mark. That's just GG, right? Should I just play it now? Nah, let's just pass. Oops, you lose. Nice deck. The combo deck, right? I mean, that's the problem. Sure. Could just play another Revelation here. It matters. Should probably just leave up 3 steps here. But getting rid of their ley line means they have to tap out again for another ley line and do nothing, and then that's just going to be lethal. Hey, you're up. Yep, as expected, they have to tap out. Suspect it. Can't even block, huh? Could zap him end step? I guess so. God. I didn't even go below 20 life. I went down to 14 or whatever at some point, but... Oof. Not even close. That was the game they needed to win, too, because post-sideboard it gets even worse for them, I think. Tidebinder? Beza comes in. Maybe High Noon? High Noon's kind of interesting. Yeah, I'm going to try High Noon here. I'm going to take out 3 steps. Take out a Stock Up. Take out a Teachings. Oh, I want Fire Magic as well. Take out a Revelation. I'm not crazy about... How good is Tidebinder? I mean, turning off a Slick Shot Show Off is super nice here. I think I'm going to take out a Stock Up, put in 1 more Tidebinder. Yeah. Okay. Like, look at our deck. It's just all removal. I don't know how they're going to beat me here, but... they have it mapped out to be done at a certain time so the workers get in. That makes sense, yeah. I mean, but they're... Yeah. I'm pretty sure it's the whole day. I would be surprised if they had a second event on the Sunday of the World Championship there, but maybe that's part of it. I think I can keep this. A hipster now, because I'm playing black in my Jeskai deck. I just love Mystical Teachings. That's really the only reason I started playing black in this Jeskai deck. I also like playing a... Okay. I like playing a pure control deck where you have very little creatures and a really strong end game that's basically unbeatable. Like, Jeskai Revelation is so dumb. Like, this card, it's like Cruel Ultimatum at instant speed. That was another card that if you played Cruel Control back in the day, you remember that was that kind of deck. It was a bunch of removal and then just like 1 Broodmate Dragon or whatever, 2 Broodmate Dragons, just like 2 good like finishers that, you know, even if they have a removal spell, you still get to kill it. Let's make sure to get our life while we can. If any of these removal spells get fizzled, the last one I want to get fizzled is Lightning Helix, because it gains me 3 life, right? If they fizzle Get Lost, that's fine, because Get Lost doesn't, you know, it gives them value here. I don't think I want that. I just want lands here, I think. Just keep killing their stuff. As long as I start the game with a couple 2-mana removal spells, we're in good shape, but I play like 12 of them, right? So, you know, for every 2-drop they play, I should be able to... Ooh, I need to find a land. Dare I consult for 2? I think I'm going to consult for 2. And I need this land to be untapped. I got to take this and shock myself, I think. I'm naming black, I guess. Yep. Can still cast Get Lost or Flash Freeze here. That doesn't matter. What is his ability? Okay, that I'm countering. Whenever another creature enters, what? If this creature is suspected, it moves the suspect to the other thing. Sure. Boy, getting stuck on land here. I'm 50-50 to hit lands. I could Get Lost this thing. I think I'm just gonna pass for now. Fire Magic obviously does the trick as well, so I might be able to get a 2-for-1 if they go for a haste creature here, right? Like that idiot. Amazing. Here. I'll save you the agony of deciding. Okay. Probably for the best. Oof. 20 life scoop. Good old mono red. If we play against aggro decks like that all day, I think I'm fine with it, because, yeah, we just have so much built-in life gain. It's very tough for mono red to beat 4 Lightning Helix, 4 Jeskai Revelation. You know, I'm siding in Beza, like, that passive, and 3 defeat even gains me life, right? That's a lot of passive life gain. So not even close. Are we ready to go? No. Amazing. Here, I'll turn off the display until we're ready to switch it. Inevitable defeats. Well, it's really just this deck that can play that stuff, and this deck had some success, but it depends on the metagame. I think this deck was basically playing defeats and things to hit Cauldron and to hit Vivi through the counter magic that those decks would play, like Spell Pierce and stuff like that, right? So now that Vivi's gone, like, you don't need defeat as much. So I cut 1, but it is still pretty good. Like, just having that life gain, I don't know, and life loss. I think it depends on the metagame. The reason I think this deck is still good, and I've said it many times since the banning, since the Avatar set dropped, is look at the composition of the decks that make up a large portion of Standard right now. A lot of them are low-to-the-ground creature decks. So if you just play a lot of cheap removal for creatures, you end up having a good match against a large, like, your cards end up being good against a large swath of decks. That's the idea with a control deck, right? The only way to play a really good control deck is to account for everything your opponents are doing. So if all the opponents are in this bucket, they're all playing 2-drop creatures, and then there's a couple outliers. There's, you know, Omniscience combo, there's a Reanimator deck, we've got, you know, aggro, mono red aggro. But I mean, even mono red, you can lump it in with all these cheap creature decks. If you have a bunch of cards that are good against cheap creatures, that, like, just any creatures, sweepers, spot removal, you know, you name it, then you're in good shape. You just have to play enough card draw to keep the gas flowing, because their deck's full of creatures. You've got to keep killing their creatures, but eventually you start playing these 2-for-1s like Stock Up and Consult, which get you to Jeskai. Once you play this is the hammer that comes down, and then they just can't. Not many decks can come back from getting Jeskai Revelationed, right? I guess I'm going to try this. It's a little bit sketchy, because one of the big things I'm looking for is a Surveil land in the opener. The hand gets a lot sketchier with no Surveil lands. I'm going to go Godless in case I draw Lightning Helix here. I'll be able to cast it on turn 2 without paying life. Double Revelation in my opening hand's super risky. Like, oh, another red deck. Yeah, see, this is where it's a little risky, because I kept 2 7s in my hand and only 1 removal spell. I'm going to pass. Let's see what my opponent does here. They're so scared of their, like, they just expect this guy to just die, right? So, okay. Fire Magic would be great at some point, but I'll take a Lightning Helix. No. Okay. I'm going to take the hits here. They might just map up if they're missing a land drop. We'll see. No. Okay, map up plus 2 drop. What I'm expecting here. What's this guy's pump? 2. Okay, but they're not going to pay 2 mana to do 1 extra damage. Oh, what the fuck? Oxenil? Okay. That's what's happening. This deck, people tried to make this card good way back when it first came out, but it never really got there.
Fucking shit.
Interesting.
I didn't rig shit.
Jost, what's up? Oh, what the hell? Not showing the game. Oh, sorry about that. Thank you for letting me know. I had the stupid display thing on. There's a game capture and a display capture. I turned the display capture on to show the thing I was getting my brother for Christmas, and then I forgot the game capture wasn't on. Thank you for letting me know. Well, it starts at 11. Be care. I thought it started at 10 a.m. Pacific time, but it's 11, and I'm like, ah. Woke up for nothing? Ugh, it's the worst. I'm gonna shock myself. Fuck it. Go. I'm dead this game. I kept 2 7s and I didn't draw 2 mana removals, so I had 1 in my hand, but I needed to draw at least 1 more. That's the best they got? Really? Oh, this guy gets double strike or something? Ah, sure. Sure, boss. My opponent's expecting me to do something, but nope. Had a garbage draw and kept a rough hand against mono red. That's how they steal games, though. That's how mono red gets you. They, you don't know you're playing against mono red. They win the die roll, you keep a slow hand, and then you die. But I don't even have 2 white sources without shocking myself here. Yeah, I'm going to 2. I could kill that guy now. I guess I will. I don't think it really matters. Okay. Show me the money. What does this idiot even do? He's got too many words. Okay. Can't you just lightning strike my face? Okay. Well, I could shock myself, leave up Showdown is pretty good. But I'm at 1 life. Oh man, they're overextending here. Oh, Lightning Helix. I need to kill both these guys, right? Because they play this. If a source you deal would deal damage, blah, blah. Oh, non-combat damage? Oh, never mind. This guy doesn't do shit. I think I just have to Showdown, so I'm gonna go to 1 here. Right? And then I Showdown. I have to go. If I just Lightning Helix play tap land, I go to 6 life. But they've got double strike pump. Yeah, I'm just dead. Okay, more stuff. They keep overextending. It's kind of wild. They're gonna give it haste. Like, they don't need this. And map, no map? Okay, well, I've got to kill this guy before he attacks, so... Boop. Oof. Can I draw an untapped land one time? Oh, come on! So, I could Lightning Helix now just to gain the life. Because the problem here is, of course, if they draw something like a Lightning Strike, I need them to play it first. If I play Lightning Helix first and they respond with Lightning Strike, I lose. So I could just guarantee gain the life now, but not trade with anything, which is pretty bad. I still have Fire Magic to kill the next thing. I think I'm going to risk it and just pass. I think if my opponent draws Lightning Strike, they will slam it. A pro player wouldn't, I think, here. But I'm expecting the average Platinum player to just slam it if they find something, right? They're saying they have nothing, so I'm not going to do anything either. Upkeep. Ah, good call. Waiting for upkeep. Yep, makes sense. Okay. And that stopped them from playing Oxonil here. Go back to 1. Oh, now I'm a little vulnerable. Come on. I've got Jeskai Revelation next turn. Do I want to keep this top deck land? Like, I can cast the Revelation.
Oh,
I think I am going to keep this.
Terrible.
You seem kind of psyched.
Was that? Okay, that's 2 lightning strikes. Did they have... Oh, no, my last opponent had burst lightning, right?
I was stoked.
Oh, my God. Okay, so my opponent has 2 lightning strikes left in their deck, right? Fire, as long as they don't play a 3 toughness creature that they can give haste to as well. Okay, that I can kill. Oh, man, crazy draws. They're going to map it. Surprised they didn't go for Rock Face there, to be honest. But I get to do this. Not die to the trigger. Holy shit. Now I'm just doing this, and it's over, baby. Oh, coming back from death's door? God damn. Tempting. This isn't a triggered ability, though, is it? No. I can just, when he dies, comes back? As a land, yeah. I could fizzle the trigger, of course. I think I can do better. I think I can do better than that. Woo! 5 life. No way you're beating me now, buddy. No way. Guess what? Boing. Ooh. I could actually Scorching... maybe next turn. Okay, nice. Yeah, it's over. Oh, on 1 life. Nice. Had to sandbag. I guess it didn't matter. They top decked the Lightning Strike, so it was actually relevant, that whole diatribe I was on about, you know, should I Lightning Helix now? If they were a pro player, they would keep that Lightning Strike in their hand. Go to my turn. Don't play it on upkeep, though that was better than just playing it on their turn, but don't play it at all. I untap, I play that land. I pass back to them, they draw another thing. As soon as I go for Jeskai Revelation, which I kind of have to, as soon as I have that 7th land in play, I'm going to Jeskai on their end step. They lightning strike me, I die, right? They had to not be the first one to blink there. They passed to my upkeep, but they still were the first one to blink, and that's why I won that game. If I mean, I could have just preemptively Helixed, but I was kind of counting on my opponent to not hold Lightning Helix indefinitely. If they did, they would have found a spot to hit me when I went to gain life some other way, right? I would have needed multiple life gain in my hand to blank their Lightning Helix if they play it second. If they play it first, I just need one life gain spell to blank it. Do you know what I mean? Do you know what I'm saying? At least their mountains are cool. I didn't even notice. Yeah, I don't even know where those are from, but yeah, they are cool. Fire magic. Anyway, I love those little interact, like those tiny little things. Those are awesome moments. I don't know what the hell my opponent's doing. I'm gonna bring in Tidebinder. So 3 steps out, stock up probably out, and teaching's out. Try this. They should have not overextended. Yeah, and the overextension. But okay, but that I can't blame them too much. My deck is playing an instant speed sweeper that no other deck plays, that a lot of people don't even remember is legal in standard. I don't blame my opponents for not for playing into that. You know, you get them once. You get them exactly once. After that, they should know. But you're right, absolutely, Chuchi. They overextended with the creature they just didn't need. They were playing around multiple removal spells, I guess, because I was leaving up my mana. I had 4 cards in hand. So from their perspective, they thought I had at least 1 removal spell. If I have 2, I survive. I don't know. But yeah, they did over... Well, they could give it haste, too, and kind of kill me on declare attacks, right, with the trigger. This is a risky keep on the draw, but I'm going to try this. Yeah. Start. Okay, I need action here. I can't take another land after drawing a land, even if it's a good untapped land, you know. These lands are like against mono red. These get a lot worse. All the shock lands and these things. I like keeping a nice untapped, you know, blue-white source there. Those are the 2 most important colors here, and then red. Yeah, let's just blast this, get our life back. Needed to draw not a land here. Now I'm at 40%, so 60% to hit a spell. That'll add up. Okay, I need fire magic would be beautiful here. Double blue. I think I'm gonna get Godless. I need a double white in play in case I top deck Day of Judgment. And I'm going to pass. I think I'm going to consult for 2 here and try and find a Fire Magic or Day of Judgment, something like that. I'm looking at the top 3 cards, so it's Anticipate. Not great. Ooh, that's pretty good. Yeah, that's the best, one of the best red cards in Standard right now, I think. Hellkite. I take it. Okay. Not dead, but gotta find some action here. Okay. They're 2 mana off casting the, what's it called? Okay, and I'm gonna pop this on upkeep so this guy doesn't do damage to me. Not bad. If I'm gonna draw land, I might as well draw Surveil land. Fucking stop putting lands on top of my deck, Shuffler! They're 2 mana away from a Hellkite here, so I've got a little reprieve. Okay, the next thing they play, like I just gets hit with this, I make 5th land, then hopefully I draw another removal spell, 6th land, and then I can 7th land Revelation. They can't do anything about this, right? Oh, they had Rock Face. Yeah, nice. Really don't want to shock myself here. Okay. I think I'm gonna go tapped red source. And then just defeat that guy. Pass. I'm gonna pass. If they find untapped land here and have Nova Hellkite, I'll have to defeat that, I guess. But, yep, nice. Okay. Gain some life. And I'm getting very close to Jeskai. I need to find a removal spell. I didn't find one that draw, last draw. Yeah, max speed. Okay. Just get another tap land into play. Pass. They have 3 cards. I'm now at the point where I'm revelating here, so... Oh, beautiful. Okay. I'll take care of that. Let them attack. I'll take the damage. This guy's going to do damage anyway. Let's see if they spend the mana on the trigger. They do. Yeah, I think it's still just kill this, gain some life. We're basically like, they're treading water. They're doing damage, I'm gaining life. They do a little damage, I gain the life. Okay, pass. Now I've got Jeskai Revelation up, so they can't win. I keep drawing lands, but it doesn't really matter. Okay, I've got to kill these guys before they attack this time, of course. Yeah, combat. I guess I'll bounce one of them. I could even let my monks come into play and just try a double block here, but I don't think that's necessary, right? Yeah. Now I'm at 14. Now I'm starting to climb way out of range here, because not only am I gaining life, I'm drawing cards, I'm creating board presence. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, I guess I'll do this. Pass. And of course, we're not at the point where we're ready to attack with these guys yet, so we're just chilling. They're at 14 already, too. Why are they at 14? Oh, because of my 2 defeats. Oh, yeah, right. Just ticking up, ticking up. Yeah. They probably have some lightning strikes or whatever in their hand, but they're just going to be rotting here. Ooh, Challenger's not bad. Nice. They were trying to get the removal out of my hand, but I might find more here. I'm going to go for a Lightning Helix. Oh, they don't use the map? Whoa. I was going to look in response to the map trigger and the Emberheart Challenger trigger, I was going to look for a removal spell here, but they're dead. They're dead now. That's it. Consult's going to find action and they die. Day of Judgment. I have slightly less life than them, so maybe Beza Helix? Beza's not even amazing here, but... I don't think I need this. Oh, I should have played Beza first. What am I doing? Gain the life? Yeah, I'm an idiot. Sure. Yeah, probably shouldn't have done that. Should I just play it as a 4/5? I don't know. I guess so. No trigger, no nothing. Naked Beza. Go. I should have done it pre-combat. That's my bad. I just wanted to see what they do in blocks. I don't need the life. Like, we win this game, so. Go. That one wasn't even close. Haven't been following Magic? Yeah, Screaming Nemesis got banned because a lot of people, yeah, were like a lot of decks were losing to it because of the way to combat red is life gain, and when you don't have life, like when it shuts off all the life gain and is an aggressive 3-drop, like it ended up being a little too strong. I thought it was fine, but the fact that, you know, a lot of the removal in standard is red based as well is rough, because red based removal really got hosed by Screaming Nemesis. So I don't know, I guess they felt it pushed too many decks out of the format, but yeah. Yeah, like exactly. Big green creatures are supposed to be a good way to counter red, but they just don't do anything against Screaming Nemesis, right? Seasoned, what's up? FF play booster box. Oh damn, nice. 1 bag every day until Christmas. That is, it's what do they call that? The oh, what are those things called? I remember the ones with chocolates in them. Like each door had a little chocolate, and you know, you would open one every day. What are they called? Something. Oh, there's a name for that. That's hilarious with Final Fantasy play boosters. What is the big money card in Final Fantasy? Is it because Vivi got banned in Standard? Is it still Vivi? Probably just because of Commander and stuff. Vivi's probably still a big money card, right? But spent a long while trying to find out where they came from. Hemogoblin Eurolands. Oh, interesting. Good call, Hemogoblin. Yeah, the mountains that my opponent was playing. I guess we can play one more. Let's see before the world starts here. Nemesis and combustion technique. Yeah, there would probably be busted stuff going on if Screaming Nemesis was still around. Maybe, I don't know. It's like, I think the only problem with having Screaming Nemesis is the removal in the format has to match. Like, if you have a card that powerful, you need a Fatal Push. You need a, look at Ouroboros. Can you imagine if Ouroboros existed in, oh, I thought I was playing against LSV for a second. I'm like, in Platinum Standard? You gotta be kidding me. Ouroboros would be totally unplayable if Cut Down was still in the format, right? Like, it would just be unplayable. None of these green decks would exist with Ouroboros. But as soon as Cut Down is gone, and now we don't have a clean 1-mana answer to a 3 or 4 drop, like, that suddenly makes those cards way better, right? But those are the kind of things people don't notice, those shifts. Like, losing Cut Down, I think Screaming would have been fine if we had an instant speed way to kill that kind of a creature without damaging it. But the only stuff that does it in Standard does damage, and that just, like, makes... Screaming Nemesis is all, it doesn't care about dying to damage, because you get that trigger, and the no more life gain for the rest of the match. I think I just want land here. I'm going to dump Fire Magic. But Advent, thank you. Advent calendars. Yeah, that's right. Balam Garden, Zodiark, and Hilgigas? Oh, really? Those are the most expensive cards. With the chocolate doors. Yeah, Advent calendars they were called. Yeah, I remember now. That's funny. I couldn't think of the name, but yeah, right. There's so many different ones. I've done ones with booze. My cousin has one that's like a Halloween they did for October. Every month, every day in the month of October, her and her husband watched a different horror movie. And I don't know where she got this thing. It was like pre-made, and you would open it and it would be like, there's some weird horror movies from like the 60s and right up to like modern stuff and just all the best horror movies. And you would watch one every single day. She loves like horror inspired thing. Halloween is a much bigger holiday for her than Christmas is, right? What am I playing against here? Is this Simic? This is a Bant land. Oh, it's Bant combo? I think I'm going to go tapped here. I could leave up Fire Magic kicked, but my opponent doesn't seem to want to play anything here. So now they're wondering what I'm playing because I just played a black land, and they're like, what? They thought I was Jeskai Shiko or whatever. I want to see a control deck on camera today. Show me a Jeskai control deck. I want to see how they're lining up against a lot of these decks. I don't know. We'll see, but... Hopeless Nightmare? Oh, wait, no. That's not cheap interaction. No. I think that was also a little too pushed. This dork. Yikes. That is a very underwhelming card. What should I do to kill it? I think if I go for Lightning Helix, they're going to play some Octopus form thing, or I don't even know what this deck plays. Do they play any interaction like that? No. They just play airbending stuff, right? Oh, they've got another play. I see. I'm just going to kill this now. Go. Need lands. But we've got some play here. We've got some stuff to do. Attack for 1. Oh, I love it. Yeah, deal. What are you even doing over there? I don't know what my opponent's doing. Oh, I need a land so bad. Go. I have no card draw to find land. They're not doing anything, though. I don't really know what's happening. Attack me for 1? Uh-huh. Now they have more lands than me, though. This is a problem. So they look at the top 5. Mana value 4 or less. Put on the battlefield. I can kill this any number of different ways. Let's see what they find first, I guess. Or, no, I'm just going to kill this now, I think. Okay, and then I'll kill whatever you find here. Sucks, I have to 2-for-1 myself against Ang, but... Ang. Oh, that doesn't matter. Oh, lovely. Please let me find a land so I can strip mine my opponent. One time. No. Rough. I need to find an untapped land here, so I'm gonna go for this. Thank you. God damn it, actually. That's so annoying. Okay. Let's kill all their shit. I would have loved to Ultima there. They wouldn't get the land back, but beggars can't be choosers. I need to make a land drop first, I think. Okay. Go off, King. Oh, shit. That's it. Land. Deal. Come on! Ugh! I can't draw land in my 27 land deck here. Feels bad. They're going to play Ang again. I'm just going to counter it, I think, this time. Let's just kill Appa, pass, and save my Ultima here, I guess. I can't really... Because if they go... I don't know, they're going to have some... They got to play another Orlok, right? Grizzled Orlok, whatever he's called. Yeah, let's just counter Ang here. See if they have a counter spell. I don't know if they play counters in the main. The Mutation is the only one I think they play, but I don't know if it's a sideboard card or main deck or what. Oh, they can bounce my spell. Ah. Oh, bounce their own spell. Okay, right. That makes sense. Yeah, yeah. Save their guy. But they need Doc Orlok to kind of go off here, right? Oh, there we go. Glad I got one of these. All my problems are solved. Combo decks. When they're creature-based, they're pretty easy to beat, I think, with a bunch of removal. But other decks that that aren't creature-based combo, that gets a lot harder. I find it is tricky. Oh, Imidane's Recruiter to give the team haste. Because, yeah, one of the big problems with that deck is you can't finish the turn you go off, right? Oh, God, if I had a 7th land. I think I'm just going to leave up Final Showdown. It's so devastating here. They're going to have a big... Oh, they can't even play Imidane's Recruiter. What am I saying? Oh, whatever. Yeah, let's just let them hit me. I don't care. I was like, okay, they'll play Recruiter and swing with the team. And I'm like, wait, they can't even cast it. Ouch. Yeah, more food for the mill machine here. I'm just going to consult, though, because I just don't care about these guys. I could just take a Fire Magic or something to deal with them. I just want to land here. Land consult, probably? Yeah. Go? Darn. I am going to pull the trigger on this. I could Jeskai Revelation as well here, but let's just do that. Top deck is... Bramble Familia! They're going to go off. Enchantment, land, or creature. One of those things is not going to be enough to beat me here, unfortunately. Yeah. Appa, you're getting old. Time to have a seat on the bench, buddy. Take it easy. You're retired. I'll put you to pasture. Big old bison. Take a seat on the bench. Can't kick that one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, they could have, actually. Why didn't they? Anyway. So many options. I want to make land drops here. We done? Scoopy. Scoopy scoops. Nice top deck, though. Okay. That's the best card you could possibly draw in that spot, I think. Not enough, but A for effort. Hold up. Is that actually bounce kill 2, 4, 6, 8? Just do this. Look for a spot removal spell. Oh, or yeah, that's fine too. Let's see. Flash Freeze counters green spells, which is a bunch of Angs here, right? Doc Orlok, Ang, doesn't counter this Ang randomly. I think it's still probably good enough. Hidebinder is going to be great here. Oh, Doorkeeper? Doorkeeper shuts their whole deck down, right? I think even High Noon is insane against them, to be honest. And Fire Magic. Okay, I only need like one Jeskai Revelation to beat them. I can cut one. I'm gonna take out the Counter Magic. Maybe take out Stock Up. Oh, this gets interesting here. Inevitable Defeat is not great here either. It's okay. Take out Teachings. 4 sweepers with 3 Fire Magic. That might be like too many sweepers here, but I think I'm going to take out a Defeat. I could see bringing in High Noon. That also prevents them from comboing off, right? Sorry, let me catch up with you guys when I have a second here. How do you beat turn 1 Dark Ritual into Sorin that puts a Lend into play? What format are we talking about? You're opening one more? What did you crack season? Hey, Mike. Aven. Oh, Aven Mind Sensor or whatever. Aven, the new Aven Mind Sensor, whatever it's called now. Yeah, right. Wan Shi Tong's interesting as well, but I don't think I need it. But yeah, that combo doesn't need to kill you the turn it goes off. A lot of the world's list main deck 1 Interrupter. The Aven Interrupter, you mean? Yeah. But what do you mean? They don't need to combo kill you. Then how do they stop you from just resetting their board? How dare you say that to Appa? Appa means nothing to me.
All of this Avatar nonsense doesn't belong in Magic. It means nothing. My childhood was somewhere else.
I just never was into Avatar because I was too old by the time it came out to care about that stuff. So I've never gone. I could go back and watch it. A lot of people who were like, yeah, I didn't watch it as a kid either, but it is good. You know, it's interesting. I'm watching more interesting shit right now. Sorry. Pluribus is the best show on TV, and I'm obsessed with it. It's awesome. I'm also watching a couple other shows. I'm watching a new show with Claire Danes. What is it called? The Beast Within? Kind of weird, actually. I like it, but... Horse or Gemstone? Yeah. Yeah, okay, I scoop. Right. That's kind of why I'm saying I like this deck, because all the removal is good against these combo... Like, it's like the Kona deck. You know, the Kona Omniscience deck is another combo deck that actually is creature-based combo, which means... Yeah, I have to kill the cub, so let's just do that. It's creature-based combo. It means a deck that's full of removal. Like normally a deck like mine, I might be dead to some combo decks that are spell-based or graveyard-based or whatever. Like game 1 would be almost unwinnable. But because they're creature-based and I can just keep killing Kona, kill this 4-mana creature for 2 mana every single turn, ends up being insane. Could leave up Tidebinder there, but I don't know. They have 2 mana here? 3, 4? No, they can't. Yeah, Gene Pollinator not really doing much when every other thing on the board makes mana already, right? They have 3 mana? I think I'm going to consult for... Like, I'm going to anticipate here and look for a Fire Magic to just ruin them. They might think I'm looking for a land and fight over this. No. Day of Judgment's pretty good. I think that's going to get countered, right? Yeah, they can cast their mutation or whatever. Doorkeeper Thrall's interesting, but I think I'm just going to take the sweeper here. It's interesting too. They can only make me pay 2 for this, right? With their counter spell. If I Day of Judgment and they counter and they untap, can they combo off from here? This is where I don't know enough about the deck. I don't think they can. I'm going to go for this Day of Judgment to get this counter spell out of my opponent's hand. And then the next Day of Judgment or my removal or what have you will be much better. But let's see. They might not have it. They only have 2 cards. So if they don't have removal or a counter magic here, then that's fine. Interrupter. Okay, that's totally fine. We'll play that next turn for 2. And that makes their... If they do have the mutation counter, it makes it a lot worse, right? Because now I can actually play Day of Judgment and pay for the mutation. Unless they leave up all their mana, which they won't. They'll attack me here, I assume. Yeah. Prevail? I guess so. Sure. Your 1 card versus my 5, and your 2 lands versus my 5. 3 lands, my bad. I think I win this game. Yep. not gonna kick that thing, not yet. No rush here. We'll, I'm not gonna play it on 2, I mean, I'm gonna wait till I can kick it. What do you got? That's what I thought. GG. But yeah, Kona and this deck, like if the combos are built around creatures, then my list feels good. But if it's not built around creatures, then I feel like it's oh, I think the worlds has started here. Hold on. Hopefully. Yeah, yes, okay, it has started. Nice, there it is.
Here this morning. Riley, what are you looking forward to?
Oh dear God, Riley, I don't care. Let me turn on the display capture here. There it is. All right, the Worlds. Worlds is here. Let me catch up with you guys. Ang mana to beat Sorin Alenda. You need to not have them not have it. They have infinite Aven Interrupter by flickering it. Oh, that's interesting too. Yeah, right. Because they can. I keep forgetting. Sometimes I forget airbending isn't like plot. Like we have too many mechanics that are exactly the same. Airbending is just another plot. Manifest is just another morph. Cloak. Remember Cloak? Now there's morphs with Ward 2 randomly. There's still just morphs. So I keep forgetting some of them, like plot is only sorcery speed, but airbending isn't. So yes, right. They can keep, yeah, they can play the Aven Interrupter on my turn, which is pretty good. Because the Aven Interrupter plots, and that's different than airbending. They're playing both of those mechanics in the same deck, and it's so annoying. It's confusing. Yeah, Riley's great. I'm not trying to trash Riley. Apparently he has a really interesting history podcast. I've heard other Magic content creators mention this, and I was like, oh shit, I love history. And I like people who like history. They're smart people. So I like Riley by association. They don't play mutation. Oh, it's just the negate. Okay, interesting. Chapper, how you doing, buddy? How's life? How's the weekend? You like playing Kona against control decks? Yeah, you would think so, Daza, right? Like, it should be a good match. But if the control deck is full of removal like mine, then it's not a good match for Kona. I'm playing Tidebinders in the main deck. I'm playing a whole bunch of easy 2-mana removal to kill Kona. Like, the way Kona's worded, it almost needed to be, like, trigger, or I don't know. Like, even if Kona dies, the trigger still happens? That would probably be too good. But when you can fizzle the trigger by just going, bang, kill Kona, like, for 2 mana, they can't fight over that because you have a bunch of other mana up because it's so cheap to kill Kona. Like, they have to pay 4 to cast Kona and try and go off. I don't know. It's just, it feels like a bad match for the combo deck, but at least from where I'm sitting. But every control deck is different, Daza, right? Maybe you're playing against black-blue Dimir control or Azorius control. It's totally different. My version of control is like super removal heavy, super interaction heavy, right? Lost in the Maze. Oh yeah, I've beaten a bunch of those. Yeah, they're not unbeatable. They're the only way that the Kona deck has to compete, right? But it's pretty easy to beat once you know what that card does and you know that they're playing it and stuff. What is this shit? Get that out of here. Yeah, the first time I saw it, it got me. The first time I saw the, what is it called? Lost in the Maze to give hexproof, I was like, oh shit. Oh, I can't interact. Okay, I lose. And that was the only time I lost to it. After that, I'm just like, oh, I'll kill that thing. I know what that does. I'm going to get lost that thing. Now I'm going to Lightning Helix Kona. Yeah. And they keep getting frustrated. Like, they have no way to bring back Kona, so they keep, like, they have to be so careful with their Konas. I think it definitely is in favor of the Jeskai Black deck, but again, every control deck's different. There's some control decks that are probably just, like Dimir, they can't handle an enchantment. So Dimir control, yeah, Lost in the Maze just fucking owns them. That's it. They have to counter this 2-mana spell on their end step. That's way more difficult, right? But Kona dies to everything. That's why Kona's never been a real card. Omniscience is a deck, but how many people are playing it at the Worlds? 0? So that kind of says it all, right? Let's see. What was the breakdown? Let me check the metagame breakdown. Bulgari, Simic, Ouroboros. Yeah, like the Omniscience deck isn't even in the top, 10 most played decks. So it kind of tells you. I think it's just a little too inconsistent, especially when people are interacting for 1 and 2 mana with your combo card, right? Like, the Omniscience deck I played earlier this year, before the banning, that, they took away Abuelo's Awakening and the rotation and all that, that deck was much more resilient than the Kona deck. It was much more difficult to stop. I mean, you could attack their graveyard, but if you attack their graveyard at sorcery speed, like, they just have to untap, put it in the graveyard, and immediately combo off and kill you. And you might say, but Omniscience was a creature. Wouldn't creature, removal interact? No, because once Omniscience is a creature, it's in play, and all their counters are free, so it was almost impossible. I can't tell you how many times I put Omniscience into play, and some red player tried to, bolt it, because that's all they can do, or they try to remove it, and you just go, counter, counter your counter. Like, I can just play all my counters for free, so there's no way you're winning this on the stack, right? That was a much more resilient Omniscience combo deck. That's why it was, you know, a large portion of the metagame. I think it was the second most played deck at the time after Corey Steele. But I think in my regional championship that I went to, it was the most played deck was Omni combo. But this version is much weaker, I think. There's a big difference. These are the different teams. Look at how many dudes are on these teams. Like, this is what I mean. Like, it's so funny. Not all of them are on the same deck. So it makes me wonder, like, how much value is there to team testing, you know? Okay, was there one more round? This guy, I saw the last round I saw, he was 5-1. He took an L to... Oh, this is their team. Okay, never mind. There must have been another round. There's been 7 rounds. Shit. Okay. They tapped a Kona so it gains hexproof. Yeah, like Lost in the Maze is their way of protecting it, right? Bantex doing okay at Worlds? Okay. Let's see. Yeah, that's what we can't say anything yet until the data's out. Oof, TCG player. Look at this. Totally stacked. 3 Hall of Fame pros. Matt Nass is basically a shoe-in for the Hall of Fame at this point. Matt Costa's in there. Nice. All these people are playing boomerangs. It's more sorcery spells. Yeah, Daza. That's a good thing. Definitely. The boomerang doesn't interact, but Into the Floodmaw is way more powerful than Boomerang. I think Into the Floodmaw is the card that probably maybe should be banned from Standard. I think if they ban something like that, it would actually hurt the blue-red decks more than banning whatever other random card. I don't know, some other, you know, more noticeable piece. You know what I mean? I don't know how to describe it. Well, Calix, you would think so, right? So, but how can they not come to a consensus? That's what I'm wondering. Yeah, you're right. I understand why they do this, and the players who form teams, who are on teams, statistically do so much better than, you know, if I went to the Pro Tour, honestly, I would probably beg my way onto one of these teams. I'd just be like, hey guys, I'm not an idiot. I won't be a dipshit in the Discord or whatever. Like, I know enough about Magic to be good. Might not be the best player on this team. Probably might even be the worst. But I would love to join. I want to get better. I'm qualified for the Pro Tour. I think I can contribute, at least with man hours. I stream a lot. I can test like crazy. I can keep our testing off stream if you want. You know, I would have to do that, right? Is this the best game Magic gamer? Damien F12? What?
What is going on with you? What are you talking about?
Who the fuck is that? Damien, I should ban your ass for that. Just kidding, SP. How you doing? Boomerang is what bounce needed to be what they are. Yeah, Boomerang is very good. I'm not saying it's bad. I think Into the Floodmaw is better. I just think it's better. They're all bounce decks. What we call a tempo deck. Yes. When people talk about bounce, like, yeah, we know what bounce means. You're putting the thing back in the hand. But what you're doing by bouncing things for 1 mana is generating tempo. I'm interacting with your 3 mana card for 1 mana. That allows me to play 2 more spells. Or reset your whole turn because you tapped out for a 3-drop. You know what I mean? So it's, yeah, they're tempo decks. All these low to the ground blue-red decks are tempo decks. Even though one is a lessons deck. The other one's the prowess deck. The other one, you know, they're all slightly different, but they're all playing so many cards that are overlapping. They're all just trying to out-tempo you because their spells are cheaper than yours. If my Into the Floodmaw bounces your 4 mana artifact or whatever, like Preacher of the Schism, that's why cards like that, you see them on the arena ladder, but they're not very good right now in Standard. They just get, my 1 mana deals with your 3. Like, if that keeps happening over the course of the game and I'm trading up on mana with all of my spells, then the other player should lose the vast majority of those games, right? Demoted Slice, yeah. Oh, what is ass? Oh, nothing. Ban. I said ban. Bang, but what? No, dude. I don't bang. No, I don't bang asses. They're self-bounce more specifically. Oh, you mean like a, yeah. I mean, yes, I know what you mean. Boomerang, yeah, you're bouncing your own permanent a lot, but it's also a tempo play. Like, it's both. That's why it's really good. Yeah, Into the Floodmaw is not a self-bounce thing, but that's more like a small synergy. Like, it's a synergy thing. It's not small even. It's pretty impactful, but it's little. You're bouncing your own thing to like make another 1/1. You know, it's not super powerful what you're doing, but it's, yeah, they can do that. Yeah. You're right. Banging that ass. I love bouncing and thank you, SP. Appreciate your that's okay. Why not play both? They do. They play both. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Both of them are really good. They're all it's just they'll play all the cheap spells, right? Ooh, so we're gonna watch some draft. CFT Sock in this pool or in this pod. JED, Javier Dominguez, arguably one of the best players in the world. Over the last few pro tours, I think he's had a higher win rate than everybody else. Literally, not even close. JED is an awesome dude. I really love seeing him play. He's so good. And, you know, he writes articles every once in a while, and I love reading them, especially when they're about decks that I love. He doesn't write all the time, though. Carl Serap, I keep hearing lots of good things, like amongst other pros, like the pros pro, you know? Chris Patello's awesome. Arne's made a name for himself. I remember the first time he won, a Mythic championship. It was like a digital tournament, and I thought, okay, this guy's a one-hit wonder, probably. He ends up being awesome. He's got a great record now. He's had a couple Pro Tour top 8s. He always starts off strong every Pro Tour. He's an awesome player. I've watched his stream a few times. Carl Serap I hear a lot about, but I don't really know anything about him. He doesn't put out any content that I know of. I think he might have a podcast, actually, but it's not like a weekly podcast. They don't really release regular episodes. Seth Manfield, a super insane Magic player, but so unorthodox. Hall of Fame Magic Pro. He just plays whatever deck that he thinks is good and does well with it, and nobody else does well with it. I like his stream, but he's one of those voices. Like, some people I just can't, like, I don't know. I can't listen to their voice for very long. I know some people say this about Saffron Olive and stuff like that. I don't mind Saffron Olive that much. The mispronunciations can be a bit much, but for some reason Seth Manfield's voice, I don't know what it is. It's grating to me, so I don't watch his content. Chris Patello's great too. Yeah, another really solid player. I've watched his stream. I've rated him before, I think. It's too bad a lot of these more established pros, they don't really mingle with us normies. You know what I mean? But it sounds like Chef John. I think he's great. How you doing, Battlegander? Hopefully the weekend's going well. He's on Jeskai Control. I mean, of course he is, right? He plays Control even when it's bad, and he still like gets second place at the regional championship with it. You know, like he's a very good Control player, which is why I love his content, and I would love to see, you know, articles or whatever. He's a smart guy, and he I think Limited is where I've watched him draft sometimes, and I'm like, no, what? I'm like, I'm not 100% on his side for his limited skills, but Constructed Control, yeah, he reminds me of what's his name? Andrew something. Has glasses. Used to be like Mr. Control Mage. He used to stream, plays guitar. Not Andrew. What is his name? I can't remember his name now. He was another just fantastic Control player I love to watch, but you could tell the streaming thing, I think, just it doesn't. Some people are kind of suited for it. Some people are not. Andrew Cuneo, that's it. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. He's an awesome Control player, but I just felt like on his streams he's so like unenthusiastic and just like whatever and blah blah blah, and you know, like, you know, it's almost like Sam Black. Sam Black's an incredible limited mind, and just, you know, even Constructed. Like, I love, you know, his explanations when he talks about Magic. He used to have a podcast called Limited. What was it called? Limited something. Anyway, he stopped doing it because he I don't know, wasn't doing well enough doing competitive Magic content. He switched to casual basically. But his podcast, you know, I would listen to it, and his voice is so like monotone and kind of like boring. It almost like it puts you to sleep a little bit, you know? And it feels like such a insulting thing to say, but it's not. It's just like, I worked in the entertainment industry for a long time. I know there's lots of different types. There's people who it's just they can do it. They are entertaining, they're engaging, they're whatever. And then there's some people who they are super knowledgeable, but they lack the personality or whatever. But it sounds so insulting to say, like, you know, you don't have the personality for this job, but that's what the job is. You have to have something like that. Streaming is different. People watch streamers who are VTubers and all kinds of, the personality still comes through, I imagine, but there's all sorts of different streams, you know, on like the hot tub streams. Nobody's watching those for the personality. Am I right? Sorry, I shouldn't say that. I don't know. But anyway, whoa, the close up. This guy's like, holy fuck. Why did they make my head look like it weighs 15 pounds? This guy's just like, oh God, I should have trimmed my beard. Holy fuck, please don't show me. This guy's like, I look like a dipshit. I don't even care. Fuck it. I didn't shave. At least I don't have dandruff, right? Okay, looking good. Jam with the raid. Thank you, buddy. Hold on, let's give Jam some love. I was popping into his channel earlier, playing some Hades, right? Still jamming Hades. Nice. Thank you for joining me, dude. I'm waiting for...
Don't look at the back of any of the double face cards at any point.
This
Okay,
is the
that's it for the
judge.
sleeve. As a reminder, also you'll be registering and
This, of
sharing
course,
your
is a
pools, not the deck
timed-
you build.
Registering and sharing your pools. Blah, blah, blah. Explaining the rules. They have to do this every
Pardon
time,
me,
right?
Mr. Perfect!
Sad that. 5-head play wearing a mask. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I'm assuming, you know, especially if you don't feel good, a lot of these Japanese players flew a long way to be here. Like, it's an 11 or 9-hour, 10-hour flight. So, you know, you might pick up something, you get there, you know, a week before the Pro Tour, 4 days, whatever it is, and then you start feeling sick, you put on a mask. That's responsible. That's what everybody in Asia does, but North Americans, man, it's hard to... I don't know. I'm dying. I can't breathe. I can't breathe in this thing. Yes, you can. Calm down. You're freaking out. That's why you can't breathe. It's not the mask. Calm down. Okay, let's see if we can predict the picks here. I'm not going to listen to the commentary. I'll do my own commentary. I know enough to do Marshall's job. All right, here we go. They sleeve them up too, right? Yeah, they give them sleeves for them. Cool. Count them. 15 or 14 now? I don't know. Play boosters, right? Yeah, 14. Oh, it's so weird. Yeah. All right, here we go. I like the guy with the sports coat and the shirt. Like, look good. You're on the Pro Tour here. Pro Tour stage. I can't see the cards. Why is the rare Duck Back Fire Nation drill? Okay, so that's the rare for the pack. Lightning Strike's pretty good here. I think Tio's not bad. Ooh, this is a nice pack, actually. Earth King or Earth... Is that Earth King? Yeah. You might go for the drill. Like, it's the weakest color here. Oh, no, it's the... Yeah, the green card is the 2/2 that the Earth bends 2 and gains 2 life, right? Yeah, okay. So the Fire Nation drill's got the highest upside here, but it's in the worst color. So he might... Yeah, Lightning Strike is what I'm thinking. But he's going to take the rare. Wow, Fire Nation drill. Nice. Yeah, it's a powerful card, but now he's kind of committed. Well, not committed, but... He's kind of saying, I'm open to being the worst color. Maybe these people at this table obviously are very good. They know that black is the worst color, so a lot of people are trying to avoid it, right? Might get hooked up here. Ty Lee's good. Path. I don't see any good black card there. Ty Lee, Path. Firelord Zuko? Is that what I see? Momo. And yeah, that's really it. So, ooh, I wouldn't be... Yeah, Path is good. Momo's really good. He's just going to ignore his first pick here. I would go Path over North Pole Patrol every time. Firelord Zuko stays in the pack, so he might just abandon black here at some point. You never know. Yeah, I would take Path every day over that other blue card. You could see an argument for Momo, but Momo wants to be a low-to-the-ground aggressive deck, and he just passed the Lightning Strike. I don't know. He's got to... This is still early. He could easily just move into white-red aggro still, even though he passed the Lightning Strike, but... Ideally, you want to, you know, keep the person to your left away from your colors, not move in. Zuko's... God, it's so hard to see the way they hold them. Oh, Hermetic dude is very good. He's got the... Yeah, the green-blue uncommon 2-drop is very good. Probably the best card in the pack, but he took a white card here. So he might take... He's got Quench? Quench is fine, but he took a white card, so white-blue, low-to-the-ground stuff? Ooh, interesting. Okay. Huh. I'm gonna find the open lane. Interesting. It's hard to see all the cards in the pack because they're only looking at the corner and the camera angle, but let's see here. Precision. Rocky Rebuke, so a bunch of green cards here. The black cards are unplayable. What is that? Deserters. And Badger Mole, oof. Bunch of decent green cards. Oh, is that a Water Tribe Rallier? Oh, I'm slamming that. The white card, it's easy Water Tribe. You took a good white card, somebody... What? What? Was that Water Tribe Rallier? Please tell me. Somebody else, say something.
Cards, maybe that's something that I want to end up in. I know Golgari isn't the strongest color combination, but if it's open, you have to play your seat in the World Championship.
Pick up your cards, yeah.
Did he pass Water Tribe? Why? Ooh. The red-green uncommon is very good. Bitter Work, but he's passing green. He's got Sold Out as another good black removal spell, so he could still be black here. Yeah, just take Sold Out. Boomerang Basics is also really good, but he's got no blue cards in his pool. Oh, he's got Quenchia. Yeah, what am I saying? I think I would take Sold Out there. Yeah. Ugh, passing Boomerang basics. But he passed Water Tribe. I think he could have been White-Blue. He moved back into black for Deadly Precision. That is a choice. I don't know. Sold Out again? Damn, that's not bad. He picked up some good removal this pack. So if he's black, now he's committed. Yeah, he's taking another removal spell. That's what I do too now at this point. If you took black removal, you take another black removal spell here, right? But not amazing. And this is the problem with black. They don't have a ton of great commons, right? The uncommons are fine. They're not incredible, but they're okay. But it's black lives or dies on the strength of its rares. So he's got one Fire Nation Drill, but not even the greatest rare here. Now he's trembling because he's scared. Blue-black? The white duel? I think you've got enough removal. Oh, Fire Nation Trebuchet. I would think I would take that. I think you've got enough removal that I wouldn't be splashing white here. He's going to take a blue card. Maybe be blue-black? Interesting. Blue-black wants to be draw 2 usually, but I haven't seen any otters, or I don't know, maybe in pack 1 or 2? I guess maybe I could have missed one. But normally you want to have a couple otters, stuff like that. But Momo was solid, yeah. I agree. You gotta. Oh, there's a bunch of ways to qualify. Yeah, you could top 8, top 16 the PT. It's not even. You don't even have to win a PT. You just have to come top 16 or something, or top 8, top 16. I don't know. And then the top player from each region qualifies. Things like that. So, sorry, I'm not paying attention here. Let me get back to the draft. Hey, Mo Goblin, you're right. It's a money pick now. Yeah, sadly. When like it's an uncommon, but we've $8 uncommons are not that uncommon anymore, right? Stock up. We have at least 3 uncommons just in standard that are $8 to $10 and they're uncommons, right? Stock up into the Flood Maw I think is like $6 or $7 and or 5 or I don't know. It was 8 at one point. Maybe it's come down and now Boomerang is $5. Yeah, like that's kind of ridiculous, right? Back in the day, the $8 uncommons were like Remand, Spell Snare was $8 for a long time, and then they reprinted it a bunch. Serum Visions, because Modern, you couldn't play Preordain or Ponder back then. You still can't play Ponder, but Preordain's legal now. But when neither of those were legal, Serum Visions was the next best thing, so that thing shot up to like $8 at one point. Oh, there you go. Thank you, okay, Scoop. Win an RC, yeah, top 8 or 4 a PT. I think it's like top 12, the PT. I can't remember, but I think it's actually higher than top, or more slots than just top 8. I can't remember, though. They let more people in. That's why there's over 100 people now, which makes it a better tournament, right? I feel like that's better. It's better for everybody, I think. Worlds is still exciting. I think it is exciting. This is the... the highest prize pool Magic tournament in the world. Full stop, right? This has a higher prize pool than any other tournament. It's one of the most exclusive tournaments because there's like look at the ways to qualify. You've got to win a satellite tournament that's also huge, or do well in a satellite like a PT or an RC, right? And it's the #1 title in the world. Sam Pardee said it perfectly yesterday on camera. He's like, the World Championship is the most important thing you can win in Magic. When I talk to people who don't play Magic, and I tell them, you don't know anything about Magic, but I'm the World Champion I'm the World Champion holder Magic player. Everybody knows what that means. It doesn't matter if you know anything about Magic. Somebody tells me they're the World Champion at something, I go, holy shit, you must, wow, that's super impressive. That's an accomplishment. He's right. Telling them, oh, I won a Pro Tour. People are like, what the fuck's a Pro Tour? If you tell somebody you are the world champ, everybody knows what that means. It doesn't matter if you know the game or whatever. You could be the world champ trick yo-yo player. I'd be like, holy shit, that's impressive. You must have a lot of talent and skill to be world champ anything, right? So it is funny. Pros want to win this more than any other tournament. I think they also, well, the other incentive here is they give you the invitational card, which is really sweet. I hope they show the one from the last Worlds, Jean-Emmanuel Dupraz, Green Creature. I didn't see the full text on that card. I want to see that again, but yeah. But anyway, that's the reason. So this is the most important tournament in Magic, full stop, right? Not just the prize pool, but also the prestige that comes along with it and the desire. More people want to win this more than any other world championship. I mean, LSV talks about this all the time, right? He's got multiple Pro Tour top 8s, Pro Tour win, 2 Pro Tour wins, I think. You know, Hall of Fame, all that stuff. He's like, none of that matters. I wanted to be world champion. That's the one thing that I was never able to do. I want to be world champion someday. He was never able to do it. He came close. And now I think he's kind of fallen off a little bit. Like he doesn't compete as much. He's got a family, big family now, whatever. Whatever the reasons are, you know, yeah, a lot of pro players, that's their Excalibur, their, you know, you name it, whatever, the top prize, right? So I love it because when you get the big prizes and the big prestige, people come out to win at all costs, right? So let's break this format. Let's figure out limited. Let's like do everything we possibly can to give ourselves the best chance to win this tournament. That makes for good Magic from my perspective. I'm a competitive player, so I love to see this. But I think, again, I mentioned this every Pro Tour and stuff. I think even casual players, you have to understand that the minivan that you're driving in Commander got its power steering rack and its ABS brakes and all these other little doodads, then technology that made your minivan a better ride and safer and everything else. It got that from F1 racing. So you, as a soccer mom casual Commander player, might not care or even know why this minivan drives so smoothly and stops so quickly and whatever. You might not care about F1, but F1 has an impact on you, whether you realize it or not. You know what I mean? We should always have F1 Motorsports. They are the ones who, the incentives are there to push it, push, and keep coming up with new technology to make cars better and better. I mean, obviously they're trying to go fast, but even those technologies, they will trickle down to actual everyday cars. You know what I mean? And Worlds is like that. Pro Tours are like that. Competitive Magic, this is where you see the combos and the crazy decks get built. And eventually people see it and go, holy shit, I'm going to incorporate that into my casual whatever pauper deck, my Commander deck, my whatever, you know? So even if you're not a competitive player, you should care about competitive Magic. It is the heart and soul of the game. And it's dying, so it needs more people to care about it. Even if you don't care about playing competitive, you're never trying to qualify for anything. All you do is play Commander at the shop. Worlds is where the technology comes from that trickles down to your table at the shop of Commander players. You know what I'm saying? I don't know how else to put it. That's why this is an awesome thing to watch, even if you're not, you know, as competitive as me or other people. I'm not, you know, I don't go try to qualify for everything anymore, but I still love competitive Magic, and I like taking it seriously. I like to see what are the pros doing here. I find it fascinating, even if I'm not going to play all these decks or whatever. This is limited. I'm talking about constructed more, but even watching them draft is really interesting. If you're a limited focused content creator, this is probably your bread and butter right here. You don't care about the constructed. So are we? Oh, we're still watching the same guy. So this is pack 2, pick 1. So, Iroh. You can't play Iroh. Iroh's a banger, but Benevolent Ancestors no good. Earth King, Earth Bending Lesson. So he's black. He's got no good black picks here. His other color was blue, which is that is not good. Oh, I mean, you could take a sold out here. He's already got 2. This is like the last sold out you want, but not a good pack for him. This is not what you want to see. Iroh's by far the best card in the pack, and then Boomy's quite good. There's some other decent, you know, couple good white cards, but that is not a great card. He doesn't, because black is not going to have a lot of lessons here, right? He ended up getting a bunch of green at the end of that pack. I wasn't really watching the last few picks, but taking a blue card there, huh? Not crazy about the way this dude's drafting. You know, and I can't say anything here. I'm sure he's a much better Magic player than me, but a lot of these guys, their strengths lie in constructed, not limited, right? They get a crash course on limited the week before the Pro Tour or whatever, and they just hope they can carry a 2-1 record and crush it in constructed. Bunch of good white cards. Lightning Strike. Got green cards. You gotta be kidding me. You're not taking that, are you? Fire Navy. The Waterbending Lesson would be a better pick than Battle Fan. If he's black-blue. Holy shit. Wow. I don't know what's going on. He's like, what waterbending cards does he have that he wants to play that? What are Paul and
set up here, you
Marshall
can get
saying?
up, and a pick 2 Kyoshi Battle Fan is the responsible pick, but certainly not something that you're happy about doing.
Yeah, it really shows.
Marshall's like, wow, yeah, that is, I don't know about that. There's the waterbending book. I mean, if you're going to take Kyoshi Battle Fan, that's the kind of card you want. Iguana Parrot's good. Another sold out. Like, you don't want to keep taking all the sold outs. Your deck's not going to be able to finish games, right? Ugh. Take a third one, I guess. I like that, the book, the scroll, whatever it is. But anyway. PTs were more exciting when Finkel and Kai were at the height of their power. Maybe. I could see the exciting part be true, because now there's no mystery, right? A lot of people already know kind of what the best cards are. It's just a matter of what the pros might change the shell a little bit, but lessons, like, people were already fucking around with lessons in the MTGO challenges and stuff, right? But it was teamer lessons, like, it was unfocused. The pros just went, like, let's refine this. Here's a tight list. Let's play this kind of thing. Hold on, let me see. Dragonfly Swarm's pretty nice here. I would splash red. But Sokka, you have no 2-drops. The forecasting guy is pretty good. Yeah, if you're going to do waterbending stuff, I would probably take the 2-drop. Formidable CV. Oh, that's the Depraz card. Elf Druid, when it ETBs, discard a card if you do search level for a creature card. Whoa, what the fuck? Oh, wow, that is super powerful. For 3 mana? Wow, that is very powerful, Hamogoblin. If that's what it says, I'm assuming you just, yeah, you're not, you didn't get that from some shady source or something. Ooh, Boomerang Basics is nice, but I think that ship, oh no, he's blue still. Yeah, I gotta take Boomerang here. Wow, that's powerful, actually. Torf, how you doing? The first base pack was waterbending lesson? Oh, I missed it. Okay. It was? I thought it was Benevolent River Spirit. It's not in his pool. The water spirit doesn't get waterbending, right? Will Kai win another? I mean, sure, the story behind the players was more back then, but, you know, I don't know. It's like saying, is baseball better now or when Babe Ruth was on top of his game? It's like, I think it was so primitive back then. Like, people like Babe Ruth could be good, and they're smoking and drinking all the time. Now, pro athletes have to be so dedicated, so intense, and the training and all the, you know, everything's so min-maxed that, like, look at world records being broken, you know, over and over and over. I think is it better now that all the athletes are so much higher caliber than they were like 80 years ago? I would say yes, right? I think it's the same with Magic. Kai and those guys won a lot of pro tours, probably more than anybody else will ever win, because nobody else was doing what they were doing. Now it's the cat's out of the bag. All these pros, almost, I would say like 80 or more % of the people playing in this tournament are on a team of one form or another. Maybe all of them. I don't know. Back then, Kai was on the only team that existed. Him and his buddies were drafting a ton, more than basically anybody else could draft, because elsewhere it was hard to get a draft of really good players. Having a dedicated team of pros to test with, or like dedicated players like pros, all the people he was playing with weren't pros, but they were all very good at the game, and they were very regimented in their approach to, okay, we're going to make a team. We're going to not just fuck around and play games of Magic here. We're going to actively try and break these formats. And he went on to crush a bunch of pro tours. That's why. So now that everybody's doing that, is that better or worse? I think it's better. Now the playing field is more level because everybody can get access to all the information, all the stuff that people are doing. You know, pro teams aren't showing up with totally unknown decks that everybody was like, whoa, because the internet exists now, right? I think it's better for the game. I don't want to go back to Kai and John Finkel. I think they won a lot of their games because Magic was, the ecosystem was so different back then, right? Now we have everybody be a higher caliber player. That just makes for better games, better Magic. It's not blowouts like, you know, yeah, John Finkel and Kai are on such a crazy level compared to like the average person back then playing at the Pro Tour. Like, it's not even close. That probably makes for worse Magic, right? I would think. I don't know. That's the way I see it, but. The River Spirit's waterbending? Oh, he's got waterbending 5. I forgot about that. Okay, so it was a waterbending card, yeah. I still think that Spirit sucks, but maybe, yeah, maybe he took a waterbending card, so he's taking the 2-drop. Yeah. Eesh. Yeah, right. Benevolent. I just remember it's cheap and has flash if you have lessons. But forgot about the waterbending part. Good call. Oh, that's true, Jub. I'm not, and that's not to take anything away from those guys. Kai still top 8s Pro Tours. He top 8'd a modern Pro Tour like a couple years ago, right? I think 2 actually, a modern one and then like 6 months later a standard one. They are incredible players. You're not wrong. I'm not taking anything away from them. I'm just saying the people around them were much worse than they are now. The reason Kai doesn't crush every Pro Tour now is because there's a lot more players that are closer to Kai's level than the other end of the spectrum. Whereas back in 1998 or 2001, there were not many players that were at Kai and John's level. The majority of players that were in a lot of these Pro Tours were people who randomly won a PTQ. Like there's no, I don't know, the PTQs back then must have been wild. There was no way to communicate, you know, what was good except by word of mouth, right? Like there was no internet, so how were you, like, I don't know. As the early 2000s, like even after the internet became a thing, it still took a while for people to catch on to you know, net decking and all that stuff. Initially it was reviled. Oh, it's a nice pickup there. That land is sweet. People who net decked were like scum of the earth. When I played Magic, like back as a kid and stuff, net decking was looked down on by basically everybody. Or not net decking, but like copying somebody else's deck list was like every deck was supposed to be your creation. Like that's the whole point. You could try and play a deck similar to what other people were doing, but if you ask somebody, hey, can I get that list of that deck you're playing? Can you just like write down the whole list? They'd be like, no, go make your own fucking deck. What is this? Like you would just be laughed out of the room, right? Now, I mean, if you're not net decking, you're doing it wrong. There are still people who love brewing and they brew rogue decks and everything. I know OK Scoop, you're one of those people. You like playing rogue decks, but that's the ladder. I think OK Scoop is knowledgeable enough at the game that if you go to the Pro Tour, you wouldn't play a homebrew, would you? You might play something that's unorthodox. Maybe you play that Golgari, Ouroboroi or whatever that you want to call that deck. You know, a little bit unorthodox, but you know, at least there's other players who know what they're doing who are playing it. That makes me feel better. But you wouldn't play a deck that you just came up with if you qualified for the Pro Tour, right? I would imagine you wouldn't, but I could be wrong. Maybe you would just see it as, hey, I don't give a shit. I'm just gonna play whatever. I'm just here to have fun because I don't care about winning. I don't know, but I think you're the kind of person who so really, but you know how much you're hurting yourself by doing that. Like that is just, you are just shrinking your chance of winning that tournament drastically. But okay, maybe you would. Sorry, I picked the wrong person out of chat. I know there are other people who totally would, but I think people who understand, like, you know, high level Magic well enough, like assuming your goal is to actually do well, you're not just treating it as a lark, like, hey, fine, I'm gonna go do this thing just to say I did it, and you know, I'll have fun and I don't care if I win or lose. Let's say you want to win, you can't play a rogue deck. Back when, like, remember Conley Woods? Conley Woods was a Magic player who kind of got you know, written off because he's apparently a dirtbag. I don't know. He got Me Too'd, and he would show up to every Pro Tour with a rogue deck, and it kind of became his thing. He was, you know, Mr. Rogue Deck, and a lot of Pro Tours he did not do very well. But every once in a while, he would go like 14 wins in a row at the Pro Tour with some goofy ass. That's where the term Magical Christmas Land comes from, is Conley Woods decks. I'm pretty sure that's when I first started hearing the term. And, you know, and that was his jam. And then as like information proliferated more and more, we had more and more communities online that people were like discussing Magic. And there were now content creators that were starting to pump out Magic. Playing the rogue deck didn't really cut it anymore because there is no keeping it secret. And you're just playing an off the wall deck that probably is worse than one of the best decks just to, like, you know, prove a point or whatever. I don't know. You do get the rogue factor, okay, Scoop? I agree with that. There is some benefit, but the hit to your win percentage is not made up for the fact that people don't know what you're doing. At this level, it's going to be tough. Like, maybe you steal a couple games, but I don't know. I think against players of this caliber, it's even with a rogue deck, it's probably pretty tough to fool them twice. You might get game one, you might steal game one a couple times, but you know what I mean? I don't know. That's the way I see it, but hey, I could be wrong. People have done well with rogue decks before, but these days it's usually off the back of a good limited record. Hey, Kelper, what's up? How you doing? Mishko, how you doing? In BO1. What? Well, probably, Mishko. What are you seeing in BO1? That's the question. I think the Jeskai Revelation deck, I would change a couple things. Like, you could play one Kutzil's Flanker in the main deck. Like, I would do something like that maybe instead of a Tidebinder, you know? But yes, absolutely, Mishko, because all that deck is a whole bunch of removal and card draw. That's it. Every single spell in the deck either kills something or draws you cards. So killing things is good in best of one, right? If the answer is yes, then yeah, I think that deck's good. But I don't know. If best of one is a lot of other stuff, mill decks or who the fuck knows, then it's probably not as good. But yeah. Yeah, it's very good against green and red decks because you have so much cheap removal, and Lightning Helix gains you life, Inevitable Defeat gains you life. So, yeah. You made a stat site? Oh. For Worlds. Oops. Let me pull this over here. And make this full screen. Oh, nice. This looks cool. Is this being updated in real time? Oh, sorry. This is just the number of players. I thought this was the... Okay, never mind. I thought you could see records. Oh, it is. Okay, so down below you've got the breakdown. Oh, that's cool. Here, let's take a look at this. This is interesting. You made this? This looks great. Yep, basic. Just give me the information. So is it tracking this in real time? So for example, Bant Airbending. These are all the players playing it. Oof, Ian Robb with the 0-4. And this is only the constructed rounds you're looking at, right? Wait a minute. Oh, Javier Dominguez is playing. Okay, I was thinking of somebody else. Yeah, never mind. Yeah, interesting. This is awesome, dude. Really sweet, Calvert. Yeah, I know. I was going to say, you're having to, like, do this yourself, right? Force Mobilized, Dimir Bounce, Dimir Midrange, Golgari Dragons, one person, 2 persons. Golgari, yeah, 5 people playing this deck, right? Not great. Let me check out Jeskai Control. I had high hopes for Jeskai Control. 60% conversion, 50% win rate. Is It Lessons is rocking a 59% win rate? Really? Interesting. Oh, and it tells you which... Oh, I see. You've got the monument versions. What is this? Spicy cards? Let me zoom in on this. Oh, I guess I went too close here. Interesting. Oh, yeah, this is great. Yeah, really, really cool. Mono red aggro, 67.9, but only 3 decks. Yeah, that's not enough. 10 decks, 4 decks. Ooh, Artifact's getting creamed. Yeah, Is It Looting's getting wrecked here. 14 decks. So a lot of matches. And not doing very well. Sultai Reanimators, 52%, but 6 decks? Oh yeah, I think I saw that in the breakdown, yeah. The Japanese pros. Cool. Yeah, that's super sweet. I like it. Breakdown and stat button, show more detail. Yeah, right. That is sweet. That is awesome. I should try and here, let me see. I'll post it on Discord and on social media. Yeah, very cool. There we go. I'll post this on social media as well, actually. Hold on. Just gotta shrink this for a sec. Because it's relevant right now, so yeah, you're getting it all from Melee, I assume, yeah. I don't know what if you're on Blue Sky, but yeah. Okay, there we go. Make a post. All right. Yeah, it's cool. I like that. That's great. Lots of info right there. I love that it updates in real time. You should make a Reddit post if you really want it to get traction. I don't know what your goal is with it, but Make a post on Reddit and just be like, you know, here, put it in the Spikes subreddit and just go, look, this is doing it in real time. People are looking for that all the time, right? But yeah, do it. You might get a lot of traction, and then you do it every pro tour. Be consistent, and you can start making money off. You know, you can maybe put an ad or two in the corner. I hate to see ads, but you can monetize the site at some point if it, you know, it gets enough traction, right? This is Bellevue, Washington. Is that right? It's never sunny there. This is all AI right now. No. Fake. No. It's never that bright. It's always cloudy. Fake news. Derek undefeated. Kenta Hirane, Charles Wong, Ray Zhang. Oh, that was Ray Zhang at the table we saw earlier. Right. I've never seen them in person. I don't remember seeing them in the Pro Tour top 8s. I don't really watch the ceremony part of it. But what do I think of the draft? A wild one. I would not have made the same picks, but once you know, early, but as soon as he's on that track, then it's, you know, yeah, then it makes sense, kind of a bunch of the stuff he's taking, but not great. I mean, even just taking that rare first pick was a bold choice, but you know, kind of like getting pushed into black because you're finding these removals, the sold outs, and you're getting deeper into black. Now you just don't need any more sold out, but there's nothing else good. I don't know. Some of the picks, the fan was a little bit weird. Like, even that Pack 2 pick 1 was atrocious, but he didn't really have anything good to take unless he was willing to branch into green. I think green looked open, and I would have tried to be green-black, even though it's not a good combination. Oh, God. It looks like it's... I don't know what it is. Doesn't it look weird? It's like the frame rate's off on their video that they're using. Very weird. How many Germans are playing? That's a good question. I have no idea. You can probably look it up, but I'm not. You probably have to go to the Wizards site where they list all the competitors and just count manually, because I don't think they put out stats like that. Who's your doppelganger in Magic? My doppelganger? I don't know if I have one. Honestly, I'm one of a kind, baby. I don't you know. Nobody's. I wish people were more bold.
Pardon
You know
me,
what I mean?
Mr. Perfect!
I think people would. I wish people would just be honest and not sugarcoat things all the time. But there's all sorts of incentives to not be totally honest all the time, right? I mean, a lot of these people are tied to the game in ways that, you know, they want to be financially supported, or they want, you know, I don't know. I wish some pros would be more honest about the game. I know some pros are, you know, people like Brian Kibler and, you know, even Jerry Thompson. Like, remember when he sat out of Worlds? He qualified for Worlds, but it was like a 30-player tournament, 32 players. And then he just, at the last second, went, I'm not playing because fuck this and what they're doing to the game. You know, somebody has to call attention to it. I'm going to forego my $10,000, you know, prize or whatever for getting last place and just, you know, make a statement. Ooh, is that Yuya? That guy got banned for cheating, basically. This is like old footage. Jeez, now it's the current stuff. It's like this. What is with this? It looks so weird. Like the frame rate's off. I don't know who. I wish people would be just brutally honest, and I try to be. I try to be honest. I offend a lot of people doing this, but some of this stuff you need to say it. I wish they would just be, yeah. But so I think I'm too abrasive for there's no, I don't know who the analog would be who's an actual established pro. I don't know a lot of these people personally either. Maybe some people are brutally honest and they're just like, you know, I don't know. But Hushinbeth seems like a pretty chill dude. I think he's less incendiary than me. Like he doesn't say like just the brutal honest truth. I just don't, you know, he might, but I don't think he gets into those discussions really too often. He tries to keep it to just the game, right? Anyway, they were so pissed with Gary. Who? Gary? They'd be lucky to go 1 and 2 with this deck. This black white deck, you mean? Or you mean the guy we were watching? Yeah, this is the guy we were watching. Yeah, he'll be lucky to go 1 and 2. Yeah, his deck does not look great. That's the look. Look at his face. Oh, what the fuck did I do? Yep, thank you. Here you go. There's your deck. God, I hope your deck sucks as much as mine. My deck's fucking atrocious. You know that's what he's thinking, right? Oh, sorry. I had it backwards there, I think, on the mic. So let's see. Opening hand, Kyoshi Battlefan, Platypus Bear. So here's where, I don't know, do we care about these limited games? Should we just, like, play something else? Let's play some Magic, and then we'll come back to this. You guys want to see the limited games? Do you want to see the Derek struggle? I don't know. The other guy's on a white-black deck, Legend of Yang Chen, with a big-ass bomb in his hand. Invasion reinforcements. Oh, yeah, his deck looks good. Downfall. Oh, he top-decked Inspector. Perfect timing, Inspector, you idiot. That's what he's thinking right now. You just play Inspector Pass here, right? Yeah. Play your land drop, obviously. 2-1 can't get in, which is nice. And... Kenta draws cards the way I like to draw cards. I learned that in Asia as well. It was around the time that Miracles were out. If you ever see people... When you draw a card, take it off the top, look at it first, then put it in your hand, right? Take it off the top, look at it, put it in your hand. If you take it off the top, if you just put it in your hand, go, oh shit, I have a Miracle. Too bad. You can't play it. It's too late. Even if you're like, look, I didn't even move my hand. No, it touched your other cards in your hand. It's in your hand. You can't play that now. So back in those days, a lot of us had to learn, and when Legacy Miracles was a deck, if you ever played that kind of stuff, you always take the top card, look at it, then put it in your hand. And watch the way he does it every single draw, even in this limited format where you don't have to do that. It's just habit now. That's the way to do it. It's just the correct way to draw a card. It's the other thing is when you draw 3 cards, you should go 1, 2, 3. Don't just go and try and take 3 cards at once off the top. See what he did there? Look at the card, put it in my hand. That's a weird tick from like the Miracles days that a lot of players just internalized. I do the same thing a lot of time. And he does the same thing. See how he doesn't look at it first, but he puts it on the table first before he puts it in his hand, just in case he snags 2 cards. Because if you draw 2 cards by accident, if you draw too quickly, you put them right in your hand, that's a game violation, right? You're going to get in trouble for that. So you're going to get a warning. It might even lead to a game loss, might even lead to worse, right? So you see a lot of the pros do that, and very experienced Magic players do that, but I see a lot of non-experienced Magic players who don't do that at pre-releases, etc. And, you know, I don't say anything, but in my head, I'm immediately just like, I'm better at Magic than you. Okay, I can tell right away. That's where you're at? All right. Anyway. Hold on a second. Oh, I see what's going on. Okay, something was going weird with my stream deck there. But, Jerry Thompson Watsy was so... Oh, yeah. You know why, SSA? It fucked up the whole pairings. They had 32 players, then they went to 31. That means one person had a bye at Worlds. Which is fucked up, right? It totally fucks it up. Yeah, he knows what he's doing. That's why he did it right then before they could find a replacement, right? And I love it. I love, you know, him doing that, but look at the good it did. It didn't change anything. The behemoth that is Magic just went more and more and more away. He was protesting the way they treat the professional players. It was getting worse and worse and worse. It was there was less and less incentive to try and be a pro Magic player. Now there's basically zero. Like, I don't even know. Like, you've got to, you know, devote so much time and effort to it. It's almost, I don't know. But it's better than it was, like, with the PPTQ and the RPTQ into the Pro Tours, and, like, it was just fucking stupid. And the prizes and everything, and there were so many things that people were complaining about, and yeah, he was drawing attention to mostly that, and that hasn't changed. If anything, it's gotten worse. So A for effort, Jerry, but yeah, it's not his fault. At least he stood up for what he believed in, and that's super fucking respectable. I don't think anybody can, you know, denigrate him for that. I think that's very admirable, and, you know, I wish we had more people like that. If the more of the pros did that, maybe it would actually make an impact. I don't know. But it's funny, I think if, let's say all the pros just said, fuck it, you know, we want to see more attention drawn to competitive Magic, get commander cards out, make it a separate thing, we're all standing together on this. Wizards would literally just go, okay, we scrap the Pro Tour. Let's just make more secret layers. All right, Universes Beyond, casual Commanderland, here we come. And they would just let the whole thing die. I don't think they would actually compromise on making the Magic more competitive or separating. Like, if it costs them money to do that, they would just, right? Like, that's what would happen. I think a lot of Magic pros know that, so they're just like, I'm just gonna play this as long as I can. At some point, I probably will stop playing it because it'll just turn into whatever. But it's gonna be interesting. Anyway, I love the little ticks and things, and I think a lot of players who are new to the game or who came up on Arena, who don't play a lot of paper Magic, you don't notice the way they handle their game objects. And why do I see this Japanese player always do this, or this guy does this? Like, even what Derek Davis does, you see these guys never put the card right in their hand. That's something everybody should do in paper Magic, but most players don't. And if I ever bring this up to somebody, you know, they'll tell me come on, dude, you're being like anal. What do you think, I'm cheating? It's like, no, you moron. It's not because I think you're cheating. It's because you could accidentally cheat. Do you even play this fucking game? Like, that's what happens in this game. Sometimes I accidentally oh shit, I drew 2 cards. Well, if it's just me and you fucking around on the kitchen table, that's fine, but get it in your head, the right way to do it is this. That way, the door is open for you to play competitive Magic and you won't look like a fool. And, you know, if you lose a game to something like that in a competitive scene, you're an amateur. Like, that's just the way you handle cards. Should be tight and crisp and deliberate. You know what I mean? People who play sloppy, not only is it sloppy, but it also invites suspicion because cheaters are sloppy players, almost always. It makes it so much easier to cheat when you're sloppy with your graveyard, you're sloppy with your different area zones and your hand, and you're constantly fiddling with things. Like, I hated watching the guy who won the last Pro Tour, the Japanese pro, I can't remember his name now. He had this habit of picking up all of his lands. When he had no cards in hand, he would just pick up all of his lands and just shuffle them and then put them back on the battlefield. He kept doing this. Like, every time it wasn't his turn, his opponent's taking the turn. I get it. It's your nervous tick. But that should have been absolutely judge call. Like, stop. If I was his opponent, I'd be like, can you tell him to stop picking up all of his lands? I need to be able to see at a glance how many lands he has, what colors he has, all of that shit. When he keeps picking it up, he's hiding information. I know he doesn't have any cards in hand. I know he's not cheating, but it's still fucking stupid and he shouldn't do it. Can you tell him? Because I'm his opponent. It'll, you know, it's a little weird when I'm the one telling him. I can't believe they kept letting him do it. Nobody said shit. Commentators didn't say shit. As a player who's trying to, you know, consider the integrity of the game, I don't think you should allow players, especially on camera at the Pro Tour, to do that shit. But anyway, watch the sloppiest player in your commander pod. Watch them like a goddamn hawk. Tell them to play time. Tell them to not do that with their lands or whatever. I can't tell you how many commander players I've been like, I have too many lands. So they put them in a pile. It's like one big stack. And I go, how many lands do you have? They go, 13. I go, let me see. They're like, oh, come on, man. 1, 2, 3. You have 12 lands. Oh, I do. Oh, right. Because blah, blah, blah. Exactly my point. And you're sitting here going, oh, come on. Exasperated. Don't play slop. Don't do that. If you don't know how to make it so that you can see your lands without stacking them, learn. Like, if you don't know how to shuffle, learn. Because I've seen people shuffle like shit, and all the time they are the ones who complain to me about bad draws and the variance is killing them, and why do they always mulligan so much, and blah, blah, blah. Because you don't know how to fucking shuffle. I've seen you shuffle. It's pathetic. You know, that kind of stuff. Yeah. Anyway, sorry, I'm ranting here, but I love watching real Magic. It brings it all back. Like, all these things are factors. For anybody in here who's played high-level tournaments, you know exactly what I'm talking about. You sit down across from somebody and I know immediately how good this player is. Are they better than me? Are they as good as me? Or are they worse than me? A lot of times it's like, I expect them to be as good as me, but sometimes I'm like, this player's clearly not as good as I am at this game. They're making dumb mistakes. They're sloppy. You know, I have to keep reminding them, going to combat, you know, new players will just immediately attack. It's their turn. They draw their card. They play a creature. Okay, I attack with these 3 guys. Trigger. And I'm like, whoa, trigger. You're not triggering anything. Stop. Go back. There's beginning of combat. Why don't you tell me when we're going to combat, and I'll tell you if you can declare attackers. How does that sound? That's how you play this game. Thank you. Let's go back. I'm going to kill that guy before he triggers. See? There's a reason we do it. Go ahead. Now who do you want to attack with? You know, like, you have these I'm not this sarcastic and douchebaggy to new players. New players do this all the time, right? I always have. When I was a new player, when I came back to Magic, I did this. I remember playing a Boros deck that another guy lent me for this tournament on base, on the army base in Seoul, South Korea. And it was my first time playing like real competitive Magic. I had only played like kitchen table Magic with like the odd tournament when I was like 14. That I played such a bad deck. I just got my ass kicked. But when I came back, I was trying to like actually be good at the game, and I would just go to attackers. And I remember this one guy getting so like, you have to say going to combat to me. And I'm like, oh, right. They go, yes, sorry, yeah. Okay, going to combat, you know, and I'd never done that as a casual player, because casual players, we just, you know, people do the thing. They're, wait, no, now we have to go back. And it's like, oh, but I already drew the card and put it back on top. And oh my God, just let's say going to combat every time. It's so much easier. You don't learn these things until you start playing competitive Magic, right? Jost, what's up? Don't use sleeves. Come to the Pro Tour with a rubber band around your goddamn deck like you mean it. No sleeves, just raw dog it. Rubber band, raw dog it. I've seen people do this. It triggers people. Now, what's funny, Jost? It's coming back around. Now people are doing it because it's so ridiculous. Like, you show up to your Commander game with a bunch of really beat up cards. Like, you can go on TCG Player, sort by bad, like poor condition, and just fill your deck with poor condition copies of a bunch of cards, show up with the rubber band treatment, and fucking trigger people. People get so like visibly upset when they see that. Magic players. I had a buddy who ripped up his cards. This is crazy. His name was Ron. He started that Facebook group with me that got really big when I was over there. He every time we would draft every single week at the shop. Every time he would bust out of the draft, he would go buy one pack. Always. He gambled on a pack to make himself feel better. And he had said this, like he admitted, this is what I do. This is my ritual. Every time I lose, I go buy a pack. And whenever he would open a junk rare, a rare that he didn't consider very good, he would just immediately rip it. He would rip it in half and be like, fuck it. That was it. That was the ritual. But when other people saw him rip even a junk rare, like people get so upset. Like, Magic players get so like upset to see him ripping stuff like that. Sorry, I gotta focus on the game. I'm rambling about other stuff here. Did he throw the game? I wasn't even watching. What happened there? Who threw? I guess the Japanese player threw? Wow, the Japanese player lost that game. I should have paid attention. He had that 5-mana white mythic in hand. God damn. The Kibler shuffle, yep. People when I play, you had a look you'd give people? Eye movements? Oh, but careful. You're getting into Hollywood bullshit there. It's not stuff like that that gives things away. Watch their hands, not their eyes. It's not going to be their eyes that give you the info. That's Hollywood nonsense. But you could try that. I played a lot of poker, and people focus on all the wrong things because they watch movies about, you know, poker and gambling, and that's Hollywood shit, not real like tight player. No player is gonna give away info with their eyes. Sometimes you can catch a glance or something. You know what I mean? The only time I would watch somebody in poker, like watch their face or hands, is when they're looking at their cards. So you know, you get your whole cards. Don't pick them up and look at them. Just look at everybody else at the table. Watch their reactions as they inevitably pick up their cards and look at them. And then when they're all done, you can look at yours, or you can wait till your turn. You know, give away 0 info before you actually take an action, right? But yeah. But that's funny, Jub. You're like looking at their eyes. I mean, that's the kind of thing that someone thinks would be telling, but I don't think is very useful. But anyway. SSA, what's up? GP Arena just came out. Called a judge from Miss Trigger. My opponents were talking about it and freaking out. Told them the judge is going to come over and ask us. Yeah. And he then will ask you if I want to put it on the stack. You said no. He gives you a warning, I think you said, right? You're trying to say not winning. So the judge gives you a warning, walked away. That's what happened. If you miss a trigger. Yeah. And if your opponent's right, you immediately call a judge, yeah, for a missed trigger. But that's easy to fix if if a ton of stuff hasn't happened. Like if you just missed it, you can stop the game. Missed trigger is not as bad as drawing extra cards. It's a different, ask a judge. It's a different level of penalty. When you draw an extra card, that's serious. That's a game violation. Missing a trigger is not a game violation, right? You call the judge. Good. Yeah. Even for mistrigger. Yeah. Call a judge. That's what you should do. Yeah. And he's right. You just get a warning and that's it. Yeah. That's usually what happens. But drawing extra cards, you know, if they find a card on your lap, you know, that kind of shit, that is a totally different thing than missing a trigger. What it happened to me at the RC. One of my matches, a guy missed a trigger. And because it was Corey Steele, and you know, there's so many triggers and everything happening. Actually, I was playing Omni Combo. I was going off at one point, and some other fucking asshole, another player whose match had finished, was just like 2 seats down watching me and my opponent play. Maybe he was buddies with the guy, and he's like, he just goes, stop everything. I gotta call a judge. I can't say, I gotta call a judge. I can't say why yet, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, what? And I look at my opponent, he looks at me, and we're just like, and I'm like, should I just keep playing? He's like, and then before he could answer, the judge came over. The guy talks to the judge looks, the judge says something to him, and then the guy walks back and goes, okay, yeah, no, carry on, you're good. And I'm just like, you fucking moron, don't interrupt another match. Are you a judge? No, shut the fuck up. Do not, like, it's funny, the tournament organizer at that regional championship I went to in Montreal, before the tournament, he gets on the microphone, he says, this is what's gonna happen, this is how many rounds, blah, 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 and if you have any questions, you know, put up your hand, call a judge, and he says, listen, I don't want any other judges in here that don't have staff shirts. If you are not an official judge, you're not a judge. Do not attempt to judge anybody else's match. Do not give advice. If you have any question, you know, come to us. Like, he literally said, don't do that at the start of the tournament. And sure enough, some dumbass does exactly that. I remember going, man, there's a lot of judges in here. To the guy, after the guy sat down and said, oh, there's no problem. Yeah, keep going. I'm like, yeah, there's so many judges in here today. To my opponent, and he went, yup. That's all we said. And then I kept going. And, you know, I'm going fast here, right? It was like game 3. I'm playing the Omni Combo deck, and yeah. But anyway, we could be focusing. Limited games are not super exciting to me, but sure. Swinging with a bunch of 3/3s, Looking like they're going to a game 3 here. Yep. Did he not wear deodorant? I don't know. I didn't get close enough to smell him, thankfully. But I, you know, things like that. The judge literally goes ahead and says, listen, people, we are the judges. Don't play judge. That's really annoying. You're wasting time. You're doing more harm than good. I know you're trying to be a white knight or whatever, but there's people who are delaying the game because of this, that you could even be doing it to, like, throw doubt on an opponent when you're buddies with this guy over here, and you're, you know, like, do not. You're not a judge. Don't play police. But people do it. They did it to me, and I was just like, oh my god, I could not believe it. I was just like, you gotta be... I was so tempted to just totally ignore him and just keep going. But a little voice was like, hey, did you miss something? You know, a little voice in the back of my head, because this dipshit said that. That's why you don't say anything. I didn't miss anything. But he made me doubt it for a second, and then I just went like, who the fuck's this guy? I'm like, I didn't make any mistakes here. I'm going to keep going like I wanted to, but it took 2 seconds for a judge to come over, and it was like, okay. Yeah. Dumb. Anyway, like, just real life Magic tournament stuff that doesn't happen on Arena, you know what I mean? Some other, you know, bird on the rail chirps at you, and you're like, what? Shut the fuck up. Okay, he's still hanging on. Interesting. He's got the food token to gain 3, right? He's got a food and a clue. He's got to leave up 2 for that food. Can he make a 1-mana blocker here? Oh, gonna sack the clue. Nice. Oh, interesting. Giving Kenta the draw here. He can't use it on end step, but he's gonna get a clue. Yeah. Why not kill the... Actually, no, I guess it doesn't matter. Yeah, that guy's probably the best because he has Menace, right? Yeah, makes sense. This is... What? Oh, he... What did he do? Surveilled 1 or something? I don't know what he did there. Make him discard his last card. Oh, the air spirit, river spirit, whatever. Oof. Dead in his hand. Yeah, he cracks food to stay alive here. Chump. Yeah, Air Temple is a bomb. This abandoned Air Temple is how these creatures are getting so big. He also gets a counter on his corrupted court official. Yeah, the other guy reminding him. I don't think it matters, but yeah. Okay, let's watch game 3 here. I love talking about real life Magic. It just makes me feel all warm and fuzzy inside. Playing competitive Magic, like once you do play tournaments and you see all these things and you realize, oh my god, I'm sloppy. I have to tighten up. These people are all tight players. It makes you better. It makes you a better Magic player. Like, you know, even though you're not, it's not about cheating. It's about game integrity and stuff, right? Be a tight player. Don't be sloppy. Like, don't unintentionally or intentionally hide the information from your opponent. Stuff like that. People do sneaky shit, though. I mean, they literally changed the rules around Dryad Arbor because of that, right? That card, people would put it in their lands, and it was a creature. You know, the way you organize your cards, it really matters. They have to make rules against it because people are so dumb. They try and do sneaky shit, or they're just... Like, people who want to put their lands ahead over on top of their spells, like... No. And they after years, they finally have to just make a rule and say, no, in competitive sanctioned Magic, you cannot... Your lands must be down at the bottom. Let's keep everything uniform. It's easier to parse the game. But I'm unique. I'm a special snowflake. I want to do it my way. Go ahead on your kitchen table. Play your cards upside down for all I give it. I don't give a shit. But not where it counts, please. Been trying Momo over that other one drop. Oh, nice. Oh yeah, Momo might be a good choice there. I'm trying to remember. You weren't really sacking anything, were you? I don't think you were sacking anything in that deck. You could cheat. Oh yeah, there was a lot of cheating in the 90s and early 2000s. It was so bad. It was kind of like almost accepted. Those first couple of pro tours and big tournaments and stuff, I think most players kind of assumed that everybody was trying to cheat or cheating. So you just had to watch everybody like a hawk. And the players that were super on the ball, super alert, didn't miss a thing, you know, were at an advantage there. Or if you were a good cheater, you had a huge advantage back then. And that's where you get these stories of Mike Long and, you know, even Bob Maher and all this stuff. He had cheating allegations. I mean, look at Marcio Carvalho. He got caught cheating. He's playing in this pro tour right now. You know, there are players who have cheated and come back from the cheating accusations and still played Magic. And it's like, I don't know, that kind of thing for me sticks with you, you know? I don't know if we should, like, how can you trust this person after? Like, they learned their lesson. They knew what the consequences. They went ahead with it anyway. They knew they were doing something wrong. Why do you think they would change now? Because they got caught? They're just going to try and think of a better way to cheat so they don't get caught next time, right? I don't know. It's weird. Look at Bertoncini, of course, probably the most prolific cheater. But Mike Long's pretty cheaty. He got caught doing some, like, multiple times cheating, right? Oh, it's just taxing. Okay. Yeah, so no sacks. Maher wasn't cheating? I thought he had some scandal with cheating. Oh, he showed him his hand? Oh, see what he did? Derek, on camera. So the lesson says, look at your hand, take a card, you know, Thoughtseize you or whatever. Or Earthbend 2. He was going to Earthbend 2, but as soon as he put the card on the table, Derek just went blah and showed him his hand and then went, whoa, wait a minute, you're Earthbending? Because the guy went, no, the Japanese guy's like... The Japanese guy probably thought, I'm gonna get in trouble, I wasn't clear enough. It's like, no, dude, he should not throw his hand on the table. Clarify that thing first. And that's why he just hung his head and went, oh, what am I doing? Okay, rally, though. Rally. Doesn't matter. Don't tilt over that. It happened. He might have seen a couple cards. Not a big deal. You got 6 cards in your hand? 7? Yeah, he's fine. Don't let that affect you here. I thought Maher had there was some cloud over him because of something sketchy that he did or something. Maybe, was it not cheating? Was it something else? I don't know. I thought I heard that. That's why he's not in the, is he not in the Hall of, no, he's in the Hall of Fame. I don't remember. Anyway. Don't like yeah. Is it good? Okay, I mean, if you feel it's good, then keep playing it. I was just trying to give you different angles. Like, you could be more controlling or more aggressive in that deck, and that's what I kept saying, is like, go in one direction or the other. So Maya is good if you're being more aggressive. Maybe Momo helps in that regard, but... Oh, Jawist? Dude, you could make a huge list. Are you kidding? Many. Just in Magic, I can probably think of, like, at least 8 names. What's his face? Owen Turtenwald was a big one. He was a Hall of Fame pro. He got totally just scandalized out of the game for good reason. He's apparently a total dirtbag to women. There was another dude who was, back when Star City Games was a regular thing, there was a guy who was doing really well. He had a stream. He had a bunch of content he was making. His gimmick was he would always dress up in a suit. he would always wear a suit, like full suit, tie, you know, shirt, jacket, pants, everything, dress shoes, to these Star City Games tournaments, and he ended up doing well. He got canceled. There was like Conley Woods, the guy I was talking about earlier, got canceled because of that. Deservedly. When I say canceled, I don't mean like they shouldn't be. They were all complete dirtbags that should be completely canceled. Yeah, they were garbage people to other people around them for years, and it was kind of just put up with. Like female players at the time would say he was a fucking creep. You know, I mean, well, there's so many crazy things that have happened to female players in Magic. I went down the rabbit hole of Hassan Ogris. Holy shit, that is a crazy story. And that's straight from Wizards of the Coast, Mark Rosewater. He had to officially issue an apology over that stuff. Hassan Ogris, go look up the YouTube video of this poor woman like 40 years later saying, you know what, it pushed me out of Magic, but you know, it is what it is, and I don't mind it. I play Magic again these days. I play Commander or whatever she said. She was like one of the top players at the time, this girl. And just like the crazy shit that happened around that, silly. There's been a bunch, yeah, Jaws. Oh, there's a bunch. The scrawny, weird looking dude, yeah. That might have been the suit guy. There was a bunch of good people who got like Me Too'd basically for being just total creeps. And good, you know. That's the game's better off with people like that not in the game, you know. What happened here? The judge is telling them something.
Yeah, there's several effects in this format that scry or surveil, so it can get confusing when both.
Oh, he surveilled. Yeah. Oh man, it is a scry. Okay, so he put it in the graveyard. He wants to put it on the bottom. Yeah. She's gonna let him. Derek's telling him, "Oh, you have it backwards. Turn it around." I think he just reminded him. That's funny. Ooh, now you got to get your head back in the game. Wait, where were we? Okay, yeah. What's happening? They're both at a high life total here. Boards are pretty at parity because the 3-1 gets held off by the 1-1 on Derek's side. The 1-3 on Derek's side blanks the 2-2. Ah, that's something that's going to start pushing damage. The only question is, does Kenta, Kenta, does Kenta swing with the 3-1 knowing that they're going to trade and then he can make that land a 4-4? I think I would probably just make another land a 2-2 at that point. Ooh, Heartless Act. Nice. Yeah, he picked that up in what, pack 3, I think I saw? Yeah, that's a great black spell. So black has some good uncommons, but I mean, when the best uncommon's just a removal spell, it's not that much better than some of the commons, right? It's just cheaper, which is nice. Like Epic Downfall, Heartless Act, like that's what black gets for uncommons. They need something that does a bit more than trading 1-for-1, right? But maybe the suit guy, yeah. Is Conley Woods in prison? No shit. Wow, I have no idea. I can't speak to that, so I'm not going to spread rumors. I don't know. But you can probably look it up. Help Derek get over the mistake he made? Yeah, maybe. No, by accidentally? No, I don't think that was deliberate. But this just goes to show you, these are two of the best players in the world. This guy right here, who accidentally showed the other player his hand, is 7-0 at the World Championship right now. You know what I mean? He knows what he's doing. But that's what's so funny about this game that you should internalize. Don't feel bad when you do something dumb in this game. Anybody who mocks somebody else for being like, dude, you don't even know what you're doing because you missed something in this super complicated game, just point to any pro and go, show me a pro who has never made any dumb mistakes, and I'll show you somebody who's full of shit. You know, that's it. Because yeah, so I think whenever I think of that, it makes me feel better because I make stupid mistakes. Sometimes people actually give me shit in stream, but those are people I think who are a little immature. They just don't. If you're giving somebody shit for making a mistake at Magic, it's because you don't know anything about Magic, not them. If you know enough about Magic, you know how hard this game is. These are two pros on camera, excellent records at the World Championship, and the guy just revealed his hand and went, oh, he feels dumb about it, but fucking move on. Reed Duke straight up didn't even know what his card did in the last Pro Tour and tried to do something with that Planeswalker. What is it called? Don't even remember the guy's name. Anyway, you remember the incident, I'm sure. The bat or bird, bee, the bee, the bird insect, both, bird bug. Gonna sack the land, I assume. He might sack the 3-1 to make the land a 4-4. That's kind of interesting. The 4-4 is not bad here. I mean, Derek can line up a triple block, though. It's not actually too bad for him either. Oh, is he going to respond? Oh, exiled. Nice. So that's not going to trigger. This guy ETBs. He's going to eat that 2-2. Draw a card? I like drawing a card there, right? And then the counters go over to the bird? He's touching it to say trigger. Yeah. Gonna float a mana there. Nice. Land comes back. Draw. Ooh. Land is not what he wanted to see. What is his last card? The Legend of Yang Chen? Holy shit. He's got a banger card in his hand. Interesting. But these are such small ball creatures that don't matter that I think he's saving Yang Chen for the next big threat from Derek here. He knows he has the River Spirit, the big 6/5. Let's see. 7 hours of Magic Day nerves like, oh, absolutely, Hemo. Yeah. I mean, playing 9 rounds of Magic is exhausting. I mean, they're fresh. This is the first round, right? Yeah, this is the first round after the draft. But I mean, yeah, like usually you see some more mistakes toward the end of the day when they've been playing like, yeah, 7 hours of Magic. You got to keep your energy up. I mean, there's been many pros and other people have talked about this at length. You know, it's one of the aspects of playing competitive Magic you have to respect. You learn these things as you play tournaments and you realize, holy shit, I haven't eaten in 5 hours, 6 hours already. Like, I got to eat something, even though I'm not hungry because my adrenaline, you don't feel it, right? When I'm on adrenaline, I just am... I don't even notice I haven't eaten in 7 hours or whatever. And then when I think about it, I'm like, oh yeah, I'm kind of hungry. Damn it. It's weird. So, but you know, even though you don't notice it, it's still affecting you. You've got to keep your energy up, you know, stay hydrated, of course. Streamers know this as well, right? I've done 24-hour streams. I have to kind of make sure I go, oh, I got to eat. It's been like 6, 8 hours, 7 hours, whatever. I got to eat something and keep kind of eating just random things throughout the stream. Another sold out. Yeah, he took a ton of black removal. So just kill everything .deck is valid and limited, viable. So now we're going to see Legend of Yang Chen because the Kenta has no board here. So he's going to have to make some kind of play. Yeah. So he's going to eat the 3-drop, the Raiders on the right. And then he's going to draw 3 next turn, let the opponent draw 3. That's the interesting one. We know that... yeah, Derek is drawing cards off their land, plus the clue here. So whenever you're wondering, should I use a symmetrical effect? Who's benefiting from this more? When it comes to casting like a Wheel of Fortune, or you know, letting your opponent draw 3 cards so that you can draw 3, the person with less cards in their hand is obviously benefiting more than the person who has more cards in their hand, right? I think that's the general rule of thumb here. So I'm going to see, he's going to draw 3 cards. Now he needs to find action. The context has changed here now that Derek's played a big thing. Okay. Draw. He's thinking, do I want to give my opponent 3 cards? But I think you have to draw 3 cards now. Look at this board. So we'll see what he does. I don't know what else is in his deck. That's what he's thinking right now. He's racing through his mind going, what do I need to draw here? How do I get out of this? Yeah, of course. So he draws 3, even though Derek only has 1 card. Normally, now it's symmetrical. He didn't get an advantage there. But if Derek had 4 cards and he had 1, you definitely draw 3. Always draw 3. But when I see people play online, on Arena, I have less cards than them. And they play some symmetrical effect, or something triggers, and we both draw cards. And they let me draw the cards so that they can draw the cards. And I'm like, but I have less cards. If you have more cards than your opponent, do not let them draw cards. Right? But I see people do that on Arena and stuff. In this case, he had to do it. It wasn't, you know, all the things I'm saying go out the window. But when that kind of effect is on the stack, that's the kind of thing that a lot of players who aren't as experienced go, what should I do here? Like, should I let us both draw 3? It's like, well, this is one of the metrics you should use to evaluate whether you should or not. Who has more cards? And then, of course, it goes on from there. There's a million contextual factors that go into it as well. But yeah, I mean, he's going to decimate the other guy's hand, especially if you're playing a bunch of discard like the Connoisseur there. You know, letting your opponent draw cards, if you draw a discard effect, is not so bad. Okay, so he doesn't even kill this thing. He makes it a 1/2. He needs to get some bodies on the board for that Abandoned Air Temple to be good. And this is why I rank the green temple above the white temple in Limited, even though the white one's a bomb. They're both bombs. I think the green one is better from all these kinds of positions where you're behind, right? The white one is almost win more in a way. The ceiling is higher because you can put way more power on the board at once, but you need a board. If you don't have a board, it's just sitting there doing literally nothing. Okay, Derek's trying to end this before that Saga flips and kills him. Derek's got a shit ton of removal, but he's used a lot. Heartless Act, Epic Downfall, 2 sold outs. I think he's got 1 more sold out for sure. The Azula's thing. Yeah, 2 sold outs. Yeah, it's hard for me to see here, but the Shouldered Enchantment combo would have been great. Yeah, sure. Look at Sholdred just rolling in her grave here. She leaves standard, and black did not show up to this Pro Tour. I mean, there's that Golgari deck, but all the big decks are the Jeskai colors. It's kind of crazy. And green. There's like very few... Like, this is limited, of course, but I'm talking about Constructed. In Constructed, there's very few decks playing black. Shoulder just spinning in her grave. What is my legacy that I left you with? Isn't Unholy Annex still legal? Yeah, no. Not good enough against Into the Flood Maw, I'm afraid. Goes to 8. Oh, what happened? Did he find removal? Oh, he had another sold out. The 3rd sold out. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I think he had 1 more in his deck, right? Geyser Leaper? Ugh, he's got Geyser Leaper in his hand. That thing's atrocious, but it does damage, so you got to play it, right? Yep. This is why he you know, when you're playing a card like this, it's because he didn't get enough ways to end the game. He has to play something like this and hope it's good enough. I mean, it does loot, but he's already got the looting land that does it cheaper, right? I like some of the waterbending stuff. You know, the Kyoshi Battle Fan looks a lot better when you're playing Geyser Leaper in your deck and all that stuff as well. But Geyser Leaper sucks. Like, that's the problem. The Spirit is good. The Spirit's fine. It's, like, not amazing, but it's better than Geyser Leaper. But after that, I don't know what the other waterbending cards he's playing are. Ooh, the Beetle off the top, so he's empty-handed now. And Quench being useless here. We're going to see Quench get looted very quickly. Yeah, he's going to be waterbending. Okay, he found a land. And as soon as he finds a better spell, that Quench is hitting the yard. What does he rip? And draw again. Draw again. I use that Temple right now. That's the first thing he's going to do. He wants more information. He knows the land's irrelevant here, right? So it's just a question of how much mana do I leave, or which colors do I leave up? He figures it out. He's going to leave up double black. Interesting. Yeah, he's got the island in hand, so if he draws another land, he tosses the swamp or the other island, plays island. Actually, I would probably just loot away the second island or second land. Yeah, he leaves up double black because he's got the island in hand. But see how carefully he's thinking about this, because right now he's thinking about what are my outs, and if I draw, you know, something specific here, do I need double black? Do I need double blue? Like, what do I actually need to find here? What did he tap mana for? Does that guy have an activated ability? I forget. Oh, to equip it? Oh, he equipped the fan. Really? Oh, Kenta's at 3 life. I see. Okay. Kenta has no cards in hand? Kenta's at 3 life with no cards in hand? Why didn't he attack with the team? Block. I guess 1, 2 could be. Yeah, it doesn't kill him. It puts him to 1. Huh. But then if, but then he as long as the other guy doesn't die. If that the 1-drop black creature on Kenta's side dies, he loses a life. That's very relevant here. So, but he could block in such a way that, yeah, he wouldn't lose that guy, right? No, he should have alpha struck there. That was lethal. Because actually, there's no way this 2/2 can't block the 1/1. Oh, I guess he could block this guy. Block. No, I think he had the alpha strike there to win, but yeah, he gets it anyway. That was interesting. I think the other guy was priced into blocking a bigger creature with that black 1-drop, and I think Derek forgot that the black 1-drop does the last point of damage when it dies. So that was lethal no matter how you slice it. Yeah, he had to put both of his creatures on the 2-power creatures this guy was attacking with, allowing the 2 1-power creatures to put him to 1, which means he's going to lose his 2/2 no matter what, right? You don't understand? What do you mean? If you play Arena, you know how to play Paper Magic. It's the same thing. It's like Morse code. I mean, the cards are all the same. They're all the same card. I mean, you might not play Limited, so you might not know all of these cards, but that's why I encourage everybody to play Limited. But you mean, like, I don't know what you mean. I think I would say alchemy cards are the closest thing to undecipherable, hard to understand magic cards. Like when a card has 15 sides, that's when you lose me. I'm just like, what the fuck is this? To me, alchemy is Morse code. The layout. Oh, you mean the way people put where they put their cards? I mean, it is similar to Arena. They put, Arena's locked like that. People can't just put their lands wherever they want. But like the lands on the bottom, usually you play your creatures in front of you, closest to your opponent, because that's where the red zone is. They kind of visualize the red zone. They have a red thing in the middle of the play mat or whatever that they're using for on the camera. But you put your non-creature permanents usually to the right and above or left or wherever you want to put them. This is where it gets interesting. You can put them wherever, but usually you keep your non-creature permanents away from your creatures. You keep your lands away from your non-creature permanents. Like, you don't clump different categories of cards together. There's the graveyard. You see where the graveyard is, usually right under the deck. Some people put it next to the deck. Some people put it on top of the deck. There's still no rule regarding where you have to put your graveyard, but usually you'll see people put exiled cards above their deck, graveyard under their deck. That's the standard. That's what I recommend everybody do. I stagger my graveyard. I think everybody should do that in Paper Magic. So the layout of your graveyard is usually 2 or 3 cards next to each other, like slightly overlapping. 3, and then the next row of 1, 2, 3, and then the next row of 1, 2, 3. As long as you can see the top left corner of every card, you should be able to glance at your graveyard. I see 9 cards, 3 rows of 3, and I can see the top corner of every single one. I know exactly what's in my graveyard at a glance. That's how you should play Magic, even when you're not playing a Reanimator deck. Do it all the time, and then that way your opponents never know what you're playing, if you're playing Reanimator or not. Just like if you look at the top card and then put it in your hand, draw the top card, look, put it in your hand. If you give a pause there, your opponents might think you have miracles in your deck. You know what I mean? You're just throwing your opponents off by always playing in the most open way possible. The correct way. It's simply the correct way to play the game. There are people who don't do this and say it doesn't matter, and they're well-known pros. They do well without doing this stuff. But a lot of the pros, that's how they watch how they play. You could do worse than play like a Japanese pro who's like super technically proficient and looks at every card. He's not playing miracles, obviously, in standard, but it's just that's how you should always do it. No accidents. I don't ever accidentally draw 2 cards. You don't see them just paw a bunch of cards off the top of their deck like an amateur. That said, I do see pros who paw a bunch of cards off the top, and I'm like, oh my god, okay. But even among the pro community, there are sloppy players and there are not sloppy players, right? I'm sure these guys who play against each other all the time know, this guy's a very good player. I'm not going to underestimate him because he doesn't draw the way I draw. But at the same time, I think if you're speaking about what is objectively correct, there's just a correct way to do it, and then there's every other way. So whatever works for you, go for it, but really try to be the as technically correct as you can, and that's, you can never do bad doing that, right? You're never gonna have judge calls against you. You're never gonna have people thinking you're cheating. You're never gonna have sloppy, usually it's judge calls, right? For any number of different reasons. You're just gonna have less of those if you play tight. That's what playing tight means. Yeah, that's pretty good. I was looking at some of those win rates. Those are a little weird. Day 1 conversion rates, right? Like day 1 win rates. Day of the Black Sun promo. All right, I'm gonna get a drink. I'll be right back. What are they showing here? So Derek's 8-0 after the first round of draft, huh? Ray Zhang. CFT Sock's really good at limited. I think, where's Jason Yee? Jason Yee is on the same team, and that dude is amazing at limited. My God. Treats. Oh, let's get Neo some treats. Good call. Hold on. Neil, come here, bud. Hey, how you doing? Have a seat. Close. Good boy. What a good boy. Look at this. Oh. Looks good, right? Little piece of beef jerky. You go. All right. And hang out with Neo here. Let's put him on the screen. There he is. Oh, is that good? If you stay, I'll get you one more. You're gonna stay there? One more treat? I hate Gemini. I hate it. It just recorded my voice while I was yakking about something. Oh my God. It captured my voice and it opened some window that said, do you want to save this voice file? What the fuck? I've disabled Gemini on everything I could on my phone. It's still on there, but he wasn't qualified? No shit. Wow. I don't know. I thought he top 8 at a pro tour a couple pro tours ago, but maybe you miss one and you're out? Wow, that's wild. Okay. Stay. Stay there, bud. Hey. I can't find his he's got this toy I wanted to break up here, but oh, let's listen to this guy.
Obviously loved the first pick. Had a weird pick between a white and a blue card, pick 2, and those are the 2 color pairs I like the most. I like Orzhov and Jameer quite a bit. I feel like black is very deep and it's very easy to find a lane there. As the draft went on, late in pack 2 started seeing a lot more good white cards late, and kind of had regrets as far as where it was. But overall, very happy. Was able to cobble enough creatures together just in time for the end of the draft to put together a pretty solid deck, in my opinion.
Well, it is clearly solid enough. A win still on the top of the leaderboard. Derek Davis, everybody.
Yeah, he barely got enough creatures. That's why he's playing that shitty 5-drop, right? Anywho. Who the world champion is, right? A team approach to limited.
Limited is such an important part of a tournament like the World Championships, so I wanted to learn more about how a team like Team Cosmos Heavy Play gets ready. Definitely joined the captain of the team, Anthony Lee, to tell us more about it. Anthony, tell us about how your team got ready for this event.
All right, so our particular approach for this event, and I think in general, is that I wanted to combine world-class data experts with world-class Magic players. I feel that there's not a ton of overlap in that usually, but by combining them, which is, I guess, what a team does, we could really get something special there. So, in particular, we recruited David Rood, who I think is an amazing limited player. He lives and breathes draft specifically, and he has such a brilliant way of cutting down everything in a way that is easily understandable. He really just gets straight to grips with what matters in a limited format, and with Circovitz. For those who don't know, who hosts the Magic Numbers
Circovitz.
podcast, and he's
on
a
their
great
pro
fan of
team?
17 Lands Data, which I'm sure that you've all heard about. And having those two minds combine gives us all kinds of perspective on Limited, I think. And we have in between Mark Anderson, who features on Call of Calls set reviews, and he is a nice balance of both understanding data and being a fantastic Magic player. That's not to suggest that Sierkovitz is not a fantastic Magic player, but he is one of the best in the world in data, right? He is a genuine data academic, and we have World Championship competitors. So combining all of those really gives us what I hope to be a big edge in Limited.
That's certainly an innovative approach, so that should be fun to watch how that kind of unfolds.
Innovative? Looking at the data? I don't know about that.
Things that teams do right before it's time to get ready for these.
Thought they were wrapping up.
How do you guys approach those?
Well, I think the traditional team limited meeting, that you and I might have known from years back, would be to sit through a grueling 6-hour session where we go over every card. But Magic's different nowadays. Draft is different nowadays, and the necessity of communicating basic information to everybody is much less now. I think I expect people to kind of done the readings before they come to class, so we can get into the real deep things. So I don't need to tell you if a card is good. You can look that up yourself, and you can have done so many drafts before we have these meetings. But we can talk about how the archetypes really work at the very deepest level, how they interact with each other, what matters, what changes. We can be really context sensitive with our analysis, and I think that's the real value of these meetings where we come together. So yeah, I think
very intelligent
nowadays can be a lot
response.
more efficient than they used to be because we have so much a much higher baseline knowledge.
So we combine data with limited masters. We have shorter and more
makes
efficient.
it interesting.
And now you apply that to this tournament. What were your findings? How ready are you?
Well, I hope we're ready. But yeah, the biggest takeaway that we had, I think everybody kind of agrees on the baseline things, like the best colors are white and blue, for example, and the weakest color is black. But it's not to a huge degree. I think people tend to overstate these things, and I do think
Thank
they're a
you.
little bit overstated. White is
That's what I always say on my limited
but it's not
streams.
huge.
Yeah,
the biggest thing
do
for us
not
was how important
take
the
that
gameplay
as
was
gospel.
and really getting into the details of the game.
Yeah, that interests
More
me.
so
I want to
than
hear
most
more
of the
about
formats
that.
I remember recently, the small decisions can really cost you later. So which land you earthbend might end up mattering. Like, which one you earthbend on turn 4 might end up costing you on turn 8 when it changes, like which mana you have up, or like which house the sizing matters a lot. So earthbend 2, like do you earthbend onto your existing creature, like is 2/2/2s, or is 1/4/4 better? Not clear, but that stuff that makes Magic really interesting. The questions that aren't clear, and I think Avatar Limited has so many of those gameplay decisions that aren't really clear, and you're not going to find out for a little while inside the game. That I really love it, and I think that's what matters the most in this limited format.
Well, we are
Very
looking
smart.
forward to watching.
I love it. Absolutely. And I agree with everything he said. And I've already said a lot of that myself on my channel when I was drafting. I was talking about earthbending in exactly the same way. It's so weird. Like, you really have to know, do I pump this thing? Do I make another thing? I have Daily Agents in my deck. Oh, I want to go wider. This opponent has a 4/4 and I need a 5/5 or whatever it is. Yeah, those things. But I want him to, he's not going to tell me what conclusions they came to, but I want to hear, okay, so with all that in mind, what are the things that you guys learned? When is it better to go wide versus go tall? When is it better to airbend my thing versus my opponent's or whatever? Yeah, there's a lot of those decisions in this limited format that make it interesting, but I want to hear what were the conclusions you came to? He's just talking about the things they tried to figure out. I'd love to hear what they actually said at the end was, okay, do this at this time. But again, it's just to get a guideline, right? Because nobody can really give you a primer to say, hey, always play this card like this, right? That's not how Magic works. It's always context-based. But yeah, getting used to the fact that, okay, I need to think 3 turns ahead here. Should I earthbend my dual land? Because I'm going to sack it to draw a card, and then it comes back, and I can sack it again to draw another card? Or should I do this Rumble Arena because I need Vigilance? Do I do, Ooh. These guys both won round 1. Really good. Todd Stevens, that's it. Yeah, thank you. I couldn't remember his name. Sure. I thought he prefers no pronouns. It. Yeah, that's right. Excuse me. It is still a weird one for me. I can't, it's hard for me to get used to calling someone it. I'm happy referring to people as them and they, but it is almost too weird for me. Like I can't get like my head around it. To call someone it. I prefer not to use that term. It's a little too alien for me. I don't know. Or like not it's just I don't know. It's so far beyond like genders and gender identity and stuff to me. It's like I don't know. But I would call them they them. Who has the best deck? I don't know. I'm trying to figure that out. There's a great link GoCalper posted. If you want to know what the best deck is currently, check right there. It says all of the decks and how they break down. So you can go in here, conversion rates. You can look like 58% win rate is at Lessons right now, 23 decks. You can see the record of each individual player here. You can see which ones are playing Monument in their deck, which ones are not. You can even see spicy cards that they might be playing, which I think is kind of funny. Too spicy. Whoa. Double spice. See, I don't think Quantum Riddler, I don't think some of these cards are that spicy, but it depends on your level of spice. Triple spice! But this dude went 0-4. So you can copy the deck lists. I think that's a sweet little site. That's made by GoCalper. So you can actually see in real time what the win rates are. I'm just going to wait till the tournament's over, and then somebody out there will compile all the data. Somebody does all the legwork, and then I just get to copy their notes basically and just look and go, okay, that's the results. Great. Don't have to do any of the legwork. Hey Nano, what's up? Oh, nice. 2-1-1. I didn't know you were RCQing. What's the format? What are you playing? Oh, standard you said. Sorry, I thought yeah, RCQ might be sealed. Standard. Okay, nice. What are you playing, Nano? What deck? Hey Mo Goblin, you mean calling someone it? I know, right? Like, yeah. It almost sounds dehumanizing. That's why I don't like it. I just don't like, I mean, hey, if that's what you prefer to be called, I'll try, but it's really hard to get my brain to do it. I mean, I still struggle to always try and never assume people's genders, you know, when I can't see them, I don't know who they are. Like, somebody says, my doctor is blah, blah, blah. I don't say, is he a good doctor? Like, so many people do that with certain professions and things still, you know? I try and, I don't want to be that annoying person, though, who's always, like, correcting, like, my parents like still don't always think about that stuff. Sometimes I'll be like, you know, could be a she or whatever. My dad, oh yeah, of course, yes, you're right. You know, he has no problem with it. He's like, yes, that too. He just forgets to always do it. Like he's too entrenched. You know, his brain is too hardwired. Mine is too, though. I grew up in the '80s, and nobody gave a shit about any of that stuff back then. Even now, I really dislike when people use the R word, but I have a lot of friends who still say the R word, and I'm just like, as soon as somebody uses that in casual conversation, my opinion of them drops. Just drops. When somebody says it in my chat, I say, yeah, okay, I know what you mean, but in the future, just like, don't use that word. And that's not me being like, some like, oh God, okay, fine, you know. Like, it's officially recognized as a slur. You're using a slur. It's right up there with racial slurs, you know, sexual identity slurs, you name it. Don't use it. It's a slur. It's officially recognized as a slur by most, you know, advanced countries in the world. So I don't care if like, oh, come on, it's not that bad. I've been saying this all my whole life. So have I. I said that word all the time. At least half of my life. Until I was maybe in my 30s, like 10 years ago, 15 years ago, that's when I started being more aware of it. I think it actually officially became a slur in the United States in 2008, 2009, somewhere around that. And Canada was before that, I think, actually, Europe and stuff. So, you know, as soon as somebody says it, my opinion of them drops. Like, I'm just like, oh, you're, okay. You don't understand what you're saying. And if I had somebody bring this up before, and I was like, yeah, but, you know, I don't really take what that guy says, like, you know, very serious. Like, that guy's kind of an ignorant idiot. Why do you say that? Well, I don't know. For one, he drops the R word all the time. Well, that makes him an idiot? Yeah. It makes him totally unaware and a selfish asshole. Yes. You not understand that? Maybe you're a selfish asshole too. Think about it. And then get back to me. Some people just don't see it that way. You know, to them, go find some old person who thinks the N word is not a slur. There's probably, you know, people like that, right? It's fucking ridiculous. But they're okay. Yeah, I say they, them a lot. Yeah. I felt the Lessons is better with Drake Hatchers and Ral Crackling Wit. Yeah, could be, Nano. So what were you playing? You're playing Is It Lessons, but no Riddlers or Monuments or Talents. Yeah. I kind of agree. I think that's what I was saying yesterday watching this guy, watching Sam Pardee play Constructed. I was just kind of thinking like, yeah, that deck just looks like it has too many points of failure. Like the Monument is expensive and doesn't do anything. It's got to be in play and then something else has to happen before it starts doing something, right? So just getting it bounced was so devastating. Like Jean-Emmanuel Deprat beat him in game 1. I think he ended up winning the match, Sam Pardee, but in game 1, he had like turn 2 Artist Talent, turn 3 Monument. I just thought, oh boy, here we go, you know? But no, Jean-Emmanuel just into the Flood Maw, untap, attack a bunch, into the Flood Maw, like keeps attacking, and you know, the game went on for a while, but he ended up winning it. Anyway, I just think you're right. I agree with you, I think. I think the one that's more proactive, low to the ground, and just like redundant, consistent is better than the one that's got maybe a higher upside, but is less consistent because you're playing 3 mana artifacts that don't do anything. Sorcery speed cards that, you know, just get bounced for 1 mana, you get blown out. But the R word was a medical term? Oh yeah, sure. And I mean, yeah, words changed meaning over time and stuff. Many words before were not offensive, now they are. Vice versa. You know, it's like calling... I have friends who still like, that's gay as shit. It's like, what? Why? Like, not only... They don't understand why it's offensive, first of all, but also just for linguistically speaking, it's the stupidest, like, way to describe something, what, that you don't like or something? Like, it's so dumb. But there are people who still talk like this. It's like, I don't know. Blows my mind a little bit, but depends where you go, right? People who live in bubbles that everybody else is like them mostly, they don't change, right? So 35 players, nice. The Monument makes it too clunky, I agree, yeah. So that was kind of what I was saying yesterday during their match. Anyway, I'm kind of watching this limited match play out in like in the back of my mind here. It's basic stuff so far. I keep forgetting to look at their hands all the time. Like before, you never used to know exactly what was in a player's hand. They kind of had, like, there's somebody sitting off to the left and right here, right? One of the people's on a person's on a laptop, and they're giving updates in real time to the commentators so that Marshall and Paul know what's going on, and the person at the prompter knows what to put up on that display, right? But they're getting that information from someone sitting next to the players, and depending how the players are playing, like they draw their card, they put it face down, the way like Derek just did. The person to the laptop person just doesn't know what they have. They have to wait for them to pick up their hand again, and oh, not yet. Okay, you know, Derek plays like me as well. I've talked about this many times. You'll see a lot of pros play like this as well. Competitive players don't hold their hand in their hands. One of the first things you learn is put your cards down. Don't even look at them. Examine the board. Examine everything. Look at their graveyard. Look at all the things on the board first. Some people are, like, new players are very focused on what's in their hand, and they rarely put their hand down. Very experienced players always put their hand down immediately when they're not taking actions, game actions. When they pass the turn, like go to combat here. I mean, they already know what they're gonna do, right? Okay, the full 5 mana. Interesting. But yeah, now that I know what's in my hand, like if you're a new player, you're constantly like, what's in my hand again? Experienced players know exactly. They're tracking what's in their hand. They just put their hand down. You know, I remember leveling up my game with that a long time ago when I came back to Magic, and I didn't play like that. But when I started watching footage from Pro Tours and stuff, I realized, oh, that's why all these guys I think are really good at Magic do that too. I'm like, okay, I should probably do that. You know, even the way you arrange your lands like this, I do the same thing. Now that's different everywhere you go. Some people like keep them separate the way Sam is doing. Some people put them in groups of 2 or 3, and just multiple groups of 2 or 3, even when they have like 9, 10 lands. Some people do what I do, this method, which is all of the lands next to each other. I think it's the most efficient method, but it also hides information potentially, so it's kind of a sneaky, you know, you can't go too tight, but, you know, if you have a dual land or a tri-land, it's easy to miss it sometimes if your opponent's playing, like, my Jeskai control mana base. Imagine I'm playing Jeskai Black in a real tournament. I could easily just have lots of these lands right over top of each other, not have 2 black mana, but still play double defeat, and my opponent might miss it. You know, like, you can do sketchy things. I obviously don't ever do that. I try and actually just go black, black. I'll even say the colors sometimes. But, my cousin was in the finals of a store championship or some local tournament, and he said, hey, you want to see the tournament footage? They recorded it. They had like a feature table at my local game store, and they had a camera. I don't know if they streamed it or whatever. And I'm like, yeah, dude, you were in the finals. This was when I think it was Mono Black was the best deck. I can't remember. and the other guy was playing Sphinx's Revelation Control, and I watched their match, and I saw the guy cheat in like the second game. He had 6 mana. He only had 2 blue. He paid 2 mana to counter something, 1 blue, 1 colorless, and then he cast Sphinx's Revelation and just tapped all these lands and did it. And my cousin didn't say anything. So I said to my cousin, hey, at 2 minutes and 42 seconds or whatever, this guy cheated. Look at his mana. He doesn't have 3 blue mana, but he played 3 blue mana worth of cards. And my cousin was like, holy shit, you're right. I gotta tell the shop. Like, I gotta tell people. And they apparently confronted the guy, and like he admitted it and said it was an accident, of course, and what are you gonna do? But everybody was kind of looking at him from then on like sus as fuck, you know? But it's kind of funny. Like, ever since feature matches have been a thing, there have been so many people caught on camera cheating. It's crazy. Like, on camera, how brazen can you be, you know? And then you realize, man, if they're like doing it on camera, they must be doing it like 10 times more off camera, right? Like, they're still trying to sneak in cheats on camera. I'm sure when they're not on camera, it's like multiple cheats a game. At least they're trying to pull off, right? So it's unfortunate, but Magic is one of those games, big money, and you know, a lot of complicated gameplay and things to track. It's easy to miss stuff. If I'm better at tracking than you, maybe I slip something in that you don't notice, you know? It's unfortunate. Anyway, you don't see it very often at the Pro Tour or whatever, but there are people who have been disqualified from regional championships. I think somebody did get disqualified from the last, or a couple Pro Tours ago, and then they got let back on the Pro Tour, and there was a little bit of a, I don't know, debate among players as to like, should they let this person back into the Pro Tour? They literally got caught cheating at the last one, you know? It's not a very well-known player. I don't even know if they still are playing in a Pro Tour, but this was a couple of years ago. I think if you get caught blatantly cheating, you should receive at least a 2-year ban, if not longer. Like, that's almost long enough to just force this person out of the game, in a way. But that said, you know, Bertoncini was banned for 2 years, right? He came back, had to be banned again. Like, I don't know. But a few years back, someone stacked lands on on their opponent's top of the deck in the German national final. Stacked lands? You mean while they were shuffling, or how did they stack lands? I mean, I played Plow Under back in the day. Plow Under is pretty good. That's how you put lands on your... But you mean they like shuffling and they did it? Wow. Yeah, I mean, in poker, the term for somebody like that is a mechanic. A mechanic is somebody who's very deft with cards. Like David Blaine level, you know, magician level, like they can like manipulate decks and shuffle and just tuck a card exactly 3 cards deep, just like doing it so fast that you would just think they're shuffling, but they're actually stacking the deck, right? This is most Magic tricks. Some people get so good at being a mechanic, they're such good mechanics that they can slip things through. Like, I can even do some basic stuff. I don't know. I could take a bunch of cards here. You guys want to see some tricks? Let me see. I just need 4 cards here. Let me see. I've got random tokens. So let me, okay. This is a very basic example. I don't know if you can see this. You're bored with my tricks, right, bud? I might be able to... Okay, hold on a second. I'm going to take Neo's cam. Okay, you guys can see, right? Ignore the wire. Okay, I've got 4 tokens here, right? Look, 1... These are insect tokens, Magic the Gathering tokens, right? Maybe I should switch to my other screen so you guys can see this easier. I don't know. 1... Here, I'll show them on camera. 1 insect, 2 insects, a human. My green screen's doing all weird shit. Human and insect. So I've got 4 cards here. 3 of them are insects. 1 of them is a human, right? You can see that? That's it. So if I do this and I go... sorry, I should keep it on camera, but the back are slivers or whatever, but these are the backs of the cards, right? I have 4 cards here, right? Watch. Is that an insect? Yes? Is that an insect? Yes. Is that an insect? Yes. This must be the human, right? But that's not a human. So there's 4 insects here? Right? Where did the human go? This is the back. These are the backs of the cards. You want to see them again? I can show you again if you like. Insect. Insect. Human. Oh. Oops, I got the order wrong. Hold on. It's been a while. So 4 cards, 1 human, 3 insects. Insect? Yes. I don't even need to do this, really. Insect? Yes. Insect? Yes. Insect? Yes. So the human is here. It's the first one, but I didn't show it to you. I showed you something else, right? That's like basic sleight of hand. All I'm doing is you put the card you want to hide second, and then when you stack them like this, I know that the bottom card is not a human, but I know that the next one is a human, right? This is the human. It's second. So when I go, is that the card? And you say no, I do this, and very subtly, I just take the second card. I just take the human out instead of what I just showed you. You know what I mean? So I could just show you the same card multiple times and take out the one I want and not show you. Like, this is the most basic trick, right? And I'm doing it sloppily here, trying to show it on camera, but you get the gist of it, right? It's essentially just a sleight of hand. So as soon as I stop showing you the top of the card, and the way I'm holding the cards all allow me to pull the second card out when I only show you the front card, and that way I'm switching the order. What I put down isn't what I showed you, right? Like shit like that. You can do all kinds of stuff like this. In Magic, it's very hard to do this. Like in a game, I'm not a mechanic. I'm not, but I know people who are. They're very good. And poker, it's a big deal. People like sloppily cheating, like dealing off the bottom and stuff like that is super easy to spot, but only if you know what you're looking for. At a shitty game, like you can do some garbage cheating like that in poker, and a lot of people won't even know. A shitty game, I mean like a friendly game, like nobody's serious about poker, just a bunch of dudes. Somebody who's a mechanic goes in there, just like cleans up like over and over. If it gets too suspicious, they probably get kicked out of the game, but you know what I mean? Ooh, Sam Party he's on red-white, right? Is he? Yeah, he's got red cards in his hand. Oof. Does he have the Lotus card? Oh, color screwed. That is devastating. Wow, Derek steals one there, I think. He knows, too. He's like, I only won that game because he knows in game 1 he was Party's white-red. Yikes. Party had so many cards in his hand, you know that half of them were red there if you're the opponent. Ooh, he mulled to 5? No, okay, good. The cards are still coming in. Okay. Keeps on 7. They both keep. Yeah. Sam's deck looks solid. Very good. Yeah, that card's incredible. And Suki is a mythic or a rare? I can't remember. I think it might be just rare, but very, very good. Team Avatar is good. Ooh, discard Mountain? Yeah. What does he rip? Planes off the top. Suki. Other creatures get +1/+0 whenever a permanent you control leaves the battlefield. Make a 1/1 ally. A permanent you control. So even when a token dies, you get a token back. Like that's bananas. It's rare, not mythic. Yeah. And a 3-mana 2/4 is a decent body. It's going to be tough for red cards to kill it, but blue-black Derek Davis here has a ton of black removal, which doesn't give a shit about the size of your creature. So sold out, you know, he just needs to make some land drops. He's only got 1 land drop here, so he needs to find another land. Maybe he boomerang basics just to draw a card here. He could boomerang his own Corrupt Court Official and then replay it off a land if he rips a land. Or he's got a swamp in hand. He'll be able to replay the official anyway, but I'd be trying to maybe find... Oh, he's got the bear, okay. 2 lands off the top. Okay, he needs a land here. Because his removal is 4 mana. Trading down for Suki feels bad, but what you gotta do. Gonna turn them into elves? That would be hilarious. Yeah. You know, somebody yesterday made a good point about the what is it called? The electric pad that Sam is using. Was it Meerkat? Meerkat mentioned that yeah, he's listening to something outside. What's out there, bud? Why is this suddenly Tapia? Like, I don't know what happened to the camera. Oh, there, I fixed it. Such a piece of crap. I was showing up close here. Now the lighting changed, so it suddenly goes like sepia or something. Oh, shit. Why? He just loves it when everybody's here, Battlegander. Treats? Okay, he did get some treats earlier, but I can always give him more. Ew. You want a treat, bud? You want a treat? Okay, you stay. Stay, and I'll get you one. Stay. Ooh, got good ones for you. Sorry, get a little full frontal there. Take a look at my crotch. All right, here we go. There you go, bud. Battlegander. Oh, boy. Giving him some jerky. It's like a little brittle. It's really brittle beef jerky, like very brittle. But he loves it. You chop it up, the small pieces. Most treats are almost like too big to give him in one shot, you know? Better to give him little pieces at a time. He likes it. You're a good boy, bud. Yes. Give him some more in a second here. So what's happening? So no fourth land, right? Yeah, he missed. Sam's got his fourth as a 3/3 here. Yeah, Suki's just taking over the game at this point, right? Any permanent that disappears just makes another 1/1. Silly. Yeah, no problem. He's a good boy. Right, bud? So? Why am I getting so many? Oh. No. Because I'm super cute. Life is easy when you're super cute, right, bud? Everybody just buys you drinks at the bar? So jealous. Anyway. Dog, you know, you just give him the best life you can, and it makes you feel good. That's altruism. People can do that with other humans too, believe it or not. More people need to do that. Treat other living things with respect and dignity. It's very, very easy. All he wants is love. When I give him love, he gives me everything. He gives everything for that. That's all he wants. At no point is he more happy than when we're all together. Me, my wife, and my sister-in-law in the same room. He's so happy. That's him at his happiest. It's so funny. Right now, the two people who are currently living in my house are not home. So he's in here with me just because he wants company. But he's not happy right now because he doesn't like this room, but we're not all here. Any little noise at the door, he'll be like, huh? Like he doesn't know if it's my, sister-in-law or wife coming home. And yeah, he's staring out that way right now, I think because of that. Somebody moved around in the hallway. But there's a famous Winston Churchill quote. He apparently had a lot of respect for pigs. And he said something along the lines of, I'm very fond of pigs. You know, dogs look up to us. Cats look down on us, which is true. I've owned cats. But pigs see us as equals. And I think it's very true. And yes, pigs are super smart, right? I've seen you see videos online sometimes of people with pet pigs. I always kind of wanted a pig, like a little, like they're smart. You can train them. They're, you know, they're clean. They're like, people get this idea that they're disgusting or something because they'll roll around in mud and eat shit, and they'll eat anything, right? But I don't think you, yeah, it's a great quote. Yeah, dogs look up to us. Yeah, dogs will come back to you with its tail between its legs, even if you abuse that animal, which is why it's so sad. Like animal abuse, dogs just put up with it, and they're, you know, they just want to be part of the pack. It doesn't matter that you're abusing them, you know. Cats, on the other hand, like you piss off a cat once, it'll never forget. Believe me, my grandma's cat hated us. Muffler. She hated us. She was black, completely black, like a muffler on a car from Winnipeg. And Muffy, she hated us because we tore, like as a kid, I chased that cat. I remember I sprayed Windex at the cat at one point. And, you know, I was a stupid little boy. I mean, I got punished for it. I remember it was not good. But that cat never forgave me. Even like 15, that cat lived to be 19 years old or something. So it would have been like 15, 16 years later, or 14 years later. You know, I'm in my 20s or whatever. That cat would never let me touch it or come close to it. Like, not once. Cat no means no. Yeah, cats do not fuck around. Dogs are, they just want love no matter what. They're not, you don't have to earn their love. They will give it to you. You just have to basically not treat them like shit. But even people who treat their animals like shit, the dog still like tries to love you and stuff. It's, anyway, depressing. Let's not talk about that. But at the same time, big combat here. Oh boy, Derek at 2. I think this is over. The best deck won. I think Sam's deck is way better. I think Derek stole that game too. But yeah, he was missing that land drop. Look at that. He milled 2 lands. I said that turn I would have boomeranged for a land. I think had he made that land drop, he would have been able to kill Suki. As it stands, he couldn't find a 4th land to play his removal spell to kill Suki. And I think he's saying right now that dude milled 2 islands and I never saw another land and I lost. It's like, yeah, I think I would have played that turn differently. I was actually saying boomerang basics the Suki to reset, or boomerang your own guy, draw, play a land, play the 2-drop, make them discard, untap, play 4th land, kill Suki, right? But oof. Sam's deck looks fantastic. I guess he's going to be in the next round here. But, oh, Neo bounced. Okay. Not enough. Self-conscious. He knows what I'm talking about him, and he's like, all right, I'm out of here. What was I going to say? Oh, and there's still treats here. Didn't want any more? Ori always with the colorful shirt. Love it. She looks so classy all the time. She looks like she's announcing like a polo event or something. She looks way classier than everybody else. No offense to everybody else, but all right, CFT Sock versus Tony. Oh, I've seen this guy a few times at Pro Tours. I think he's a regular on the Pro Tour. She does look classy, yeah. Rejan, combo for the sake of combo, just loves building and playing combo decks, and we all benefit because they are awesome at building very good decks in Standard especially, but even in Pioneer and some other formats when that was relevant, but mostly Standard, and a very good limited reputation, a really good drafter. I think got a lot better probably drafting with Jason Yee on the same team. They collaborate a lot, right? Kyoshi Battlefan on turn 2, yeah. In early access, I thought Kyoshi Battlefan was actually pretty good in a bunch of decks, like Waterbending obviously specifically. But this is a time-lapsed match, so we're not going to get to see what's in their hand. But then the early like week or two that content creators were talking about it, all of them were down on it. They were all saying Battlefan was not that good and, you know, wasn't worth picking and shouldn't be in your deck. And I was like, oh, I guess I was wrong. But then now they're back on it as a good card again. So I think maybe we were right. And the data finally caught up. I don't trust data all the time. No land. Okay, 4-2. I don't know if that's what he wanted here. I think he's looking for a green source. A little bit awkward to play that thing for 4 mana there, but this is limited acute. Yep. How you doing? 3 stream streak. Thank you, buddy. Dimir bounce list up top? I don't know, but check this out. This link is very sweet. That is all the decks, the win rates of all the different decks in real time. So that's their current record, all the people in the Pro Tour, the deck they're playing in Constructed, not Limited. It's only for Constructed. It's made by somebody, a friend of the channel, somebody who's been in my channel for a while. I guess I could shout them out. I keep forgetting. They stream. Not Go Calper, Yo Calper. Yeah, Yo Calper apparently made that website. That's awesome. My least... Did I say that? I don't think I said it was my least favorite deck. Where did you get that idea? I talk shit about all the decks equally. I don't even know if I have a least favorite. There's a bunch of bad ones. But I think Temur Otters is... I don't know. I want to see it in action. It was pretty bad last time that came out on the Pro Tour. It's a different world, though, now. I don't know. Maybe it's better. But the Lessons deck, I feel like, is easy to beat, but it's putting up a great win record. Dimir Bounce, I have no idea. I don't even remember... I think I played against it once on the ladder. Did I say it was bad then? I don't know. It looked mid. Well, it's Dimir. It can't be that bad. But worst deck, I think, is the green-black deck. I think that deck actually is the worst. But, or maybe airbending combo. I've never been big on the airbending combo. I feel like the combo decks that are creature-based are disrupted too easily. I mean, that's why we're not seeing Kona Omniscience in this tournament, right? Nobody's playing it, or if there are, they're in the other category, like one person. Whoa, that's one you don't see very often. Interesting. -2 to everything. That's massive here. Waterbend. Before it dies. Huh. And look at CFTSock playing all these colors. Jeez. That is something you can't attempt to do unless you're really, you know, in the right spot, making the right picks. Like when you pick those dual lands over other good cards in your colors, it's like, oof. Or, you know, like they're playing a double black card. They're blue-black, but they've got white and red splash here. So red splash I could see for Zuko, right? They must have some good Grixis card. But white as well? And to do both in one deck is bold. It's the kind of stuff Jason Yee does as well. They play like, you know, 5-color soup all the time. I ran up against them actually in the early access event. Not this time, but EOE. And Jason was playing a crazy like 5-color deck. It was wild. And he beat my ass. They beat my ass, sorry. But yeah, wasn't even close. Yeah, it's probably true, Battlegander. I want to see the Jeskai control deck in action. I think the Lessons deck is good, but I think it's easy to counter that now that it's kind of a known quantity. I think you're going to see the metagame adjust. This tournament, it seemed like a great call, though. Not a lot of decks are ready for it, I guess, in this tournament. I don't see the Jeskai or the blue-red Monument deck being a thing, but you never know. Maybe. It takes a lot of skill to pilot a deck like that properly, too. Waterbending feels like the 23rd, 24th card in the deck. Which one? That creature there? Yeah, it's pretty bad. Is that the one that's like a 2/5 that flips its power and toughness? Yeah, that's a real stinker. But again, this is what I mean. Like, finding gold in a pile of shit is why Jason Yee and CFTSock and stuff are really considered good limited players. You see them do this a lot, and they're playing a bunch of cards that are like, what? Like Ben Stark would do this, right? Like in Murders at Karlov Manor or whatever, like blue was the worst color. And Ben Stark goes on limited resources and goes, oh, I'm crushing in this format. All I'm doing is drafting blue cards. And this is how you draft the deck. The reason the win rates are so bad on 17 lands is because people don't know what to do with this card and how to make it good. So people think it's a bad common. I get all of these bad commons on the wheel every draft because nobody wants to take them because they're bad according to the data. And I take them and I know where they belong and I know what kind of deck I want to build around them and I crush. And as soon as you hear him explain it like that, you're like, yep, that's exactly it. That's it right there. And you watch somebody play a messy looking mana base like this and all this weird, like, what that 4-drop sucks, right? But hey, in that deck, it's a defensive deck trying to go long. It's playing the scroll to draw a bunch of cards, just needs to buy time. But man, 4 colors and you're trying to play scroll? 2 mountains? 2 basic mountains? Because scroll wants islands specifically. Like the more dual lands and non-islands you play, the worse that card is. Crazy deck. Finds an island. Like, that's an insane deck. Okay, that's a great one. Yep. Activate. And get to start, what is it, draw cards when a 4-power creature hits you? Yeah, Vigilance told me. Yeah, draw a card. That's a huge rip. Okay, now they're both drawing 2, but this guy's dealing 4. He's at 3 life, though. Wow. Crazy game. He's got the red removal. Oh, banger. Love that card. He probably knows exactly what he's getting. Oh, yeah, mill, right. And then he can take instant or sorcery. Is it Lightning Strike? Lightning Strike you in the face. GG. Very nice. That mana base, what is going on? 2 basic mountains. I didn't see a red card either. Wild. It's funny. Like, so again, if I see somebody on the arena ladder playing a mana base like that, I'm complaining about it to my chat. I'm just like, oh god, look at this. Like, they're getting really greedy here. They probably just got lucky, or I don't know, they got unlucky maybe to draw 2 mountains there, but they had a red spell in hand, so I guess, yeah, but I don't know. Oof. And the scroll is worse because you're playing way less basic islands, and just like, I would say that looks really bad, but knowing who is playing the deck, it means it's maybe not bad. It just means I'm not on that level and I can't see it. I don't know. I wonder what their record is after this. That would be wild if they 3-0'd the pod. Oof, that's a good start. Yeah. Not a 4-power creature though, so slightly too small to trigger the draw. Is that that's the 3-mana artifact that taps for any color. Another very, very poor card, a mediocre card by almost anyone's account. The data probably says that card has a really high or a really low win rate. A really high fail rate is what I was going to say, but makes more sense to say a low win rate on 17 lands. But again, when you know what you're doing, and Ray is playing this 5-color control deck, right? You're trying to get to the late game, it looks like. Interesting. They're splashing red for, I think it's just a removal spell. I can't tell what that card is. Activate. But again, cannot draw a card. Needs to hit with a 4-power creature. Next turn they will. Interesting. So has the instant speed removal, but is it the lesson removal? I think it only does 2 damage, right? Oh yeah, they're trying to say, yeah, you've used the thing, it's exhausted, right? You don't get to use it again. Yeah, got to keep track of that. Has a black spell. I wonder if they have a black removal spell here. I see the Beetle in hand. Good slam Beetle. It's big. But you're just going to trade Beetle for a 4/4 land that they're going to get back. That feels bad. I think that red removal spell is not big enough. Or it's a... I don't know what it is. Is it not a removal spell? I can't tell what it is. They've got blue-black duel. They've got the Beetle. They've got the tuck your card. What is this? Oh, that thing sucks. This guy has to read it. This thing's really bad. Oh my god. Yeah, Rough Rhino Cavalry. Wow. Okay, I don't know, man. Why didn't Ray tap red there? How did they get red? Didn't they have to tap their thing? I don't know, something weird. Anyway, they had a mana floating from something? I don't know what happened there. Tuck the land, pretty good. Put it on the bottom. Yeah, you're not going to put that 2 from the top, that's for sure. Yeah, to the bottom it goes. Yeah, that's a good blue spell. Now the red removal spell in Ray's hand does 4. Or 3? It's for each lesson, so it does 3 now, I think. 2 plus each lesson. Has a clue in play. Ray at 7 though. This is airbending. There it is. And now that'll trigger the enchantment. So gets draw a card here. Oof. That was a great draw. Abandoned Air Temple. Tony here splashing for the enchantment. That's a sweet splash. I like that splash. Because that enchantment's really good even in the late game. Oof. Blow up your dork. Play 3 drop. Okay, lightning strike. Shoot you in the face. I win. Nice. He's pointing at that Lost Days, going, oh, that card blew me out. Nice. Yeah. Let's try Ray. Yeah. He's... I wish I could hear their banter, but they won't be them talking.
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah,
It'll be the announcers. I want to hear how the pros talk to each other. I think they should all be like mic'd up, or there should be a mic next to the table. I wonder if they would get pissed if that was the case. I don't know if I could. It would bother me, I think, playing with knowing I'm on mic. But you said you think the Sultai Reanimator deck is awful. It is. That deck's bad. Oh, I thought you were talking about Dimir Bounce. You said Dimir Bounce, and then you said least favorite deck. The Sultai Reanimator deck I don't think is good enough. I don't think it's awful. I just think it's tier 2. It's, you know, still fine. It'll win games, but if you're trying to win worlds, I don't think you're playing Sultai Reanimator, right? I missed that. Hey, Pappy, how you doing? Hopefully you're doing well. Yep. Oh, you're out of focus. Okay. Currently. But again, doesn't mean anything until this tournament's over, right? Till tomorrow, at least. Those people could... This is still draft. I mean, they had a good day 1, but at the end of the day, half those decks could flame out, right? So we'll see. Still too early to say anything, but it is an interesting site. It keeps track of where people are currently. The other thing that you got to remember is the win rate doesn't matter when the sample size is too small. That's the other problem with that deck. I think there's only like 3 people playing it or something, so... It's like when Merfolk does well in Modern and a bunch of people come out of the woodwork and go, see, I knew it! Merfolk's good! That's what I've been telling all my friends, and nobody believes me. Now I have proof. It's like one dude played it and went 7-2. Yeah, of course he's got the best win rate because it's one guy. Like, that doesn't... When 1,000 games are played of this deck and it's got a 56% win rate, that means that deck is much better than a deck that gets 70% win rate, but only one dude played it, right? Like, that's what I mean. Well, everybody converted, right? This isn't... Nobody's eliminated yet, right? Unless somebody went 0-3-0-3. But if somebody did well in draft, you could easily convert, yeah, based on not your standard record. So, I don't know. Don't know how much that matters. But anyway, we'll see. Conversion means getting to the top 8, as far as I'm concerned. Nobody's converted anything yet. We're going to see at the end of today what decks actually convert. Because I think it's just the top 8 in day 3, right? But anyway, yeah, who knows? Maybe one of them gets lucky and sneaks through. I think it's just still too small of a sample size, but it is a small tournament. Like 5 people out of over 100? I don't know. Compare that to Jeskai Lessons, where it's like, you know, there's 24 people playing it, or I don't know how many. How many did they say? 18% of the metagame, so like, yeah, 20 people almost. You know, that deck's going to have a much bigger sample size, and that deck currently is carrying like a almost 60% win rate. That's much more impressive. That's kind of the best deck of the tournament, I think, so far. But anyway, like I said, I think a lot of these decks are only good enough as... they're only as good as your opponent's sideboard cards, right? Like Reanimator, like all you have to do is play one Graveyard Hate card and they scoop. Like if it's played at the right time, I don't know. It's like that deck... I can't get behind something that narrow. It's too easy to just immediately, like, to just crush it, right? Like Affinity in other formats or decks like that, where, you know, if people are playing a bunch of Stony Stylance and shit like that in their sideboards, then you can't play Affinity. It doesn't matter how good it is in a vacuum. If people are expecting it, it's going to lose. Dredge in Legacy, right? Same thing. I think those kind of decks, the only way that the Sultai Reanimator deck ends up being relevant is if they have a really good sideboard plan that they can sidestep into and get away from using the graveyard altogether, but not that one. That deck is way too committed to the graveyard to have another sideboard plan. It doesn't play a control deck very well, right? You don't have enough removal and card draw and stuff. But too many cards in the deck rely on the graveyard specifically, so we'll see. It wasn't a tier 1 deck going into this. I don't think it's going to be a tier 1 deck coming out, but somebody might do well with it. Corey Lack has the magic flag? Oh, I don't know. He could just be saying he doesn't want his country represented, which is, you know, a common thing a lot of people will do these days. I think they shouldn't have anybody's flag on there. Who gives a fuck where people are from? If you want to find out where somebody's from, go look them up on Wikipedia or whatever Magic website. You know, I don't think nationality to me is pointless, and I don't tie my identity to the country I was born in. That's one of this. To me, it doesn't make any difference where you're born. That doesn't make you who you are. But I know other people from other countries don't see it that way. They feel like, I'm from this country, so I'm like this. All the people I know are like this because we're from here. I come from a diverse country. I've lived in other parts of the world, so I don't know. Korea is my home in a way. Do I look Korean? No, but it's true. Just, you know, that's the way I see it. So I think the flags are, who gives a shit? I don't give a shit where any of these people are from. Why do we even bother? So I can be, hey, Max Door, look at him, he's in 4th. Go, Canada. Like, what? I don't give a shit. Great. He could be from Timbuktu. I would still be like, hey, great, he's a good player. Him being from Canada means nothing. Why do we care? But this is something that's been carried in Magic since the 90s when that kind of shit mattered or people cared about that more. Who cares these days? It's tribalistic thinking that it just draws lines between us. Who gives a shit? Doesn't matter where you're from. There's the Arne representing Torf. You proud? Mark Tobias is up there. But I don't know. I don't care about the Canadian players at all. In the Olympics, it's different. The Olympics and stuff like that, that's a country where all these different nations come together to compete. That's not what this is. Like, some nations are way outrepresented, like the United States and Japan have so many players in these tournaments. You know, imagine, like, Carl Serapis from, what is that flag? Is that, like, Latvia or something? I don't even know. I don't know that flag, actually. I know the Czech Republic flag. That's not it. I don't know where that's, Armenia? I don't know what that is. But cool, I guess? Like, I don't know. Estonia? Okay, Estonia. Cool. It doesn't, like, yeah, he's the only Estonian dude on the entire Pro Tour. He's just like, I've got the whole country relying on me to represent. It's all good, dude. Bro, I want to hear what Sam says here. He's wearing the Avatar t-shirt.
In hopes that I would open a Fire Nation drill. It worked. I opened one in pack 3, but I was red-white, so I had to take a Suki instead, which is still a great card. So it worked out pretty
Yeah.
well.
His deck looks really good.
Case, but no, rather more seriously, let's talk about
The
draft, how
fanboy
it went
shirt,
for you
yeah.
and how you feel about the deck that you've drafted.
Yeah, I'm
Tom
super
Bot.
happy with it. I took Suki
Bring out the
pack
Canadian
1,
flag.
Suki
Yes,
pack 3
yes.
is like one of the best white cards, and I just got a bunch of other good white cards, and I think my deck's just really good.
How are we feeling about a potential 3-0?
Yeah, I think I have a good chance to 3-0, and then hopefully get one more constructed round, I think, is what I've heard, and that could be that.
All right,
Yeah.
well, Sam, on your road to the top 8.
Draw your way into the
Hopefully
top
talk to you
8.
again very soon.
Thank you so much.
Ooh, he's excited.
Love Sam's
He's had a few top 8s. He's had a few very close calls to being a Pro Tour champ, and never got there. He's never won a Pro Tour. So it would be cool to see him do it. He's been around for a long time. I remember I started hearing about him and him being a good player when Birthing Pod was the best deck. And he was a big Birthing Pod. Like, it was a very skill-intensive deck to play, for those of you who remember Birthing Pod in Modern. And he played it very well. He was considered one of the best players in the world at Birthing Pod, specifically. And that kind of made his name, his claim to fame or whatever back then. That's what I remember anyway, back when those cards were legal. I think they should unban Birthing Pod, right? Like, Birthing Pod's fucking, why is it banned? It wouldn't even be good. Tombot might be worse? What? What are you guys talking about? I don't know. You're making some references that I don't get. It's funny. Battlegander and okay, I scoop. Format being so heavy, Ghost Vacuum. Yeah, Ghost Vacuum. I mean, I'm playing Kutzil's Flanker, and I've never lost a match to Reanimator that I can remember. If I drew my sideboard card, it was over. Like, they could just not beat that card. But even some of those other cards, like that Sultai Saga, is embarrassing if your opponent has no permanents on the battlefield. But yeah. Samuel Chang has a muffing flag? Oh, I have no idea. Muffing? I don't know what muffing is. Oh, one of the guys' name is Tom Bot? Are you serious? I didn't even see that. Oh, Chris Botello and the other dude. This guy's from the Czech Republic, I think, right? Tony? That was the flag I saw that I was like, oh. Anyway, who cares, right?
Both. Was that the plan coming in?
Chris, get a haircut.
My plan actually was to 6-0 the draft. So I played 3 PTs and I haven't this year, and I haven't.
My plan was to 6-0 the draft. Well, no shit.
In this tournament, and then of course with 6-0ing, the top 8 is barely there. So you need.
Yeah, you just need like
10
yeah.
in total. So that's what I'm hoping to achieve today.
Well, you are certainly on pace to do that. Now, Chris, your goals a little bit different, but one thing I know about you is
Have a
you
great
like to
time.
brew in Constructed, and you have done that once again.
Control,
I'm not gonna
baby.
Spoil it. Tell us what you're playing, why you're playing it, and maybe a crazy story.
So I am playing Jeskai Control, and the
Okay.
reason I'm playing it
I like it
is
already.
because I desperately wanted to play the card Cursed Recording.
Oh my
It's
god.
a powerful way to go exponentially over the top of
Oh my god.
increasingly well positioned through, I don't know, Ancestral Recall to out card advantage control decks right now who traditionally relied on stuff like Shiko and Stock Up. And 2 for 1ing your opponent is usually great, but not when your opponent's 3 for 1ing you. But Cursed Recording gets to kind of get around that. With Cursed Recording, we can start copying spells. And if we copy 3 steps ahead, we get to copy Cursed Recording. And those Cursed Recording copies get to copy all of our 3 steps ahead again. We can end up with 7 or 8 Cursed Recordings, and 7 or 8 Cursed Recordings translates into 8 copies of Jeskai Revelation.
This guy's listening
That's
going,
your opponent's
oh
entire
fuck,
mana
I'm
base,
dead.
on tap with 16 prowess creatures, usually
Oh
pretty good
shit.
things.
This guy knows about magic. He's like,
Fun, but that's a cost of doing business.
his face, he's like, oh fuck me.
A lot of fun.
I'm not gonna beat that.
For Tony and Chris, Team
Cursed
Sync Involved, they are having a
Recording.
wonderful weekend here.
Wow. Okay, wild. I was not expecting that. That's some spice. We were talking about spice before. That's some fucking spice right there. I saw Cursed Recording pop up in the Jeskai Black deck that I play, that I was even like, okay, this has to be win more, right? Like, come on. But the 3 steps copying it. Wow. So instead of Shiko, that's what he's playing. How many copies of Cursed Recording do you put in your deck? 2? He's probably playing 2, right? I haven't looked at the lists or anything yet. I want to see them play it. Wild. Holy shit. Oh, Croatia. Okay, I'm totally wrong then. Muffin? The muffin flag? I don't know what you're talking about. Tony's from Canada? No. Vacuum isn't good enough, but it doesn't matter. That's the whole point. Who cares where he's from? Vancouver isn't good enough, or Vacuum isn't Vancouver. Vacuum isn't good enough versus Flanker. Flanker isn't bad, but with Rip being featured. Yeah, Rip is another card that a lot of decks could play, and it's probably good, right? It's good against Lessons. It's good against Reanimator. It's good against the other Jeskai decks that are playing Shiko, right? Rip has to be pretty good as a sideboard card if that's what you're doing. I prefer the Flanker because the instant speed is so huge. Like you can wait for the moment they go for it and get them. That's backbreaking. If you play Rip, it sits there, they go, okay, there's a Rip. Well, I'm going to avoid doing the mill thing. I'm going to wait till I draw a Heritage Reclamation. I'm going to kill that Rip, and then I'm going to do, I'm going to go off. But assuming you're the kind of deck that gives them time, which Rip decks usually do, it's aggressive decks that struggle against Reanimator because they don't have cards like Rip. They can't just take turn 2 off to play an enchantment that doesn't do anything, right? Doesn't affect the board at all. If you're an affect the board deck, kill you quick, you can't play Rip, so they're playing like what? What's it called? Is it not? No. What is that card? I thought there was some. I don't even know. Maybe they're playing like Thrall or something to stop ETBs. That's another way to stop the Reanimator deck. I'm trying to think. There was another card I thought flashed in and ate the graveyard other than Flanker. Flanker's the only one, right? Pretty sure. They're running Neo with Shiko. Interesting. The D and the S? I don't know what you mean. D and S? Where do you... What? Where? What are you talking about, Tor? Nia. What is Nia? What is a Nia? I don't see any Nias. On the left side? The D and the S. I don't know. I missed it. Oh, could be? I don't know. Maybe. Botello's list? I want to see that list in action. Like, Cursed Recording sounds clunky as fuck to me. Like that. I mean, again, when everybody's playing 1 and 2 mana spells, you're gonna tap out for a 4 mana do nothing. Oof. That's a super late game card that you play when you have like 7 or 8 mana and you can actually get a spell off immediately. Or like, can you tap out on turn 4 to not affect the board in Standard right now, considering all the decks that are running around? I don't think so, but as a control deck, Like if they, I don't know, you got to hope to have removal spell into curse recording, then maybe you live long enough to untap with it and then start getting value. It's interesting. They're not legendary, so yeah, he creates a bunch of copies of them. But the first one, like, it doesn't matter how many other copies you've created, the first one will do 20 damage to you if you play 7 spells, right? So you're still hoping, you're still within that 7 spell limit, unless you're bouncing it somehow or doing something else, but... Oh, could be draft in standard, Torf. Yeah, good call, Goblin. That's right. The backside of Nia. I don't know what Nia is. Yeah, you guys playing limited? 6 top finishes. Yeah, he's come close a lot. He gets another top 8 here. He's probably going to be in the Hall of Fame, Sam Party. Gwen Stacy. Oh, I have no idea. I still have no idea what that card is. Okay, that's fair. Okay, Scoob. Oh, if you're doing that, like quad copying Helix, sure. Hopefully you have Helixes, yeah, in that game. Usually Helix you're playing long before you play Curse Recording, though, if you have it in hand, right? You're almost certainly having to play it against almost any other creature deck in the format before turn 4. But if you end up doing that and have 4 Curse Recordings and then you draw another Lightning Helix, one of your last copies, then that does make sense. Yeah, you gain a lot of life with that. Do they have other life gain in the deck? They probably play Jeskai Revelation if they're playing Curse Recording, right? Chris's deck. But probably not as many as I am. Probably only playing 1, maybe 2. That's really the best thing to copy, right? Yeah, I don't know why the MTG bot doesn't see it. Oh no, Hemogoblin brought it up. Okay. 5 red. Oof. 5 mana, red 3. 4/4 menace. Oh. Wow. So what about that card? What were we saying? Oh, the Jeskai control deck does something with that? What is the backside? The wrong one. Oh. Because there's 4 fucking Gwen Stacy's. Great. I'm reading the wrong card. Also, I don't know. Maybe if they play it, I'll see what it does. But I could also just look it up on Scryfall, I guess. But this is my browser window we're using, so not going to disrupt the games. Limited is kind of boring, though. A lot of people don't give a shit about Limited. We could be playing some Magic while this is happening, or play another game for that matter. Suki draws it every game, man. It's pretty good. Tony's in the tank, like fucking hell. Can't really double block this. Not with 4 mana up over there. And he's got the double Yip Yip. Oh wow. Sam looking strong. I know you can't. It's fine. Here, whatever. Gwen. Is it this? Christ, look at that type line. You gotta be kidding me. What? Because both sides? Playing Vigilance Haste. Whenever you play a land from exile or cast a spell from exile, put a counter on Ghost Spider. Look at how many fucking words are in the description. It has to go to 2 messages because it's too big. Hits the character limit on Twitch. Wow. God, I hate Spider-Man cards. Okay. Sure. So what? So they're doing what? Now I've got to go back to what we were originally talking about now that I've read that essay. And you said they're doing what now? The backside? Something with the backside? So the backside is how big? 4/4? Yeah, the front side's a 2/1. The back side's a 4/4. Is that right? You're not paying 5 mana for a 2/1, are you? I don't even know. Who the fuck knows? Whatever. I don't care. Like, God, ugh. If I have to, like, look at that ridiculous mess I don't even want to look at it. Right, whatever. It seems like it's too many words. Can't be good. Usually cards are really good. The more words they have, the better they are, but... yeah, I don't know. Hold on, I can't click on a link right now. It's gonna just cover the whole screen. Lets you cast the backside for free? Oh, it's 1 red. Sorry, 5 mana to flip, right? And then the backside has 5? I don't know. Is it I don't understand how it lets you play the backside. Because it transforms. Because the backside has a cost? You're allowed to cast it? That's insane. Okay. I haven't seen anybody do that before in Standard, but that's a thing apparently. Interesting. Oh, really, Hemogoblin? Oh, maybe I should do that. Otherwise, I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't. I guess it's going to do it anyway and make 2 messages. Jesus. Okay. Yeah, I'll do it. It's going to just create giant essays now. Good call, though, Hemo. I didn't know you could do that. Thank you. When I VIP somebody, it lets them ignore the character limit? I didn't even know that was a thing. Interesting. Yeah, I'll go look on Scryfall. I get it. It costs 2, so it's under the 3 mana restriction of Shiko. But it's so weird that it lets you cast the backside of a transform card that you have to pay activated ability to transform. Because normally the backside doesn't have a cost, but I guess the way the rules are now, it does have a cost. Yeah, it's just the way, it's the same shit people did with Valky. I thought they closed that loophole though, but I guess not. I don't know, it's weird. Okay. So for all that trouble, what are you getting? A 4/4 with lifelink? No, Flying Vigilance Haste. And then cast, whenever you play a land from exile or cast a spell, get a counter on it. Or cast a spell from exile. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, is that good? I don't know. Sure, it seems okay. You have to play a pretty shitty 2-drop though, don't you? Exile it, play. Okay, so just ETBs makes the top card get exiled. You can play it. Yikes. Sam's deck looking great. Firebend 5. 4? Is it 5? Oh, he's getting +1/+0. Yeah, from the Suki. Right. Wow. A lot of mana. No mana sinks that we can see, but he's got 1 card in his hand. It's a... Still. It's a 5/5 coming in. 5/6 coming in. And the other guy's a 4/4. He's got a 5 power creature here. Tough decisions. He can go for the double block. He doesn't know what Sam's last card is. This is a bold attack because Sam doesn't really have a way to stop it. Trade off there. Okay, wow. Make a 1/1, I assume. Yep. Oh, gets another 1/1 off the Suki. Holy shit. Right. Suki's insane. Comes in with a counter on it or something? Okay, Sam looking strong here. His deck is fantastic, this white-red deck. Ooh, there's the Air Temple, and he's got the second white source. Okay, Air Temple's a great draw, but he needs another piece of cardboard on the battlefield. There it is. Ooh, and that one... Oh, no, that's Fire Nation Cadets. Never mind. Yep. That's Toph doing his thing. Toph, whatever his name is. Okay, passes the turn. Has enough blockers now to kind of hold Sam back, but not really. I mean, Sam can... Like, one of these 2/2s gets through, so effectively Tony's at 1. He can pump his team? No. it's 4 to activate Temple, so he can't activate Temple here. What did Sam just do? Sack a land? Or I just missed it. Okay. They all get plus. That guy gets 6 firebending, right? 7? Jeez. Yeah, pretty good. This is Tony is in a tough spot. It's always tough to be the blocker here. He's got to do this just right, and even then, I don't think it's enough. He's doing the math going, I don't think I can survive this. I don't know what his... Oh, he's got Ostrich Horse. Yeah, he can't survive it. Sam gets it. Damn, his deck looks good. Really good. That white-red uncommon is fantastic. Not to mention, he draws Suki every game, and it just survives. If Suki sits there and it survives, you can't beat that card. Hey, man. Oh, yeah, a bunch of interesting brews. Yeah, for sure. A lot, actually. Like, more than... They're almost all brews. Like, Dimir mid-range classic, you know, Dimir is not here. Omniscience is, like, not here. There's, like, a couple decks that we've seen before, but a lot of the decks are new. Which is cool. This is limited, so of course these are not constructed decks. Yeah, the Lynx thing I knew, Hemogoblin, yeah. Ung's Iceberg also lets you protect Shiko, and the 2-mana lets you protect Shiko? Oh. It does? I thought it was just O-Ring with Flash and Sack to Scry or something. Lets you protect Shiko? Here, I'm gonna look at Gwen Stacy here. Yeah, right, okay. Wanted to see that card. Never seen one before. Yasuki again in his opening hand? Oh my god. And the... Oh, but doesn't have the double white. Okay. So, a little stuck here, but all of his other cards are single white. Man, his whole hand is white and he only has 1 plains. That's going to restrict him here, obviously. He can't double spell. So, that's a big deal. But he can still play 1 spell a turn. It's not terrible. Pony on the play, so curving 3 into 4 here. Pretty good. Deserters is not really doing anything for Sam. It's a late game card to punch in those last few points of damage. Right now it's just hopefully trading for something, but... Yep, no planes. Sam needs to find white mana immediately. What would I play here if I was Sam? Maybe just another Poxbearers? Because I want to play something expendable. I feel like with my hand... Okay, play 2 bodies. I was going to say, it was either the 2-1... Or this that... Oh, wait, no. Oh, that's the 3-3? Oh, that's weird. Okay, he's just using all of his mana, I guess. Playing the most expensive thing. Yeah, maybe that's better. That probably makes more sense. I was just going to play the thing that traded the most favorably with my opponent's board here, right? But I guess use all your mana, then you could double spell next turn. There's a Lightning Strike. Pretty good. Pony's deck is not bad either. Has the Abandoned Air Temple. It's like he's splashing for the Abandoned Air Temple, which is a little awkward because you need like multiple white sources in your mana base, right? But hey Dujo, how you doing? Definitely interesting. Yeah, he keeps having Abandoned Air Temple and another white source though, which is really good. But see how he's sandbagging it here? He keeps the Air Temple in hand because he wants to get his board big enough so that he can go Air Temple, slam. Like, play Air Temple, activate it in the same turn, and have enough creatures for that to be super powerful, right? Like, if you slam Air Temple and get 3 counters, 4 or 5 counters, like, that's insane. If you slam Air Temple and you have 1 creature, it's not that amazing. So he's trying to go as wide as possible here before playing it. That's good. That's how you do it. Sam looking for a plains off the top. See if he finds one. He rips a plains. Ooh, nice. He's got to be pro. Like, now his chance of winning just went through the roof. So what do you do here? He could go Suki, or he could double spell. I think the double spell is better. The swing is wild. Tony doing the old pen trick. Pulls out the pen before blocks or anything. Like, yeah, I'm just going to take this. But no trick there, of course. Yeah, he's going to leave up the double spell here. He's got invasion reinforcements with flash on Tony's end step into untap, Suki, swing for a ton of damage. Notice how these pros play their big, powerful, swingy effects. They set it up so that when they play that pump the team effect, they pump a huge amount of creatures. Like, they get the max value from that team pump, right? Playing it sooner and trying to do whatever else, like, is no good here. Sam's doing the same thing. Instead of Air Temple, he's going to use Suki, which pumps his team. So end step flash in this, yeah, he goes for the double spell, which makes sense, rather than just play Suki the previous turn and attack with your, you know, 2 creatures. Better to set up as big a board as possible, so when you slam Suki, you get to take a huge haymaker, and if you catch your opponent off guard, great. Tony knows what's up, though, right? He knows that, you know, Sam can go big wide, play Suki or something, pump the team, and that's bad. So he leaves all his creatures back with Air Temple up, so he can pump his team as well. Interesting. Matches are good, but this is just limited, Dugio. We're kind of waiting for Constructed to start. I think this is the last round of limited, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, there's Suki. Drew a mountain, so can't leave up Yip Yip. Still a good attack here, though. Remember, they all get +1, and... oh, he's giving it unblockable. Okay. That makes sense. Yeah, because he doesn't have great trades here, right? Oh, yeah, good. That's what I initially thought was the best play, but I thought he was maybe just going to attack with one thing there. You're not only getting +1 on all your creatures, when they die, each one of them is turning into a 1/1 token, which is crazy. Is Suki says it triggers more than once a turn, right? Oh, for fuck's sakes. Is it this one? God damn it, it's not that one. Aegis Rescuer? Yeah. During your turn, yeah. Oh, only once each turn. Oh, it is gated. Okay, never mind. He's just getting 1/1/1 out of this. Pumping with the temple. Brazen attack by Sam here. I mean, he gets 1 token back, but just trying to get, like, just trying to overwhelm Tony here, right? But Tony's creatures are big enough that he's now eating most of Sam's creatures, and he's got another activation. So yeah, he can just... Sam can't attack here with 5 creatures and then just try and, you know, keep attacking. He can't keep going wide unless he top decks something very good here. Tony's not attacking here. Triple Forest in hand? Oof. So Tony making a little bit of a show here, trying to figure out, like, he's trying to also tell Sam, like, maybe I have something. I have 3 cards in hand, you know? Can I get an attack in here? You know what? No, I'm going to pass. You know, make it seem like you have something. Really, he has nothing. And then just pass. No way he's attacking, right? He's... holy shit, he's going to go for it. Does he have... why would you do this now unless you were attacking? Holy shit. Well, I guess Sam can't block with 2 power or less creatures. So he's just trying to start clocking Sam here? I like that. This is cool. This is Tony reading Sam for having shit. Sam has fuck all here. I think, and he knows that because of Sam's alpha strike, kind of alpha strike last turn. Not totally all of his creatures, but Sam basically threw away some game objects just to do damage last turn. And Tony knows that. And to him, it signifies weakness. But then he passes. Oh, so he shouldn't have done that. He changed his mind after he activated, which is... I was going to say, man, he's got such a good read here because he's right. Like, Sam has fuck all here. And Sam's actions are telling him that Sam is just trying to race. If Sam's trying to race, it means he's desperate. He can't win the long game. It means Tony should play to the long game. But... if he thinks Sam has nothing and he's trying to race, that guy's clocking for 6. And the only block he can make is with the 3/3 that he has there. So maybe he should have attacked with that 6 power dude, but then he second guessed himself at the end. Yeah, now he's not fucking around. Yeah, now he's swinging. Oh, he drew Twin Blades? Oh my god. Yeah, see, I don't even know what's in his deck. If he knows he has stuff like that, then I think he should have attacked last turn. But he chickened out at the last second there. I think he had the right read. It's interesting. He shows him the card on the phone. Oh, because language. He looked up Yip Yip. Oh, he knows. He knows Sam has Yip Yip. God damn. These are the pros being awesome. Let's see what the announcers are saying.
Creatures with 2 or less, and the Poxbearer does have 3 power. Now, remember, Sam also has a Yip Yip in hand.
Oh, yeah.
So if needed, he could.
Anyway, they're not mentioning the Yip Yip. He showed him Yip Yip on the phone, and he was like, oh, okay. It was Scryfall, too, which I love. The judges at the official World Championship of Magic do not use the official Magic website to look up cards. I don't know how many people caught that, but that was Scryfall. I mean, it's better. Scryfall is just way better. Of course. Of course. Let's just pretend we don't use the non-official product, even though we're official WotC employees or whatever. Hilarious. I mean, all it would take is them investing some resources. They could clean up Gatherer and just make it better, more efficient. Fucking just copy Scryfall. It's easy. They already did the work for you. That's how you do it. They showed you how to do it. Just do it. But instead, they're like, yeah, Scryfall's got it taken care of. MTG Melee? Yeah, okay, we'll just use that for our tournaments. For pairing and all this other, or whatever it is. Like, what? I don't know. I wish they cared more about this game instead of just making money. Could be a lot better. Okay, Path. Not sure if it's going to resolve. And he immediately exiles. Yeah, good call. Get a 1-1. Ooh. That was Tony's way to win. He hasn't drawn any beef. He needs some beef on the battlefield, you know what I mean? But Sam top decking that removal spell just in time. That guy was about to get double strike. That would have been savage. Okay, top decks Yuyan. Yeah, lots of shit to discard. Discards a forest. See how he organizes his graveyard? Yeah, I know. I have a friend who does that too, who goes like horizontal or, I don't know, turned 90 degrees and then goes down in his graveyard. I don't know. I do more of what Sam's doing, but in Constructed, when the graveyard gets big, I like doing the rows. Limited, you don't really have to usually. But both these guys do the staggered method for lands, which is interesting. A lot of pros do that still. There's nothing wrong with that. Big swing here. Avatar's Wrath? Whoa, he has Avatar's Wrath. That seems not amazing in your deck, but I don't think that card's that amazing to begin with. Interesting. Gonna save this? Yeah. He gives it +2/+2, and that saves it, right? So if he's playing around Yip Yip, he should block differently. Is he gonna double block it? Yeah. He knows he's not gonna trade with Suki, right? He's gonna force it? I guess you have to force it, because then if he doesn't, then yeah, he pumps a token and the guy takes lethal, right? That's 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, first strike. What a play. Oh. The first strike kills her before. No, but that doesn't matter. It's still enough damage, isn't it? Oh, but no, they all lose their +1. Yeah, wow. That was awesome. They all lost their buff from Suki, so they're not lethal anymore. Great play there. That was sweet.
6 power creature, and there's a Fire Nation Cadets, which is a 3 power creature.
He didn't have enough to add.
Yeah, that was awesome. That makes sense. You just got to kill that thing before damage. So knowing you have Twin Blades, not using it aggressively, using it defensively there to shut off the buff to the whole team, instant speed, like kind of before damage. That's awesome. Nice play. Very nice. That's the kind of play, you know, if I make plays like that sometimes on Arena, I try and point it out and go, oh, that was an awesome play. I feel great. Like, he's got to be just like, ooh, I made a great play there. That was awesome. Sam knows. Sam's probably like, yep, this is the Pro Tour or whatever. This is the World Championship. I'm not surprised. Nice. Oof, it was looking grim there. He's on 3 life. He's down a game here. He has to win this. Toph is a sick draw, too. He put Lightning Strike back in his hand, of course. Just gets his best spell out of the yard. Tosses a land. He drew a lot of lands, but now he's drawing out of it, and it's going to be a problem for Sam. Sam's out of gas here. Avatar's Wrath is unimpressive. It actually is way worse for Sam than it is for Tony, and that's why Avatar's Wrath's not a great card. I'm kind of surprised to see that. I imagine Sam isn't expecting to have 5 tokens on the battlefield. Like, when Suki goes off, she does go off, but... So maybe Avatar's Wrath's still relevant. I mean, it buys Sam a turn, but there's no way he pulls the trigger here. He's not doing that until, like, it's lethal. Like, the other side of the board is going to kill him. Then he might Avatar's Wrath. Gonna pass the turn. Activate Air Temple. Air Temple's starting to grind away. Creature's getting bigger. And he knows, Sam knows he has Lightning Strike. Yeah, Forest was a shitty draw. He has, I think, one... Oh, no, he sacked his dual land already. I was going to say, he could sack a dual land here to draw a card. And he passes the turn. His board is way bigger than Sam's. Like, his creatures are way bigger. But not attacking because he's at 3 life. It's dangerous if Sam has a combat trick plus a removal spell. That's it, right? Ooh, Team Avatar. Interesting. Just shortcutting, not even tapping Air Temple, just pumping the team. Ooh, another removal spell off the top. That's 1 damage to all the creatures. That is filthy. Yep. Oof. That's a filthy one. And then spell Airbend 1, or Earthbend 1, and now we can use the Abandoned Air Temple to pump the team. Yeah, it's over. Sam just scoops. Wow, on 3 life. What a play with the double strike blades. That was a nice win. Very nice. Damn, love to see that. Love it. That's why we're watching these pros play. I love when they go to the other screen. This opening hand 7 cards is still on the overlay. Like they didn't make the overlay properly, and one of the other elements is still showing. Did you see that? Watch, when they go to the transition screen, this opening hand 7 cards is still sitting there. Just a small indie company. You can't really be too upset. Fire Nation Cadets. Yep. Green red. Lesson? No lesson. Okay. Good hands, both of them. Wartime Protesters. Damn, Sam's got a ton of rares. Avatar's Wrath is an interesting one, but boy, it was so ass last game. I can't believe he's still playing it, to be honest. Yep. Pass. Ostrich Horse. Get a land. Scry 1. Oh, did he like it? No, he's gonna mill it. Get that land, I think, right? Yep. Nice. Oof, Lightning Strike and Iroh's Demonstration in the yard? That stings. That is a rough mill. Ooh boy. I would, if I'm Tony, I'm just like, fucking shit. God damn it. What the fuck? I hate variants. Yes, it's your turn. Go ahead. Okay. What the fuck? I'm gonna lose this game. You know, that's what they're thinking. They're very calm. They have that poker face, but you know that's what's going on up here. Milling Lightning Strike. I know for me, I'd be like, you gotta be fucking kidding me! And my eye would be twitching and there'd be like a vein bulging. Oops, a vein bulging on my forehead. Everything's fine. I'll buy those back later with Toph, right? Avatar's Wrath pulls the trigger. Interesting stuff. Buying some time. I mean, a bunch of his stuff has ETBs here. Gets the swing. What is that? What the fuck is that? That's some invitational card? What is that?
The battlefield this turn.
Yeah, he's got the Jet Freedom Fighter, but with no board, it looks so much worse. He'd need like a second copy of Lightning Strike or something.
Right. I think his best play here is just Ostrich Horse
Is that
plus
Momo?
Lightning Strike, which is okay.
Legendary
but
creature.
You can't deal with the
Bat
protesters.
Ally? You're right. The art. It's some alt art I've never seen. Okay, because I play on Arena. I haven't even seen, I mean, even in Limited, I don't see. Is that the, it's not the uncommon, it's the legendary? Why did it have haste? And +1/+1? I don't even know what that What does that card do? Don't you need other lemurs or something in play before it does something? Momo, Jesus Christ, which one is it? Playful Pet or Friendly Flyer? It's one of those. Playful Pet? No, that's the good one. Friendly Flyer? I don't know. What am I looking at here? What card is that? I have no clue. Win rate decreased 5% with that mill? Yeah, rough mill, right? Still, you know, you're like, okay, it's magic, it's fine. You know, you have Toph. Toph will bring one of those back. It's kind of like you're drawing a card in a way there. Like, that's how you have to see it. Like, play around it, play into it. Like, you know, like, play accordingly, try and bring it back. It does suck. You would like to just draw both of those and murder everything, but... doing here? Oh, he milled 3. He was deciding whether or not to keep the land. He decides not to keep the land because he's got 2 lands in hand. Yeah. You know what's funny? He can't cast Jet here. Yeah, Jet's an awkward card. Could have taken the plains and would have been able to cast Jet. Okay, so now they're paying 2 mana to replay their airbended cards starting this turn. Sam makes a big board here. Probably going to see a swing with the haste dudes and the flyer. And I guess he... oh, that's the 4-4. What does the 4-4 say? When an ally enters, it gets +1/+1 or something? That's why they all have counters. Yeah, right. Lightning Strike. Yeah, trade for the 4-4. Take a bunch of damage. Sam's deck is nice. Very nice. You know, I don't love that Airbend Wrath, but when you sequence it correctly, I mean, he knew he had another ETB card, so like he has 2 cards that ETB and make another creature, so he just goes super wide, and with that Give Everything Haste card, suddenly the Give Everything Haste card makes all of this so much better. The Avatar's Wrath gets so much better because all your creatures get haste. So your opponent can replay their creatures, but they don't get to swing that turn into an empty board. That's pretty damn good. So now, even though Tony's got creatures and he's got Air Temple, he's too far behind. He's on 5 life, and Sam has 4 creatures. He's got Deserter's Disciple in hand, but if he draws a removal spell here or a pump spell, like Tony could be in deep shit. Team Avatar, that's a removal spell. He could also just make the flyer. Oh, the guy has reach. The 3-4 Rumble dudes have reach. Okay, put it there. So what Sam can do is play this as an enchantment and send the flyer as a giant dude, but no, he just kills the reach guy. Yeah, I think that's lethal. Isn't it? No, it blocks 3. He's taking 3 in the air? So he's at 2? Block, block, block. Is that lethal? I guess so. I don't know the exact power numbers on, like, what is Momo? Is he a 3-3? If he's a 4-4, then it's... yeah, that's it. Damn. You see him shake his head. He's just thinking probably, man, that guy's deck was nuts. That guy's deck was very good. Sam, great draft. Crushed it. That white-red deck looks fantastic. He went 3-0. Tony's deck was pretty good, but... not the power level was not as high as Sam. Sam got like banger uncommons, rares, like everything. The filler was all good, like a bunch of stuff that went super wide. Even the Avatar's Wrath, which see, that's now I'm thinking like, man, maybe I'm too low on that card. Maybe Avatar's Wrath is good. You just have to play enough ETBs and be kind of and sequence it, and it's good enough. Like, it looked so bad in game 2 when Sam just lost with that in his hand. He couldn't do anything with it. He had a bunch of tokens. But very interesting. I think the 4-4 that has haste, whenever an ally ETBs, it gets +1/+1 and haste. I think it gives haste, right? I don't know what that card's called. It's a 4-4 for 4. It's like 3 colorless, 1 red. It's a 4-4 legendary. It's a rare. It's an ally. And it says whenever you play other allies, I think they get haste. I think that's why. Momo... And yeah, Momo was getting bigger, but not only when you play a flyer. So he didn't play flyers. It was just because Momo's an ally, that 4/4 gave it the counter or whatever. These guys are all 8-1, top of the heap. Penta, CFT Sog, JD. JD probably went on a tear. He lost. I guess that one loss was his draft, his first draft. Seth, oh, Tom Bot. Okay, that's the guy you guys were talking about. Tom Bot. That's kind of a sweet name. Easy, right? Like, Hushinbeth is like, dude, I wish my name was as simple as that. Bot? God, I hate going through the airport. I gotta write my name like 8 times. It takes 15 minutes. Bot? You're just easy, right? Come on. I'm all about efficiency. I have a 3-syllable name. Don't like it. But the 1-syllable version is Dame. And I think that sounds, I don't know. I think of Dame Edna or something. I'm not a dame. Only my mom gets to call me Damie. Only her. And my dad. And sometimes other relatives. But relatives, first-generation relatives can call me Damie. That's it. My cousins call me Damie to bug me, but I know they love me dearly. That's why they're calling me that. Okay. Let's get back to the action. 30 seconds. Constructed? Gonna see some constructed? I like how they film them coming into the arena, like coming into the space as if they're like a pro football team coming out of the dugout or the locker room, and just, you know, all in their uniforms. It's team heavy play. Look at them. There's Jean-Emmanuel Debras, rookie of the year, or whatever. They want that, right? Like, I mean, it sells the game. At one point with the Mythic League, that's what they kind of tried to do, and it failed horribly. But they did the Mythic League where they kind of tried to get people to care about the personalities behind the game, but it's an awkward place because there's a lot of weird personalities in Magic. There's a lot of dirtbags, as it turns out. So kind of hard to be like, here's our golden boy or girl, and then they turn out to be just like creeps or cheats or like, you know, and you're like, fucking hell, come on. Jerry Thompson, he was part of the Mythic League or whatever when he resigned his seat at Worlds, right? They must be like, you got to be fucking kidding me. We give these guys the easiest, cushiest fucking job in the world. They were getting paid like 60 grand a year. That Mythic League they tried to do where they got a bunch of players, whoever qualified up to that, leading up to that, got this like 1-year contract where they paid them like a salary. Didn't matter how they finished in any tournaments. They were just in the league. They were qualified for everything, and they got a salary basically. Gotta be the easiest job in the fucking world, but you know, they have people like Jerry going, yeah, you know what? No, fuck this. This is dumb. This is bad. I'm gonna protest this. And they must be like, God damn it. Fine. No more free ride for you. It was a weird time. Anyway, around COVID, right? All right. This is limited still? Oh, come on. Did I play something else while they're playing limited? Could switch games for a little bit, but or play some Magic. I could play a couple matches of Standard, I guess. Do I really want to watch this? I kind of want to see their decks. I've enjoyed this limited format, so I'm kind of interested in this. But blue-black, turn 2 Judy. The other guy, oh, see, I don't like that shuffle. Okay. That shuffle, that's not shuffling. They both shuffle like that. You see a lot of it in Asia, especially in South Korea and China. It's from shuffling tiles. You can't shuffle tiles the way you shuffle cards. So when you're playing Huatu or something like Go Stop, you shuffle like this. And it's very easy to cheat. Very easy to stack the deck when you shuffle like that if you know what you're doing. It's not randomizing the deck. It's like pile shuffling. Like pile shuffling is not shuffling. If you see somebody just pile shuffle and present, you should shuffle their deck. You should tell them they have to shuffle their deck as well, and that pile shuffling is not shuffling. If they don't like it, call a judge. They'll tell them. But This is also not shuffling. Whenever I see players do that, it's mostly players from East Asia who do that. Chinese, Japanese, Korean. Oh, careful. See, that's why you put it on the ground first and then draw it. Even by accident, you can draw an extra card. Put it on the ground. Put it on the table, I mean. What is that? The bat? Oh. So the Fire Nation Warship is crew 3? Oh, it's crew 2. Okay. Swinging with both. Can't see what's in their hand. I guess it's a time-shifted match. Ooh, Octopus form to eat Judy. Good trade. Ooh, no mana? Okay. What is that? Oh, that's the lion turtle. Teamer Lessons. Yep, that's a good card in Teamer. Fixing the mana, ramping, because he missed a land drop there, right? And just gained him 3 life. Can't block yet, though. 2 lessons in the yard. As soon as a third one hits the yard, it can block. So, yeah, gonna swing with the team again. No good blocks for Kenta. I would just take 6 here. He's gonna chump. Wow. He's at 21? Okay. Takes 2. Maybe he's worried second bat is gonna start being too much. Huh. Gotta get that 3/6 lion on like turned on, like able to block and attack. Is this red spell Boomy Bash? No. Oof, 4/3 flyer. Not impressive. Looking to trade for the warship, but man, can you even block when the other person has all that mana up? Probably not. Like, you know it's just gonna die, right? Ooh, nice. Doesn't untap. That's a real nice one. Oh, and tuck that. Oh, Kenta suddenly in big trouble. Puts it on the bottom immediately. Yep. Gets a clue. Yep. 6 damage. Huh. No land. No. Looking for land. Looking for love. Land? Oh, gets an island. Immediately grabs it. Yep. Has to take a land there. Play a 2-drop. Nice. That's clutch. Wanted a green source maybe, but no, that's still good. Yeah, the flyers are going to be a problem at some point, though. Now, this is a bad... Oh, he just hard cast the fish. Okay, so then, yeah, you swing with the team. Might just swing with 4. But yeah, you're trading for both his cards. Might as well, right? Yeah. And you get a clue. Yeah, Warship is good. I've underestimated Warship. I didn't think it was that good, but it's better than I think. I have to bring that card up in my estimation of my card evaluation. I think I was a little too low on that. I still am. I need to rectify that. Romanari, how you doing, buddy? Hopefully you're doing well. Watching the World Championship here. It's the draft rounds. We're just waiting for it to end, but yeah, looking like Akira is going to steal this match. He's up a game already. What is that red spell in Kenta's hand? Is it Boomy Bash? Not going to be able to kill that 5/7. That Koi is now a big problem for Teamer. Teamer's not the kind of deck that can deal with a big thing easily unless it's Waterbending Lesson. Maybe you tuck it with Lost Days, something like that. There's very specific answers. Otherwise, yeah, the red removal is just not enough to kill a 7 toughness creature. So Akira takes it. Cool. Your mate might make the top 8? No shit. Who's your mate? What's his name? We'll cheer for him. I'm going to get a drink as well. I'll be right back. Seth. Hall of Fame Pro. Good at Magic, but more known for his constructed than his limited skills, but I don't know who this is. I really don't like the super close-up shots. Jean-Emmanuel, hell yeah. Oh, really? Yeah, I know him. He's come into my stream a couple times. I've talked to him. The first time he came into my stream, I didn't know who he was. We started talking about the deck I was playing. He was asking questions about, I don't even remember what deck it was. World Souls Rage, maybe? Back in those days. I started playing Temur World Souls Rage pretty early. I saw it. I thought, this is cool. I think I played it a couple streams. And then somebody else in the channel was like, oh, that's Jean-Emmanuel Debras. I'm like, oh, hey, I know who you are. I really love his articles. And, you know, obviously he's a great player. I wish he wrote articles. His stream is in French, so I can't, you know, you're French, Romanari, I guess. But I can't understand French well enough to follow what he's saying. It's my loss. I wish I could speak French, but yeah, he's a great player. I'll cheer for him for sure. I just saw his invitational card from last time he won Worlds, and it looks really good. Looks really powerful. I was like, holy shit. Yeah, I assume everybody in France lives in Paris. Because I don't know anything about France. I'm just kidding. I know there's many regions in France and people live everywhere, but you know, it's funny. Everybody in Canada lives in Toronto, right? Or Montreal or something. You know, it's funny, when I lived in South Korea, Seoul, literally everybody in Korea, like half the population or over half the population of the entire country of South Korea lives in the capital city. I don't know how many people know this, but you know, there are about 46, 48 million people who live there, and like 22 million live in Seoul or the surrounding area. Yeah, Battlegander, Vancouver's up there. I like to think so, but especially after the Olympics came here, I think that a lot more people know Vancouver's a city that's not in Washington. The people who live in Vancouver, Washington live in the shadow of the city I live in, basically. But when I talk to Americans, I go, I'm from Vancouver. They go, Washington? I go, no, the real one. They get tilted. I don't even know what's there. I'm sure it's a lovely little town, but it's not one of the most expensive cities in the world to live because everybody wants to move there. I hate that about Vancouver, and I love that about Vancouver. It's really awesome to live here, but it is so fucking expensive. I just can't. It's so dumb how much money we're gonna pay to finally buy a house. We're getting close, but it's so fucking dumb. And it's not just the city, it's markets, it's the world, it's COVID and all these things exacerbated prices. Now they're kind of going down again, but crazy. Toronto's pretty bad too, the capital city, but yeah, like on average, the entire city of Vancouver, I think, is one of the most expensive. It's right up there with Hong Kong and Singapore. And people say New York, but the problem with New York is it's too big. There's a lot of cheap housing in New York, but people say, what about Manhattan? Like, yeah, there's parts that are really expensive, but Manhattan isn't New York. Like, when you look at the whole city, the average rental price is lower than a place like Vancouver, which is wild. At least this changes every year. I don't know if that's even true this year, maybe because the prices have come down. Maybe Vancouver's not like in the top 3 anymore. But almost every year there was a few years where it was just like literally ridiculous. Hong Kong is crazy like that too. I love Hong Kong. That's one of my most like favorite cities in the world, I think. But I was there before they got, it got handed back to China. I don't know what it's like now, but there's nothing there. You mean not in Portland? You mean in Vancouver? Yeah. I really want to go to Portland. I have friends who live there, and I've heard it's beautiful. It's a lot like Vancouver, like Pacific Northwest. Like we all have similar kind of climates and landscape. You've got the ocean. I love cities like that. I really wanted to go, and my friends are like, "Yeah, Portland's an awesome city." Someday I go to drive. My brother did that whole drive all the way down, through Seattle, through Portland. He went all the way to California, but the Pacific Coast, whatever route, whatever it is. You're from Brooklyn, paid $2,500. Yeah, that's not cheap. What are you getting for that, if you don't mind my asking, Battlegander? Because that'll depend on the size of your apartment. I assume that's not a 1-bedroom, right? A 2-bedroom? I mean, New York can be really expensive. I'm not saying it's not expensive, but it's not more expensive than other cities. You would be surprised. I think Hong Kong might be number 1. Like, 'cause it's such a small city, And it's so expensive. Like, it's just that downtown area. It's so expensive. But of course, they have their suburbs and everything. But like, this is where it gets weird with districting and like what counts as a city. Like right now, I say I live in Vancouver, but really I live in a suburb of Vancouver. I don't live in the core Vancouver area where my brother lives there, for example. In core Vancouver, it is very expensive. But if you add up all the boroughs and everything around it, then it's much cheaper, I guess. I don't even know at that point. But usually more expensive, Romanari. Bought a 60 meters squared. That sounds cheap, actually. So, but I'm trying to think of. So, can you give me an idea of bedrooms? Like, how many rooms are in it? 1 bathroom, 2 bathrooms, 2 bathroom, 2 bedroom, for 400K. That's incredible. That's half of what you pay here in Vancouver. 1 bedroom and a basement. Oh, interesting. So 2 floors. Oh, interesting. That sounds interesting, Battle. That's not so bad. I pay more than that now. I pay $3,260 a month for 1,180 square feet. So I can't do the conversion to metric, but 1,180 square feet is enough for. We have 2 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, and a den. This is what they call a den. It's this tiny little room. That's where I'm streaming right now. I've showed you guys this room before, right? That I'm in. But the way there's many ways to lay out an apartment, but square footage is usually enough. Oh, Seth takes it. Yeah, Seth takes it. And for this, it's about 800,000. 800. Which is stupid, right? I think that's insane. 1 bathroom, 2 bedrooms. Okay, that's pretty good for 400. Yeah. Are you in a wait, where did you say, Romanari? In Paris. So in a neighborhood that's pretty good, like a good neighborhood, not like a, really rundown neighborhood, like a poor area of the city, or I don't know what the districts are, but there's always a more rough kind of low income area of a city is usually where more crime happens and that kind of stuff, right? In a good neighborhood. Okay, so you can't complain. Yeah, that's great. That's great. I wish it was that cheap here. And that's Paris? That's in Paris is pretty expensive too, but obviously not that expensive compared to some other cities. Fucking hell. Yeah, that makes me go like, what the fuck am I doing here? But my family's here, so. F Miro, what's up? Near Toronto. Yeah, Canada's great. Toronto's cold, covered in snow. Vancouver, I should live stream. I should show you guys someday outside. It's beautiful. What's the temperature today in Vancouver? It's like, oh, I don't know if I have it here anymore. I used to have my like a weather widget there. It says it's like plus 11. It's plus 11 degrees Celsius right now, and it's December 6th, and I'm in Canada. People think as soon as you go to Canada, it's like covered in snow starting in October. In Winnipeg, where I grew up, yes, we went trick-or-treating on Halloween in the snow almost every single year. But there's some parts of Canada that are so nice. Like Vancouver is perfect. The weather is incredible. It's like not cold. I walk Neo. I don't need gloves. I don't need any hat. I don't need any. I have a jacket, but that's it. And not even like a winter jacket, basically. And it's nice. It's just the climate is really nice here. So it's hard to leave, but God, I'm jealous, you guys. In Vancouver, 400K, I would love that. Even Battlegander, like that rent sounds good to me. I would pay like $800 less and just not have 2 bedrooms and have two floors. You can kind of have a whole separate living area, right? Prices are skyrocketing. In where do you live, Fmira? I'm not sure. In Portugal somewhere? Like, do you live in Lisbon? Yeah, Lisbon. I loved Lisbon. I was actually this close. I was thinking about moving there because I have Portuguese citizenship. So I could go anywhere in the EU and work, and I don't have to worry about a visa and overstaying my visa and blah, blah, blah. So I was so close because I knew another girl. Her and her fiance moved out to Portugal because they're voice actors, full-time voice actors. She writes musicals and all the stuff they do is remote. So they're like, we could live anywhere. And we traveled around, we looked at different places, and we decided Portugal. And they're like, we fucking love it. And I've been to Portugal. I'm like, oh, man. I'd never thought about living there because I don't speak Portuguese. Like, it would be hard. But in this day and age, it's not that bad. Everybody's got a smartphone. You have Google Translate, and most people speak a little bit of English, right? You going to Hong Kong next summer? No shit. Oh, man. It's going to be awesome. I hope. Go to Lan Kwai Fong. Go to the market, the night market. It starts with a G, and I can't think of it now. There's a big market that is full of like knockoff goods, like really high quality Louis Vuitton and Gucci and watches. I went and got like a luxury watch there. It's a knockoff, but it's like S class. They have these different classes, and it's an automatic sweep hand watch, but you can't even see it move. Like you can't see the ticking or anything. Like, it's just super smooth hand movement and everything. Most fake watches, you can tell by looking immediately, that hand just goes like tick, 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 tick. Like you can kind of see it ticking. I have a Tag Heuer here. This is my watch. I don't usually wear it because I'm streaming all the time, but this is like a sweep hand watch, like automatic watch. I guess I don't know if you can see it in the movement, but the second hand is smooth. It just, there's no ticking or anything, right? I love watches, and I used to have a bunch of different watches, but they were all knockoffs. I had a Breitling that was huge. It was fucking massive. I think I paid like $100 for it or something. For a knockoff, $100 is a lot. That's like high quality knockoff. But one of the watches I gave to my brother, one of the watches I had, the numbers fell off the face at some point because it was a cheap, shitty knockoff. The numbers were sitting in the bottom of the like case of the watch. Yeah. Well, the US goes too crazy. Yeah, I don't think it'll ever come to war between Canada and the US. I think, yeah, it's crazy what's happening right now. I mean, the US is basically an authoritarian country now. It's already there. I think a lot of people who think it's becoming like that are wrong. I mean, look around you. It's already a fascist country. It basically turned into a fascist country overnight when the organizations, the rules, the laws they put into place, it turns out they don't matter, because unless there are people who are willing to enforce the law and say, I don't care who you are, this is illegal and you're going to jail, you're going to get punished, or you can't run in politics or whatever, nobody's willing to do anything about it. Nobody's willing to be the first one to put the president in jail, basically. So nobody does anything. And slowly the creeping rot just infests the whole system. Nobody stops it. And it turns out, you know, a lot of Americans are learning that, holy shit, we took democracy for granted and we lost it. It's gone now. It is gone. I think people are literally going to have to fight to get it back. That's scary. That takes many forms. I hope it's peaceful fighting. I don't mean fighting like our armed uprising, but maybe that's what it's going to take at some. Honestly, I don't know, but I know they've already lost it. It's gone. They are no longer a democracy. And until they get it back, I think a lot of other countries are going to treat them like not a democracy. I don't know. It's crazy. I'm glad we have a very, very smart man leading Canada right now. It's a big deal. Hey, let's listen to Jean-Emmanuel.
White uncommon over it because I wanted to cut white.
He speaks English pretty well, too.
Like, okay, so blue is really open. Let's hedge blue. And in the end, both white and blue are open, so I didn't have to choose.
Talking about his draft here.
And since like these colors are the best in the format, I was very happy with how things went.
Blue-white, definitely a great place to be in this limited format. Constructed. Well, blue is a good place to be, and that's where you are. I know you've got not exactly lessons, a little something different. How you feeling going into the constructed rounds?
Yeah, so I'm playing Is It Looting? I feel good about the deck and how I'm playing it. The one thing that is a little scary is that we didn't test enough of the lessons deck. So I don't really know if I'm slightly ahead, slightly behind, like how things exactly go and what's the ideal sideboard plan. Like I try to theory craft it, but I'm still unsure. So if I face good lesson players, things might get dicey, but otherwise I like my chances.
Well, if JD
that's honest. That's awesome. Yeah, he's just like, I can't tell you exactly how good my deck is because I don't know. That we didn't get enough data for this. Like, that's just being totally brutally honest. Like, yeah, I don't want to just say, hey, it's a good match. You know, that's bullshit. I don't know. Maybe it's a bad match. We haven't tested it enough. You know, I like that answer. Very honest and. It's real. It's magic. Like, people always want the simple answer. Usually the answer is, it depends. What should I play? What should I draft? What deck? What this? What that? Hard choices. It all depends. Barreiro? That's where you live. Cool. Oh, man. I you know, it sucks. I went to Portugal twice in the last few years, and I don't know anybody there. So, you know, I'm with my family. It would be so cool to go to Portugal and like meet somebody like who's just another person not in my family. Would be great, you know. Next time, Afmira, next time. Come to France. Yeah, sure. I would love to go to France. Yeah, my wife's been to France. I've been through Paris, but I was only stopped there for like half a day or something. So I like went into the city and like barely did anything and went back to the airport. So I haven't really been to Paris. I can't say I've been. But my wife used to go there. She went there on a couple business trips and stuff. And before I met her. And yeah, I'd love to go. Europe's awesome. I love Europe. It's so different than Canada. It feels great. That's why I don't know what Europeans think when they come to Canada. It must be weird to go to a country or United States. You know, you go to a country that's such a baby country. Like they're so young. Canada and the US are so young in terms of like there are no big castles and 1,000-year-old cathedrals, and like Portugal is crazy how much old shit. Europe's just like this, right? It's the old world. Feels like I'm in Warhammer. You know, you're in the old world and I'm in like I don't know what the new world in Warhammer is. I don't even know. There's no an analogy there. I don't know where I'm going with that. You know what I'm saying though. He's a monster. Oh, I know. You don't have to tell me, Romanar. Yes, I've known for a long time. I've followed him for like I've seen him so many times, and again read his articles and everything else. I know he's very good. Yeah. What are they talking about? Oh, translator is talking to you. Canada's huge culture-wise. Yes, very similar to the US. Yeah, it is weird because there are, from the outside, I think it probably looks like there are many similarities, but once you actually get to know Americans and Canadians, I think there are a lot of differences. There are some big ones. I think if you're a European person and I showed you 5 or 10 people and there was a mix of Americans and Canadians, I bet you if you talk to each one of them, just small talk for 10 minutes, I bet you would be able to predict who the Canadians are and who the Americans are by the way they talk. By the way, it's the same as, you know, you go to Asia and I couldn't tell the difference between a lot of different Asian nationalities. Japanese people, Chinese people, Taiwanese people, Korean people, like they all kind of seemed like they acted and looked the same to me. I know that sounds racist or whatever, but you know, not literally look, but like the way they dress, their haircuts, like the way they act. But then you live over there and you start to immediately learn, oh, like even something as subtle as the way they dress or the way they walk or whatever is different in Japan than it is in Korea, than it is in China. And I could tell right away by just seeing somebody in public, whether they were from China, Japan, or Korea. It didn't matter how they looked. It mattered how they carried themselves, their hair, their clothes, all these little things kind of come together and you can identify people. I'm sure Europeans are the same, right? I see a man with a scarf, I assume he's from Italy. That's a fashion thing there, right? Do you know, like those kind of things? But when you're not in that culture, you don't even, all of them, like people just dress like whatever. Like there's no difference between Japanese, Korean, and Chinese. It's like, yes, there is a big difference. The dress, the clothes, a ton of stuff. Like, Portugal? I guess so. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, Portugal's been around for a long time. It's true. Hamo Goblin. I think Mengu has great style. I can't rock it. I'm too self-conscious to wear a cravat, like one of those silk like scarf. My buddy in Korea, Leo, he's an Italian guy. He would wear like a scarf, not like a Mengu where it's in your like under your shirt, but like it was just like a scarf, like a stylish scarf. He would wear it to draft. He would come to the card shop. He would have a scarf. Even in summer or whatever. It was like, it's a fashion thing. I think it's cool. I wish I could wear that, but I just, wearing clothes is all about your attitude when you wear it, right? Like, can you rock this? If yeah, then it looks good. It doesn't matter if on other people, they would see that on the shelf and go, oh my God, I'm never wearing that. The person who wears it with confidence. It looks good. It doesn't matter what it is. You know what I mean? I mean, within reason. Like I've seen some fashion shows that were like, whoa. But the scarf, I'm just like, I would feel weird because I've just never done that. It would be like, if I started doing that now, I would just be so like, it would be noticeable, a fucking scarf on my neck. I don't know. I don't think about it, but my wife says I have boring fashion sense. I like very plain clothes. I don't wear a lot of like labels and designs and shit. I wear very basic clothes. Like, I guess your typical guy who has no fashion sense. I don't know. But my wife, she was a fashion merchandiser, so she's always like, she buys me things like a brown leather jacket. And I'm just like, I love this jacket, but if I wear this somewhere, I don't know. I'm trying to look like Marlon Brando? Like, what am I doing here? Like, as soon as you start thinking that, yeah, don't wear it, because you're going to look self-conscious and people are going to think you look like a fucking goof. Don't do it. But if you wear it with confidence, that's a whole other ball game, baby. Anybody like a tactical turtleneck? I like it. I like a nice turtleneck. I know other people are like, dude, don't. If you're wearing a turtleneck, you fucking, like, what are you doing? I have friends who are like, turtleneck? I'm never buying a like, what? I don't know. Insecure. It's men usually who are like, oh, turtleneck. What are you, some like snobby? I don't know what they associate it with, but like some rich kid who's like, you know, in a ski chalet somewhere. But I like them. I like turtlenecks. They just, my hair on my face rips them to pieces usually, but they get ruined very quickly. Anyway, I don't know. Small country region. Yeah, Portugal. But that's like every country, Ephemera. Trust me, every country's like that. But you're right. Yeah, I bet you there is very big differences. My mom, you know, I've been to Porto. I've been all the way south to the Algarve. I've been to Lisbon. I've been to all the cities where my family lives. I don't even remember the names of them, like Cascais and starts with an A. There's another one with an A that I can't remember where my cousin lived or used to live. When we visited there, she was there. Now she lives in London. But Coimbra, where the first university in Europe was in Portugal. I don't know how many people know that, but what's the other one? Oh, it starts with an A. I don't know. I'm sure you know it, but my mom is from Suning. My mom's family's from Suning. No, not Amadora. No. Suning is a tiny village. It's like 300 people or something. It's so small. And it's in the middle of nowhere. It's in the north part of Portugal. But we went and visited there in 2009. We were there. A long time ago. Oh, you were born in Spain. No shit, Pip Pappy. Damn. We're neighbors? Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I knew a lot of military families when I was in Korea. There were a lot of military dudes that played Magic with me. That's how I got back into Magic when I was there. And a lot of them had kids who were born in Japan or born in Germany or born in, yeah, why not? Spain? Yeah. I don't know. I'm pretty sure it starts with an A. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure. How do I find out? I just have to look at a map of Portugal. I don't think I can do this right now. I don't know where it is on the map. That's the problem. It's pretty big. I thought it was. Or not big, but a decent. Aveiro. Yeah, that's it. Barcelos, we went through there. Yeah, Aveiro is where my cousin lives. Or used to live, anyway. Anyway, all nice places, but... Oh, Suning. My mother's village was Suning. I think I'm pronouncing it correctly. I don't know how to spell that. Don't ask me to spell it. Portuguese spelling is so fucked up. I don't know. When I first saw the spelling of yes in Portuguese is sing. Spanish is si. Portuguese is sing. But when you look, I thought it was going to be S-I-N-G. But when you look at it, it's S-E-O. You're like, what the fuck? Portuguese is a fucked up language. What are they calling for? She's got a fascinating name. Elodie? Is that her? I don't know how to pronounce her name. It's Irish or Scottish or something? I don't know how to pronounce it. I feel bad. I'm just saying it wrong. I gotta see it spelled again. Elodie? Am I crazy? You were born... Bro was born in Japan. Oh, cool. Yeah, when you're that young, you probably don't really... It doesn't mean anything, right? Like, you weren't old enough to really... And I've been to U.S. Army bases overseas. The way they design them, they're almost like a little slice of America in another country. Like, you don't ever have to speak the language that the locals speak. You don't ever have to even see a local if you don't want to. You could... And everything you need is right on base, basically, right? You like, if you don't want, you should go out and do lots of stuff and whatever. Most of my military buddies were always going out and stuff. But if you didn't want to, like, I went on the base, I saw it was just like, holy shit, it's like a little mini city. Even the houses, the architecture, like they had yards and blah, blah, blah. As soon as you leave the gate, it's like back to apartment buildings and skyscrapers, and nobody lives in houses. The fuck? It's funny. Yeah, it's really weird. Car dealership. I remember going on the base, there's like a GM dealership selling trucks in, like, yeah, Japan or Korea. It's like, what the fuck? I loved Okinawa. Okinawa's an awesome place, though. But, anyway. Ivedo. Yeah. Is there Venice? Oh, yeah. I kind of remember that. Yeah, the canals and little things. There's not many. There's only, like, 1 or 2. They're near the water, right? I vaguely remember that. Yeah. I like Porto. I thought Porto was more like Venice. I love Porto. I would love to live there, actually. That's where I want to move. Ailey? Oh, wow. Ailey. There's a D in there. Oh, this is constructed. Let's pay attention here. So Sam's on the combo version. Oh, no. He's on lessons? No, he's on the combo version. And Derek is on the non-combo version. Yeah. Those beta islands looking sexy as shit. Mark Pool basics. Sexy betas. That's the first thing I ask. I think if anybody wants dating advice out there, when you meet the person, you know, maybe for the first time, maybe you're getting to know each other, just be like, hey, can I ask you something? It's kind of weird, but like, if you were to go to like a high-level tournament, what basics would you play? And they go, I'm sorry, what? A tournament? Yeah. If you were to compete, like, you really want to like bring your best looking deck, what basics would you play? Now, if the person has no clue what you're talking about, you say, okay, I understand. Check, please. Thank you. I'm sorry, it's not going to work out. I appreciate that. If they say, I play white bordered 7th edition basics, you go, you're a despicable human being. Check, please. If they say, I play beta basics, or I play John Avon unhinged full art, you go, I could marry you. I could see this working out. If they say, I play Guru Islands, you say, will you marry me right now? You get down on your goddamn knees and you beg them to marry you immediately in the middle of the restaurant on the first date. Because they're rich. Anybody know how much a Guru Island is going for right now? Basic Island in Magic the Gathering. Last time I checked, it was like $300. I'm not exaggerating. 280? 250? Maybe it's come down. Because that was a long time ago. That was when my Underground Sea was worth like $750. You think it's more? Anyway, they say basics are the eyes to the soul. So you can tell a lot about somebody by their basics. If I see a girl, a girl catches me looking at her and she's like, what the fuck? I'm like, I'm sorry, just checking out your basics. And then my wife slaps me in the face. Just kidding. I never see other women. I never leave the house. I'm trapped here. She's caged me. 25-year-old Damien would be disgusted with 44-year-old Damien. Trapped in here? All the time? You don't really see any other human beings? Oh, hi, Rosie. She's taking notes. Crispy, what's up? Too dark? Too dark? All right. Basics are the eyes to the soul. That is... Write that one down. Ooh, look at those beta lands. Those are sexy. Sam knows. Sam's a sexy son of a bitch. Look at those basics. Now, some of the other people, they are like, I just want to watch the world burn kind of personality types. You'll see them play all kinds of different basics in the same deck. That's just like trying to be an edgelord level basics, right? Like, you're just trying too hard to just be fucking, what are you, the coolest dude on the playground? Come on. Stop it. Okay, abandoned attachments, toss island is what I would start with. You could go Storm Chasers. There's no way to give it haste unless he's got Jeskai. Does he have the Jeskai enchantment in his deck? Everybody's Jeskai list is different, so unless I'm literally looking at the list, I can't tell. You guys want some good good info here? Go check this site out. This is from Calper, a person in the channel and who also streams these days. He's got a site where it's tracking all the constructed records in real time, based off of MTG Melee data, which is getting updated in real time. It's just usually we don't get that kind of data until post-tournament, but he's putting it together now, and it's cool. You can actually see in real time how the decks are doing, and the different versions, which ones have Monument, which ones don't. You can copy and paste deck lists right off the site. Pretty sweet. I like how he's got his Storm Chasers on both sides. Put those things together, Sam. Or put the other one on that side, and then put your creature over there, and you put your artist. Like, the creatures and the other non-creature permanents are all getting too jumbled here. It's getting sloppy. Derek Davis, excellent taste. Unhinged full art basic. John Avon unhinged. That's correct. Objectively correct land to play. The finest basics. Only the finest Cambodian basics. Both of these gentlemen, classy scholars of the game. Yep, everybody trades. That's how they know what basics to play. That's how you know they're real. This is real Magic right now. Okay, put Boomerang Basics back in hand. Good. Artist Talent. If he's got Artist Talent and Monument going, I don't think Derek can win this game. There's no way. Because the only thing Derek can do is bounce stuff, right? Well, he's going to draw 3. That's pretty good. Yep. The $5 common. Never thought I'd see the day. Is that the first $5 common? You always match the art, Hamo Goblin. It's the most fundamental, basic thing. Just make sure the art, just be consistent. But again, some people want to be inconsistent because they think trolling is funny or whatever. So that's what they're doing. Like, what? I do it because it bothers you. That's why. Well, I'm not bothered. You just look like a sloppy mess. You looking like a sloppy mess bothers me, but I'll not say that because my mother's told me to never open my mouth unless it's, you know, something positive. And I have disappointed her to this day. Get my thing back. Draw a card. So many otters. Where's the Teamer combo deck? I haven't seen any of it. Sam is 9-1. I think he's pretty much locked for top 8 here. I think he needs, like, if he wins this match, he's pretty much a lock for top 8. He can just double draw in, right? Okay. What does he have? Boomerang Basics, Accumulate Wisdom. Oh, that's the draw 3? Yeah, he's got, yeah, they both have tons of lessons. Holy fuck. They're drawing so many cards. He's discarding Grand to the trigger. Then the spell resolves, draws 3. He draws another one for Artist Talent. So he drew, yeah, triggers, and then now he's drawing the 3. Draws from Artist Talent, draws from, oh, he drew an extra one from Monument there. Monument triggers for the first time. Every time that he discards a card, oh my god. Trigger, discard Island, that's the Artist Talent trigger, and now Monument triggers, and he makes a treasure. Okay. Yeah, not time to start killing him yet, but that thing's going to start doing 3 damage, the Monument, every single turn, basically. Ugh, so much velocity. Trigger again, draw, discard whatever, trigger Monument, do 3 damage to you. Derek goes to 8. Yep, toss Firebending Lesson, don't need it. Just plowing through his deck here. Yeah, such high velocity decks. They just need mana. Mana becomes the only bottleneck, and that's why you saw him just always just make a treasure. Now I can keep going. But once he's triggered the Monument 3 times, there's no real reason to keep going. You just pass. Every turn you trigger it 3 times, you should win that game, right? He passes with 5 cards in hand. Yeah, he put him to 8. He did all the things Monument's going to do there. So save the gas for next turn, or yeah, sure, interact on your opponent's turn, whatever. Trigger that, because he can trigger it on the opponent's turn as well, right? So now Monument can either do another 3 damage or make a treasure, which I think he should just start with treasure. Oh, he starts with draw. Yeah, that makes sense. Damn. Velocity. Yeah, that is nice. Get those beautiful baby blues off to the side. Okay. Yep. Storm Chaser brings back Ancestral Recall. Draw 3, Sam has a play. He draws in response. Trigger, discard. Trigger Monument. Go to 5. Yep. Draw the 3 from Ancestral. This is in response to Derek's Ancestral. Now Derek draws 3. Derek's on 5. That Monument's just going to kill him. That's it. This is over. Like Sam doesn't need to attack. Yeah, he knows. Because the Monument can only trigger all of its modes once per turn. But of course, you can do it on your opponent's turn, your opponent's turn, your turn, as long as you have enough mana. And the fact that the Monument gives you treasure is, as you know, it just basically means as long as you have enough instants in your deck and you don't hit like 4 lands in a row, you can just go draw, draw, draw. And the artist's talent, of course, making sure that even if you do draw lands, yeah, you just keep filtering them away. Crazy game. Yeah, the Monument deck looks good when it does its thing, but let's see what happens post-board. Negate we see here. Spider Sense is also a negate. No, does Spider Sense hit artifacts? I can't remember. I like variety in my life, Jaws. And white borders, variety of white border lands. Yeah, and you know what? There's other people who make the argument that... I was joking before when I said white lands, you know, your get up and leave or whatever on the date. I think it's justifiable to play white bordered basics because they also stand out in your deck. Like if you're playing a commander deck and you could just play white bordered basics, or I don't know, it's easier to fetch. You know what I mean? Easier to fetch your lands. If you're a green deck or something, you play white bordered forests, right? And variety. Yeah, I never even thought about that. Sure, variety. Yeah, that works. I'm lame. I know what I like, and then that's all I want. I just want that. Until they print a better land than the John Avon Full Heart Unhinged Basics, I mean, maybe if I had the money, I would like to play beta basics. I have kind of the same thing here, somewhere up here. In Korea, when I lived there, 4th edition in Korea is not white bordered, it's black bordered. It was one of the first Korean sets they made. And so they have all the beta art, because they use that art for Alpha, Beta, Unlimited, and Revised, and 4th edition, I think, yeah, and then they switched it. So the 4th edition beta basics that I have look like beta lands, but they have Korean on them. And they don't say tap, they have the tap symbol, right? But they look pretty close. So I bought a ton of them. I just bought all these Korean basics because they look really good. And I just love that beta art on a black bordered card. But the OG betas are a little expensive. Players like this will be superstitious too. Like if he does well with beta lands here, he's gonna play beta lands every pro tour, right? Like it's like athletes in other sports wearing the same socks or whatever, right? But I don't know. I have some criteria for what I like in a land, and I find like some lands check all the boxes and some lands don't. You know what I mean? So white bordered, I mean, I don't like the way they look. That's a nostalgia thing, but that's a personal preference thing. I think for lands from an objective perspective, a land should always be immediately identifiable as to what color it makes. So I should be able to look at a land and tell what colors it makes almost just from the art. A basic, not a dual land or whatever. I mean, a basic land, it should be full art because at this point, you know, we don't need to know what a basic does. We don't need the text box. I think full art lands are the best. They have the most art, and that's just the greatest. If it's a land that immediately is recognizable as making that mana. So, for example, the Theros lands that a lot of people at first didn't like, because they call them the Pokemon lands and stuff, right? Because they don't show land in the art. But at least they're immediately recognizable, so they check one of those boxes. What I dislike is stuff like the Kamigawa basic mountain, is it? That looks like a swamp. That's the worst kind of land you can possibly have. It's ambiguous. You have to like look at it again and go, oh, that's a mountain, right? Dumb. I hate shit like that. But there's all kinds of things in between those extremes, right? The land should, I think, immediately be, you know, you should be immediately able to tell what mana it makes. I think the second thing should be full art. And third, it should look like a land. I think the art should have land in the art. So that's a box that the Theros basics don't check for me. Other lands that are like a lot of Universes Beyond stuff, it's like you know, Aether Drift. It's like the guy's driving in a car, and it looks kind of like it could be something to do with, like, islands are weird. There are some islands that look so bizarre. I'm not big fans of them. Like the Zendikar full art basics, like the big bowl that everybody loves. It's like, what the fuck is that? I don't know. I guess so, but Zendikar was a weird set for lands, but at least they had full arts. I don't know. So I want it to look like a land in the art. It has to be full art, and I think it should be immediately recognizable as whatever the mana it makes. You know, that, like, I can tell immediately. Like, look at those John Avon basics. They're full art. They look like a land, and they're so blue, red, green, black. The swamp looks awesome. Just doing it at night, like the whole card is black. Even the sky, you know, because it's the mountain is at sunset. I love that. They're clear. They're easy. I think they're the perfect land, really. Unglued is interesting as well, but I think Unglued takes up too much of the art with a frame. I don't like the frame. It's too big on Unglued basics. But those are the other ones a lot of people love, is Unglued. And then there's the what was the most recent one? I have a few of those as well. Unstable? They're pretty beautiful too, actually. They're very similar to the John Avons because they are, the whole card looks blue or red or green or whatever, and they're still showing a landscape of some sort that ties to the land that the card is. And they're full art. So those are gorgeous ones too. Those are probably those are up there, but nobody seems to use them at the Pro Tour. But anyway. The vagina sleeves? What? No, I have no idea. Oh, I didn't know that, Hemoglobulin. Is it always? Yeah, because I've seen German, Italian black bordered cards and stuff. Huh, interesting. So should Storm Chasers be banned? I don't think so. But it's hard to pick any one specific card from these decks as being the straw that broke the camel's back, because all of them are. What really is the problem is there's just too many of them. I think Storm Chasers talent shouldn't be banned if there wasn't a bunch of other cheap 1-mana spells to go with it. I feel like that's the problem. It's right now there's too many. There's a critical mass of like cheap, efficient interaction into the Flood mod. Then they print Boomerang basics, and then, like, you know, it's that shit that's also just as bad as Storm Chasers, but all of them look equally really bad when they're all together because there's just too many of them. I think that's the problem. So should it get banned? Maybe, or maybe it's Into the Flood mod that needs to get banned. Or maybe it's Boomerang basics? No, it's probably not that. I don't know. Maybe it's the fucking common that lets you draw 3 cards. I don't know. But when all these cards are together, they all look like they should. Like, any one of these could be banned, and it would be, yeah, sure. Storm Chasers looks really good. Storm Chasers is a great card. Is it the kind of card that should dominate Standard? No, and it hasn't really. It's gone from being good to not really being great to being good again to, you know. I mean, they banned This Town Ain't Big Enough, and Storm Chasers kind of fell off. I like that Storm Chasers makes a lot of decks viable. You know, that's kind of interesting. Ooh, Exile Graveyard, yeah. If people are bringing the graveyard hate, then the lessons get a lot worse. But maybe it's Storm Chasers. Yeah, it could be. I mean, it's obviously very good. But I like that Storm Chasers enables a lot of different decks to be viable. From like Temur Otters to like Simic stuff, Simic spells and all that stuff play Storm Chasers. Like there's a bunch of decks that, you know, blue-red obviously, blue-white can play it. They're like the blue-white enchantments or flash deck or something. I don't even know. No, maybe that deck doesn't play it. I'm not even sure. But so I don't know. I like that. The cards like that are generally like good to have. Like you want to have a card that creates a bunch of archetypes. That's ideal. But yeah, get your Anticipate back. But unfortunately, no graveyard except an island there. Meanwhile, Sam's full powered there. 3 lessons. Yeah, but you could be right. Yeah, it could be Storm Chasers. I mean, 2 pieces of cardboard for 1 mana is usually too good, and then you get another piece of cardboard later when you activate the second chapter. Like it's too cheap for getting that much, you know, card advantage. And tempo and stuff. Yeah, maybe it's Storm Chasers, sure. I just wish there weren't so many other cheap spells to go with it. That's what really makes it insane. Another Soul Guide. Okay. Discard. Triggers. 2 monuments here. Gonna counter the Soul Guide. Oh. Okay, before the treasure comes in, yeah. Yeah, that's a lesson in the yard, but need something else here. 2 mana? Triggers. Trigger monument twice. Do 6 to you? Oh, 3 and a treasure. Okay. Yeah, because he... Oh, did he draw a card before? I see, now I'm losing track of how many triggers monuments had. I think it's only 2. But he did different. He drew with 1 and made a treasure with the other the first time. And then he just did 3 damage. No, he did 6. Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah. It went from 16 to 13, and then it sat there, and I'm like, oh, he didn't do 6 damage, then it went to 10. Yeah, nasty. Yeah, Monument Unmolested is going to just win the game. This is what happened both games. I think Derek Davis with his Is It Lessons deck is not really prepared for this. I mean, again, Into the Floodmaw is really the best answer, but I don't think this Lessons deck plays that. JED's deck plays it, but he's playing like the Seal, Tiger Seal or whatever and all that other shit. It's a different deck. He has Accumulate Wisdom here. Yeah. Anticipate, I guess. I don't know what he could draw. Ghost Vacuum, double Ghost Vacuum. I think I like Soul Guide more because you really just need to eat their whole deck. Because if you just eat 1 lesson, I mean, God, they can put like 2-3 lessons in the yard at once, right? You just need something better than Ghost Vacuum. I like Flanker, but yeah, something like that. Soul Guide, wipe the whole graveyard. Tormod's Crypt style, right? Toss Beautiful Island. Okay. Sam's at 7. It's kind of close. Stock up. Okay. I saw a Thirst there. I don't think he's going to take it. I also saw a couple lands, so I know those are going to go to the bottom. But, let's see. Stop printing 1 mana cards with more than 20 words? Yeah. Which land? The Vagina Sleeves. Oh, the land. Yeah. Right. Yeah, Ghost Vacuum's just a little slow here. So he could rebuy. He's only got 2 lessons. He rebuys one of them. Like, yeah. Rebuy the draw 2 discard one, maybe? Huh. It's going to be close. He could die here. If Sam can... Well, yeah. Discard 1 card here. Do 6. And then discard a card on Derek's turn. Do 6. And that's lethal, right? He just discards off Artist Talent. He just needs to find a spell here. He's got to discard another spell. That's the problem. He's going to discard... I don't know what... Oh, that's the Spider-Man negate or something? Yeah, okay. Spider Sense. Goes to the yard. I love how Spider-Man is showing up 0. Like, there are like 0 cards in this Pro Tour. I mean, there's the one Reanimator deck that's using that 1 card, but other than that, there's 1 other card maybe seeing play. Crazy. Ooh, another Monument. Ugh. Draw, make treasure. Keep the mana flowing. Yeah, he's at 4. He's dead. He's gonna get double triggered on, yeah. Nice. Savage. The combo version, very good in the mirror. Sam, locked for top 8, basically. I think if he loses every single game, or every single match from now on, I don't think it matters. I think he's still top 8. Nice. Yeah, the combo version is good against the other version, it looks like. Interesting.
certainly will be. So
Yeah, working the cards in hand.
there we go.
Had to get out of the truck and congratulate him, I imagine. There it is.
Best buddy Matt Ness, Caroline there, and all of his friends. So congratulations, Sam. That's got to feel so good. Big old smile on his face. Love.
The first person who qualified for the top 8, basically. Sweet. She's saying she's got goosebumps.
All about.
You know what's great? We get to do it 7 more times.
We do get to do it 7 more times. Oh, what a great job we got.
Oh, man. This next match we're going to jump into, friends. We don't get to just...
She's like, speak for yourself. I have to sit in this booth with you. Corey just like, what a hard job we've got. Look at us. I could just spend all day with this lovely young lady here. She's like, oh God, I gotta spend all day with you? No, just kidding. Corey's a good guy. Seems like a good guy anyway, from everything I hear. There's JD. Judges out to lunch. Game 3. Who is it, Dex? JD using the full art basics from original Zendikar. There's that Bowl Island that a lot of people like. The most expensive one of those basics, I believe. Japanese Storm Chasers, love to see it. I love foreign language cards. I love Japanese cards and stuff, but when I moved back home and I tried to sell Korean cards, nobody wanted them. Because you have to go to like a big event where there are actual dealers and stuff. The people at the LGS are just like, huh? Why would I want a Grizzlebrand that I can't read? It's like, okay, never mind. Overlord? No, it's not. I don't know how or why they schedule things the way they do, but it seems to change every year. I think last year it was closer to October, if I'm not mistaken. I don't even remember now. Yeah, honestly, I don't know. I don't even keep track. But the seasons keep changing and stuff, right? Like, the length of some of the seasons is so weird. For a while, like, I think one of the longest RCQ seasons we had last year was Pioneer. Like, the last Pioneer RCQ season was really long, if I recall. And shortly after that, that's when it was kind of abandoned. It's weird to have these weird, like, you'd think every season would be the same length and there would be this many per year. So yeah, the Pro Tours happen every 3 months and then Worlds is always at the same time. But that's not how it's organized because, I don't know, ban announcement times keep changing. Set release times are always changing. 6 sets a year, 7 sets a year. Like, what does that do to the Pro Tour? As a tournament organizer, you have to understand the fact that you can't have a set release the day before a Pro Tour, right? I don't think anybody wants a new set to come out a week before the Pro Tour. That is just not enough time for people to prepare for this tournament, right? Pros would not want that. And it would make for a worse tournament, I think. It also helps Wizards know, what cards do we need to ban? What cards, is this a healthy format? Like, they want people to solve the format so that they can balance it without getting it wrong, ideally, right? So considering that, you can't just put Worlds right after a new set comes out. It's got to be a little bit after that, at least 2 weeks or 3 weeks after a set release, with Avatar. Does that mean it gets pushed to December? Yeah, because now we have 6 sets this year. This is what's. Like the set cadence, all these things are interlinked, right? So when one of them changes, it ripple effects and affects all of these things. A shitty company who doesn't know what they're doing, like at least Huey Jensen or whoever's running organized play knows this. He was a pro player. He's like telling people, okay, look, if we're doing 7 sets a year, we can't have Worlds in October 1 week after EOE drops or whatever it was that came out, or Spider-Man. It's like, we can't do this. Let's do it, 3 months later. Like, we've got like the whole scheduling. So it's always changing. Really annoying. Like, it makes sense, but for us, it sucks. Like, it makes sense for them, but the reason it makes sense for them makes it make no sense anywhere else. Like, why does it always have to keep changing? Why do you keep releasing more sets? That stuff doesn't make sense. That's the reason this makes sense because the other things they're doing make no sense. They have to do it this way. Do you know what I mean? So frustrating. But it is what it is. I mean, I think it's correct to do it that way. I don't think you should have a set release right before a big tournament like the World Championships. This is the most important tournament of the year. You really can't have, some last minute nonsense like that. People would not be happy, right? It would be a crapshoot. It would be more of a crapshoot, and you don't want that. Where the goal of this tournament is to determine who the finest player in the world is for this year. Like, full stop. Like, that's what it is, right? Maybe this person didn't do well all year or whatever, but they did well enough to qualify for this exclusive tournament. And if they win this against a lot of other people who also are very good because they qualified to win this through very difficult tournaments, that's what we want to find, right? We want to find the finest people, the finest Magic players. So having a set come out too early, that just throws it all into whack. Also, having mechanics that are high variance throws it into whack. So Miracles was a weird Pro Tour. You know what I mean? Like, that kind of stuff is like fucking crazy. Like, there's this famous video of LSV and Brian Kibler where Kibler's playing like a win-in, LSV's right next to him, the whole team's behind him, and he's winning the game, and the other guy just goes, bonfire off the top, like miracled this bonfire of the damned to like win the game, and Kibler just goes, and he turns to stare at LSV. They both just look at each other, they're like, this is pro Magic, I guess. You know, and that was years ago, right? But that was like one of those things that, like, you know, AFR was a shitty set in Magic because it's a bunch of dice rolling. What the fuck? Like, dice rolling in a game that already has this much variance? Why would you do that? How can we even figure out who the best player is when we're all just rolling a fucking D20? Like, you know what I mean? This isn't D&D, like, for a reason. It's a skill game. Like, we want to find the finest skilled players. The more variance, the less we're going to be able to find those players, right? Because people who aren't as good are just randomly going to win games because the mechanics are so swingy, right? Have 20 plus sets a year, there will be no Pro Tour. Yeah, god yes. I think I've said before, I think competitive Magic is not going to last another decade at this rate. I think Wizards has finally stumbled upon the secret sauce of the casual player, not the competitive player. It's the casual player we have to target. And you can see, obviously, the last, 5-6 years, it's been that. All the changes they make to the game are to appeal to those players, right? A lot of the content, like, look at all the sets they print. There's a reason next year we're going to have more Universes Beyond sets than Universes Within sets, you know? I don't know. I think it's going to continue to go that way. I think at some point they're going to say Standard is too hard to balance because we want to print all these Commander cards into every set, and they're throwing everything off, and everything's crazy, and people don't like it, and all people do is complain, because that's what we do. I complain a lot about a lot of the things they do in this game because I don't like the direction it's going. But I think at some point they're just going to go, fuck all these competitive players. Hey, if other organizations want to do their own tournament series, we'll support them, but let's just print for the casual crowd. Full stop, right? Yeah. They used to be within about a week. There was a couple times. I don't think people like that very much. We like it because maybe we have no idea what to do in this format, so we get to see, high-level play. But I think it's better to give them some time. I think that produces better content, better results, better everything, right? They calling me. Gotta hang up on this person. I love the game. That's exactly right, Hemogoblin. I criticize a lot because I love the game. I praise the game a lot. I praise things about Magic all the time. I say it's the best TCG. It's so good that even though there's a lot of boondoggle, I don't even know what to call it, crazy dumb shit that the company does, I still play this game and I still enjoy it greatly. It's such a great game. Hey, JED winning there, nice. Kind of tired of these Is It mirrors, but yeah, the game, I think the mana system, I think they struck this just perfect chord with the way the mana works with the non-mana just being in the same deck, and the dynamic that creates, and the crazy deck building you can do because of that is so fascinating. That's by far what makes Magic the best game out there. And I think a lot of people don't agree because they don't like losing to Mana Screw and Mana Flood. And I get it. that is annoying, and it feels like, wait, lands are the worst part of the game. I got mana screwed again. Fuck. It's like, but those games, yeah, there's these certain percentage of games that's going to happen, and you just write those off. That's just part of the game. But because of that, the upside of that, the other side of that coin, is you get so many exciting games where you're like, oh my god, I got a top deck, not a land, or oh my god, I got a top deck a land to cast my 5-drop. Oh, 5-drop. Like those roller coaster moments are because of the mana system that's in this game, right? So I know it's frustrating sometimes, but the trade-off is worth it. The joy, the excitement you get from a game like this is worth the small number of games, really, mathematically small-ish number of games that is decided by Mana Screw Mana Flood. There's other variants that obviously decides games of Magic, how you draw, you know, the randomness of how your cards line up with your opponents. Like, there's so much variance in other aspects, but the mana is, even though it's a big part of the variance, it is what makes the game incredible. It's the mana system. Look at all the other TCGs. None of them have a mana system like Magic. Hearthstone, League of Legends of Runeterra, and all these other Eternal. You get mana at a fixed rate. Or some games you get to choose whether you get mana or you get a card, or, you know, but you have total control over that. What I'm drawing off my deck, I know is going to be action, and that makes it less exciting. Now it's just a question of which action do I draw. It's not a question of, am I going to brick this turn? Or is my opponent, please? Oh, the mono red deck. Oh, they drew a mountain. They drew a mountain. I untap. Oh my god. You know, like that kind of excitement you do not get in other games. Full stop. That's it. That's what it is. If you don't believe me, it's because you haven't played Magic enough. You'll get there. Keep playing this game. You'll figure it out. But the mana base part is the coolest part of Magic. It's what makes it such a good game. I love Magic. I could obviously ramble for days about all the different things about Magic. But like Hemogoblin said, I criticize this game a lot because I know how good it can be. It can be better. Like, I want to see competitive be a focus again of the design, and not just like a side effect, like a byproduct of just putting as many legends in every set as we can, or, you know, all the design decisions they make, you know, around the casual scene. And it's not a war. Like, I think a lot of players think it's like competitive players and casual players. It's like Xbox and PlayStation back in the day. That stuff is so fucking stupid. I'm glad all those console war bullshit is way behind us. I love casual Magic. I play lots. I mean, not on my stream, but when I get together with my cousins, we play Dan, we play Commander, Pauper Commander. I love casual Magic, but this is real Magic. Like, I love kicking the soccer ball around on the beach, but I want to watch the World Cup for a reason. Like, I want to see this. Like, this is like real. Like, this is the pinnacle of Magic. This is Magic boiled down to its essence. You know what I mean? Dan's fucking awesome. Have you ever played BattleBox? I love BattleBox. Does Tombot have to select all the hydrants in the picture? Okay, very nice. Hemogoblin. He's here all week, folks. Try the buffet. Unique decks showing promise. Overlord. I think the big one is the Monument deck. I don't think many people gave Monument any credit. If you look at the challenges over the last few weeks, you will not see a single Monument. At least I don't think I saw. Maybe I wasn't paying close enough attention. I saw Izzet all over the place, but I don't think any of them were playing Monument unless they wrote the name of the deck deliberately wrong. I don't know. But I definitely didn't see a ton of Monument, and yet that deck seems very powerful. I think specifically against the Mirror, the Lessons deck. I think the Prowess deck, because there's like 3 Izzet decks that are kind of, they play a lot of the same cards, but they are kind of playing on a different axis, each one of them, right? And Mani just went to somebody off camera. Don't do that, Mani. You're on camera now. Don't fucking... Oh, Sam's qualled for top 8.
Very excited. We have enjoyed watching you play.
He's like, I'm very excited.
You've seen me
so
doing
chill.
it with very, very good decks. I'm thinking Nadu. And now this one might be really good too. You're not really one prone to hyperbole, but when you think you've got it, you think you've got it. And I have been talking to you a lot this weekend. You think you have it here with this Lessons deck.
Yeah, this deck is amazing. You get to play with Accumulated Wisdom, which is just Ancestral Recall.
He said this all before,
I played
right?
with that card in my very first draft of the format, and then I told Matt Nass, like, hey, this card that lets you spend 2 mana to draw 3, that's really good. Maybe we should build some decks with that, and then that's how we got here.
Matt Nass had a hand in it, of course.
A matchup that you're nervous about, scared about, or is it they gotta beat me?
Just the mirror. I don't really want to play against a teammate on the mirror. I think our Monument version is better than the other versions, but not by a ton. So I'd rather they don't have lessons.
A wise man once said that he's in the business of winning matches, and business is
booming.
Party time, everybody. Sam, party.
Nice. Your husband and I played against each other. Nice. Oh, I'm jealous. I don't have anybody in my house who plays Magic, but Dandan's great, and it's deep as shit. That's the best part about Dandan. What color do you just play? Mono blue Dandan? Missionary Dandan? What do you and your husband do? Do you get kinky? Do you have a ring in the ceiling for Dandan? We do. No. My cousin has a mono black Dandan, mono red Dandan, colorless Dandan. There's a whole bunch of Dandans you can play that are all work. They all function the same. It's awesome. You're just vanilla. Yeah. Mono blue is the original, right? Mono blue Dandan's awesome. That's why it's called Dandan. But it's funny. You can take basically any 3/1 or 4/1 or something and make a Dandan like deck, but with totally different, bring things back from the graveyard cards and bounce cards and disruption. And I swear, my cousin and my uncle have like 5 Dandan decks each, and they're all different colors. My uncle has mono blue, mono red, and mono black, and my cousin has colorless, mono red, mono black, mono blue. But even the decks that are like both of them have mono black decks, but a different finisher in each one, a different Dandan in each one, which is wild. But yeah, Matt Nasty, yeah, that's what they used to call him. Cedric's shirt, yeah.
How does a team as successful as
Yeah, I know.
yours get ready for a constructed portion of a Pro Tour?
Yeah,
I think
usually it
Cedric has a very strong resting bitch face. He's got to be like, he's a great guy. I love him, super nice guy, like class act. But his resting face is like kind of like an angry scowl. Like even when he's in the booth, he's like blah 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 blah. It almost looks like he's like, when you talk to him in an interview like this, like look at him right now, he's scowling. It's just his natural. Yeah, it's his brows. I know. I've been told I have sometimes like my face is too intimidating because I like, yeah, like I don't know. People have told me they don't want to, they don't feel comfortable. I don't know around me, but Cedric has that resting bitch face. He's got to watch that because in interviews, you don't want to intimidate the person you're interviewing. These guys know each other well, right? Like Simon Nielsen here knows these guys have the pros who have been doing the Pro Tour for years now are like all buddies. But it's kind of funny though. Cedric's awesome. I loved Cedric and P Sully back in the day on
with
SCG.
The additions of Avatar and some new brews that we might have that we try and run against the wall and see which one sticks. Usually it's not that many of them, and then we try and whittle it down to fewer and fewer decks. We want to get to a point where once we get to the testing house, we only have like 3-ish decks we're considering among us, because that makes it much more clean to actually have the in-house process where we need to tune the decks. That's a time-consuming process.
So you knock it down to those 2 or 3 decks.
And then you tune them.
Yeah, so once we're set on like our 2 decks that we usually split up on the team, we split up into groups, and then each group work on the deck that they think they're playing. Usually, it might be due to player preference or player strength, etc. And these groups then work on tuning the deck. That's when we go and we play a bunch of matchups, a bunch of the same matchup a ton of times with different players, swapping sides, recording the matches so that other people can learn from them, and that's where we find those the exact setup of the 60 and the sideboard and the sideboard plans and everything like that gets tuned and locked in.
So
during
sweet.
Those few days in the testing house.
All right, so now you've done all the testing.
So sweet. I love hearing about that stuff. It's fascinating to me how these guys work on decks. It's so much more intense than the average player has any clue about. This is why they're the
It's
pros.
always interesting because I feel like historically we're not a team who's very good at predicting metagames. Recently we allied ourselves with a data analyst who looked at our track record of metagame predictions, and he concluded that we're all terrible at it, but individually, but at least if we do our average, it's okay. So
Yeah, because they're so fucking good at Magic. It was like that Demir Demons deck is a perfect example.
None of us thought that the Is It Lesson deck was a particularly playable deck, and it's the most popular. So I hope that that they're just wrong and we're right, but we'll see. I mean, maybe we underestimated something here.
Hey, it's that scary feeling after deck submission. You hope you got everything right. Hopefully you didn't get too much wrong. This guy's been getting a lot right over the past handful of years, just like his team has. So Simon, we will see. Good luck.
Yeah, I mean, even for my regional championship earlier this year, I was agonizing over the last couple slots in my deck right up until deck registration. Like the night before, we played an FNM at MTGDG's shop in Montreal, and I was like, you know, like, oh, like, do I play this in the sideboard? Like, I had a couple alternate cards that I had collected that I was, you know, MTG had collected for me that I was ready to switch to, but it's so you doubt yourself. I love hearing how they test. It's fantastic. Here's another teammate, Simon Nielsen. They're on the
I'm
same
playing
team.
the band Urban Combo.
Oh yeah, he's
what
playing the
it does
combo
is,
deck, right?
Urban Creatures with Doc Arlock.
Timeless
which
is a shit
cost
show.
by 2,
Yeah,
so you can actually
Daza,
multi-play
yeah, that
Urbans,
sounds about
and
right.
with Appa, that creates a token every time you cast an Urban Creature, so you will create infinite creatures. So basically, you know, we're trying to make an infinite army of allies.
So what are the 3 most important cards in the deck?
So Doc Arlock, which is the card that reduces the cost.
Yeah,
and
Doc
Aang
Warlock.
Sweepsaver, which
And
does
Appa.
Urban Creature when it comes into play. And Appa, which does the same and also creates tokens. So if you get all the 3 together, you have full combo, get infinite tokens, so hopefully win the game in the next turn. And the rest
See
of the
what I
deck is just
mean?
trying to support those cards.
I hate that. That phrase he just jammed in there. You get those 3 cards together, you go infinite creatures, and then hope they survive to the next turn, and then you kill them. Wait, what? Wait, what? You hope to they survive till the next turn? Hold up. It's like a record scratch. Like, wait, what? That's not great. I don't like that aspect of this deck. I know some versions will play Imidane's Recruiter, but it's such a weird card in the deck. Like, you draw that Recruiter when you're not ready to combo. It's so bad. But, God, what? He just glossed over that.
Black deck with a lot of removals, or I don't even know, maybe the red decks, if they are like
He's saying,
targeting our deck.
what
so
deck do I not want to face? Is decks that have a ton of removal, right?
Have you brought this weekend, and what does it do?
This weekend, I've brought Golgari Ouroboros, similar to the Simic deck, but
Oh, this is the-
a lot
yeah.
more streamlined.
So
It's
this is
trying to
another
put as
breakout
many copies
deck.
of Ouroboros into play as soon as possible.
And what are
Yeah,
the 3 most
a bunch of
important
ways.
cards? I bet I could
Lively
guess
Dirge
each
to
one.
Yeah, no,
tutor up the
spoilers out there, it's
Ouroboros.
Ouroboros, the
Nature's
most important
Rhythm.
card, but followed up very closely by the new one, Badgermole Cubs, number 2.
Oh, and Badger
and
Mole,
then
right, right.
Nature's Rhythm is Badgermole Cubs 5 through 8 and Ouroboros 5 through 8. So that's number 3.
And
What
then
would you say is the
Dirge is
best matchup
also
for your list?
I really like playing against the Simic version.
against
And
Simic.
the worst matchup?
Anyone who's got main deck Wrath.
Yup, I know. I play Jeskai. Yup.
And what does it do?
I'm gonna play Jeskai Artifacts. And the deck just tries
Oh.
to control early stages of like 1, 2, and turn
Interesting.
3. And then
Main
start
deck hide on the ceiling.
bringing big boards of constructs with a synthesizer and rule over the game.
So what are the
Rule over the day. I love it.
Synthesizers, number 1.
Synthesizer, of course.
Yeah.
Then
On
the
United
Repurposing Day
Battlefront.
to fetch as a fetch tutor for
N-
every
it's this-
artifact.
it's gotta
and
be
then
this.
the United Battlefront, which lets you keep on with the advantage.
And what's the best matchup for this deck?
The best matchup is the blue-red base decks with the spells with not so much pressure.
And the worst matchup?
And the worst matchup probably Otters.
Otters.
Best of luck. Thank you very much.
Oh, interesting. The Otters combo? I guess so. Yeah, not a lot of instant speed removal to interact with them. Yeah, the Artifacts deck is interesting. I played the Esper version with Beseech, and it felt pretty powerful. Like, turn 3 Beseech, it's like you're playing 7 copies of your best card. And it's funny to see the green-black deck do the same thing. Basically say, Ouroboros so good right now because there's no cut down in the format or anything. If you can just get to combat, trigger it, and it gets out of range of lightning bolt effects, then that's insane. So let's just play as many of these like copies of this card by either fetching it or whatever as we can. I think that's why the Jean-Emmanuel Depraz invitational card looks so good. Man, it says search your library for on it, like full stop. That's that. If you can get them to put that on a card for you, that feels pretty damn good. But damage control crew, I don't know. Dugio, no, I mean there's good matchups because these blue-red decks, like the Monument deck's really cool to watch, but I haven't seen Control yet. I want to see a Jeskai Control deck, but I guess they're not doing very well. Lessons Mirror. Oh, okay. Oh yeah, JSD's card looks sweet. I didn't realize. So you know the decks better than I do, okay, Scoop, but I love it. I think a lot of I want Bant Airbending combo to be in the format. I think it's cool. I think having decks like that are cool. Do I think it's great? Like, no, and I've made my thoughts known on that, but I love that it exists. I want decks like that to be either tier 1 or very close. I feel like Banta Airbending is like tier 1.5, if we're, being brutally honest, right? But that Monument deck, it's not hard to hate that deck out, I don't know if it has what it takes. Let's go Max Door. Oh, he's a local? Oh, you know him. Do you know him, MTG? Everybody's got some people in here they know. We have a friend of Jean-Emmanuel Debras in here as well. Max Door. He looks like he's doing great. He's like 4th overall or something. It's like 8-2, right? How you doing, MTG? How's life? Oh, awesome. Okay, see, I love hearing that. The personal anecdotes. Because there's also the negative side. Like, remember that whole debacle at the... it was like 2 RCs ago in Montreal with... oh, what's his face? I can't remember the guy's name now. When he said, yeah, if we get to the end of the game and it looks like it's going to be a draw, whoever's ahead should just, the other person should scoop to you. And then it came down to it, and he tried to, he basically went back on what he promised just to try and get the draw, and then ended up making both of them not top 8. Sajalik, yeah, Eduardo Sajalik or whatever, yeah. Yeah, super scummy move. When I hear stuff like that, that's it. That person's written off. And I know that guy. I've seen him at GPs. I remember even back in the day, he was in Thailand. He was in Bangkok at GP Bangkok, where I was. And he said some snarky remark to me and the guy I was playing with at one point, because I was right next to him. I was 4-1, so I was toward the top tables. And the Reed Duke was down the table, and he was right next to me. And I lost the match to Mana Screw in game 3, and I was like, fuck. My 2 buddies had been watching, and I turned around, I'm like, yeah, I just could not draw a 3rd land. Like, damn, God. And he's next to me, he just turns and goes, yeah, that's magic. And kept playing, and I was like, what the fuck, dude? Yeah, I know, it's variance. What the fuck is that? Do you need to make a comment? If I want your opinion, I'll fucking ask for it. I didn't say this, but I felt just going, what the? And I looked, and I'm like, the fuck? And we just turned around and walked away. Super, and it was him, because I've seen his face. I've seen him write articles and stuff like that, and I was just like, what the fuck? What a douchebag. I don't know if he was having a bad day or what, but he was sitting right there, so he overheard our conversation and just said that. What the fuck? Anyway. And then I heard that story at GP, or at that Montreal RC, and I was just like, yeah, I don't have a good opinion of that guy already, so I'm not surprised, but really scummy moves. So the same kind of thing. When you say a player is really great guy, and he's doing well, yeah, that's who I want to cheer for. I don't like cheering for people who are good at the game, but they're not good guys. It's why I don't cheer for Marcio Carvalho and people like that who've been caught cheating. And it's you're done. It's like an egg. Once it's broken, you can glue the pieces together, but I can see all the cracks. It's never going to be the same. You break the trust, that's it. It's never the same. Hit or miss? Yeah. Okay, I haven't talked to them more than one snarky comment that he made, but yeah. Cool. Anyway, good to know. We were talking about nationalities earlier. I think they should just take off the flags on everybody's profile. Who gives a shit? They've already let people have no flag, right? If you choose, you can just have an arena symbol. You got your pronouns there and everything. Why even have the fucking flags? Take them away. Who gives a shit where the people are from who play Magic at a high level? It doesn't matter. But I know you're proud because he's from your local game scene. That's, him personally, that's a reason to cheer for somebody. I don't give a shit that he's Canadian. I don't give a shit that, I don't care how many Canadians are in here overall. I don't know. To me, that kind of stuff is nationalistic silliness, but I just want to see the best players in the world. I don't care what language they speak or where they're from. In fact, if they don't speak English, it's probably a lot harder for them to even get to this stage. They have way fewer opportunities than Americans and, Canadians and maybe Europeans, depending on where you live. But Americans have the most opportunities by far. They're always overrepresented here. Japan, for a smaller, place, has a huge amount of players who play because they're mostly serious gamers. That's why. But it almost it doesn't matter. Who gives a shit? I don't know. I guess if you're the only guy from Estonia or whatever, Carl Serap's like, hell yeah, I'm proud. I want to put my thing. I don't know. Maybe. Dom Harvey's always interesting when you see him. Does he rock a Canadian flag because he's living in Canada? Or he's from England, so he could rock the British flag? Again, does it matter? No, who gives a shit? I don't know. I want us to not care about shit like that. Okay. All Montreal locals. Yeah, if you know them from like your scene, that's a whole separate thing. Now you're just cheering for your friends. That's great. I don't cheer for any Canadians just because they're Canadian. I do not give a shit. But they seem like great players. If they're good guys, hell yeah. Hopefully they do well. That's great to hear. But I won't, like, I don't know. I'm not going to rub it in people's faces that hey, the world champ is Canadian. Did you know that? Like, or I don't know. Like, it feels, that doesn't matter at all. I love that this game is enjoyed by people all over the world, and we have a pretty wide representation. It's obviously very heavily skewed towards North America and Japan, but there is a pretty good representation of different people all over the world who love this game. We can all play this game without even speaking the same language. I've done it many times. That's why it's such a good game. It's like you all speak the same language. It doesn't matter where you're from. We're all speaking Magic right now. I don't know. Played in Europe. Oh, for the Star Wars regionals, it was nice to have the flag. Yeah, because you were like one of the only Canadian people there. They gave you on the coverage, like it showed the flag. I guess, yeah. I see what you're saying, like, but again, it feels, I don't know. I wouldn't give a shit. Like, let's say you win the Pro Tour. I imagine if I won the Pro Tour and they're interviewing me and they ask me some question like, hey, you're the first Canadian guy. I mean, I'm not even the first Canadian to win a Pro Tour, but let's say I was. You know, you're the first Canadian to win a Pro Tour. What do you think of that? I wouldn't know what to say. I'd be like, I don't care about that at all. Who gives a shit? But aren't you proud for your country? No, I worked hard. My friends, I'm proud of their work. They worked a lot on this deck. We did this together with my team or whatever. That's the reason I did well. I don't know. Am I doing this for Canada? Like, I don't know. For me, I don't have that sense of nationalism that a lot of other people have. I wouldn't even know how to answer a question like that in an interview. I'd be like, does that matter? Who fucking cares? No, I didn't do it for Canada. I do it because I love this game and I'm good at this game and I put in the work and I won the tournament, and it has nothing to do with where I'm from or who, what. I don't give a shit. I don't know. It's not that I'm not proud. I love Canada. I do love where I'm from, but I just, for like this kind of competitive thing, I just don't care. This isn't the Olympics. That's a different story. That's nations competing. This isn't nations competing. Why does it matter? I don't know. I get it from the competitor perspective that you're describing. Like when you're surrounded by people who are not from where you're from, it's like, I kind of want to wave the lone flag. I'm different or whatever, but it's like, I don't know. At some point, it does not matter, right? I don't know. Maybe I'm just being brutally honest here. That's the way I see it. Is he playing Roiling Dragonstorm? Whoa, what is it Lessons? So even some of those other lesson decks, they did not play Dragonstorm. So this is what I mean. There's so much variance in these decks. It's wild. Wait, what? Roiling, did I see that earlier? I didn't see a Roiling Dragonstorm out of this guy's deck yet. And I've seen this deck on camera a few times already. Weird. I haven't looked at the lists yet. But I knew he was on Crab. I don't think I had seen Dragonstorm. What? He's not even playing dragons. Is that just 2-mana draw? Trigger Prowess? Can't bring it back with Storm Chasers? That is weird. In a deck that has Ancestrals? Stock-ups? Why are you playing Dragonstorm? Huh. Anyway. 80% probably don't care. Yeah. Yes, and I'm not saying you shouldn't like it. I'm just saying for me, it makes no difference, and I would rather see no flags because it just doesn't matter to me at all. And I don't know. I'm sure there's other people who are very proud. Like, I mean, Torf was in here saying, how many Germans are in the Pro Tour? I'm like, I have no fucking clue. I don't know. You can go and count, I guess, but I just don't. Who cares how many Germans are in here? But he wanted to know, like, he wants to cheer for the Germans because they're from Germany and he's from Germany. I don't know. I would cheer for the people who I think are really good. I've cheered for Japanese players to win. I've cheered for Americans, Canadians, Spanish players. The players I like, I cheer for. The players who I think are good, I want to see them do well. I don't give a shit where they're from. So for me, just me. I'm not saying you guys should be like me. I'm just saying this is how my approach to it, and it always like makes me kind of like chuckle when people get very like nationalistic. I know why people are very proud, you know, and I'm lucky. I live from a country. I come from a country. I live in a country that I can be proud of. And there's not a lot of people that can say that all over the world. You know, if I lived in China, if I lived in North Korea, if I lived in Russia, if I lived in the United States, I would not be proud right now. If I lived in Italy, I probably wouldn't be proud. If I lived in Saudi Arabia or like, there's so many countries, right? But I'm lucky. I can be proud of my country, but so I am, but not when it comes to this kind of stuff. This is not something. I'm proud that we have universal health care. I'm proud that we have good education. I'm proud that we, are a progressive, liberal-leaning country. I don't give a shit about our soccer team or whatever. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. Sports and things, who fucking cares? It's a game, not important. Not something that you need to be only proud of that. You're really ashamed because your basketball team didn't do well. There are bigger problems. You know what I mean? In the world to be proud of or to not be proud of. I don't know. That's just the way I see it. I know it's harsh, but okay, I scoop. Yeah, okay. But no, I know a lot of German people. I mean, my old business partner was German. I've traveled through Germany. My wife's family is from Germany. I've stayed with them. Part of her family. My wife is Korean, but her aunt moved to Germany and became a nurse after the Korean War. And a lot of Korean women did this. I didn't realize there's a whole like enclave, and she married a German guy and had kids. So we went there. We met my wife's cousins, who are, I guess, half Korean, half German. Just the best people. Had a blast. Germany was awesome. Loved Germany. But knowing, the history and stuff. Look at Japan. It's the same thing. It's incredible the change that can happen in a country. Like you joke like that, but it's like, Japan did horrible shit, arguably worse than Nazi Germany did in World War II. Both of them did horrible shit. I mean, what are we comparing here? But Imperial Japan was a fucked up place. Like, listen to the Hardcore History podcast. And for them to just do a complete 180 and go, you know what? We're going to be pacifist. And, Japan hasn't had a military for the last however many years, and just go, this is the wrong way. We're not like let's give up all this crazy bullshit and like completely change a lot of that stuff like that and become, again, very, very quickly rebuild to become one of the biggest economies in the world is awesome to see. It just shows you that, like, I imagine if you go travel back in time into World War II and talk to some soldiers and be like, is Japan ever going to be able to be like a team player on the world stage? They'd be like, are you fucking kidding? Have you seen the way their soldiers fight? They're insane. Are you kidding? Like, read some of the stories and stuff. And at the same time, well, those people would be wrong. Yeah, no, Japan completely did a 180. Germany as well. Like, they're on guard for shit like that. It's the States and countries like that that are falling prey to that because they never had to go through that kind of harsh reality check, right? Yeah. Oh, yeah, okay, Scoop, sure. But I mean, it's nothing like World War II Imperial Japan. I mean, let's not be ridiculous. Is she very conservative and anti-immigration and all this other stuff? Yeah, it's a problem in a country that's population is declining rapidly. You'd think they'd be more pro-immigration, but they're very xenophobic. It's, I know friends who live in Japan. I have a Canadian buddy who still lives there. He's married to a Japanese woman. They have 2 kids. He speaks Japanese fluently. He's, and he's like, I will never be accepted here. I know that. And people are very nice, and everybody's, no, it's not like they're like spitting on me in the streets or anything. Like, no, people are treating me very civilly, but I'm not one of them, and I know that. And in very subtle ways, it's made clear to me almost every day that I'm not one of them, and I never will be. It doesn't matter if I live. It doesn't matter if you speak the language. It doesn't matter if you're married. If you have a visa, blah blah. You can even vote. You're not real Japanese. Like that mentality is very strong in a lot of countries in East Asia. Korea is like that. People who are Korean American who go over there experience this all the time. I've heard so many secondhand stories from friends and stuff who have gone through this. But there's different cultures. Like, some of them are very homogenic, right? Homogenic. Like Korea is one of the most homogenous countries in the world. North Korea is the number 1, and South Korea is not far behind. Like, the 90-something% of the population is ethnic Korean. Like, compare that to almost any country in Europe or North America or even South America. I don't know. It's very uncommon to have a country that, 100% almost the same people. It creates a lot of xenophobia. It creates, again, I lived there for years. You get people staring at you because there's a lot of people, especially if they're from the countryside, who've straight up never seen a non-Korean person in their life. Like, maybe when they were a kid, they had an English teacher for like half a year that was, from Australia or whatever. Like, seriously, there are lots of people like that. You travel in the countryside and it's just, you forget that, oh yeah, there are countries that like, I'm an alien, like, straight up, not just because I'm not a citizen here. I don't mean in the legal sense. I mean, I'm like, might as well be from another planet to them. So you can imagine the way you get treated. Most people are good. They're not like, mean to you, but you're like, you feel like you're in a zoo and everybody's staring at you. It's kind of weird. My ex-girlfriend hated it. She doesn't look like, she's got blonde hair, blue eyes. She's very different looking than me. Dark hair, dark eyes, very similar to them. Obviously, I don't look like a Korean person ethnically, so that, I still stand out, but not like a blonde, blue-eyed girl. Like, yeah. She just got people literally gawking at her and weird, and she just did not like that kind of attention. I don't blame her. But so she left Korea shortly after we got, or I don't know, about a year after we got there. We only lasted about 8 months in Korea and then we broke up. But yeah, good times. Seth, come on, those basics are fucking pathetic, Seth. Come on, dude. So Seth and Sam Pardee on the same deck, huh? What is that? He just literally showed up and went, "Hi, do you guys, can I speak to somebody from WotC? Do you guys have basics? Because I didn't bring any. Can I just, can somebody run to the LGS, just grab just from the draft box? They don't have to match. Just get whatever basics." That's what I'm looking at over here. Are you kidding? Come on. Some people just want to watch the world burn. Seth's one of them. He's all business. He doesn't give a shit about art. Look at that. Yeah, different art. Fuck it. I pulled them out of the draft box. What? Maybe it's a... Okay, what are they? Are they from a specific set? They both look like they're from the same set. Somebody tell me, is that Shadowmoor or something? I don't know what that set symbol is. I can't make it out. They're two different islands from the same set. Maybe that set has some sentimental value or something. That's my kind of guy. Yeah, it doesn't give it art, full art. Like people pay $200 for an island. Fuck that. Basic lands are free. Sir, would you like champagne? Would you like to have a martini, a Coke, a juice? Nope, water. Why? Water's free. It's all I need. I don't need any fancy lands. Just need basic ass islands. Get that draft chaff in here. I don't know. You're going to the Pro Tour. You think you put in just a little bit of effort, but I don't know. Maybe there's an inside joke. Maybe, who knows? There could be all kinds of backstory to this. These are the kind of real questions, the hard-hitting questions that I want to ask. I should interview these guys. Do like a random 5-question interview and just have the questions be super random. Why did you play Shadowmoor Basics in the Pro Tour? Mismatched art Shadowmoor Basics. Go. What would he say? Well, I'm sorry, my mother passed away and we were playing this game and she had Shadowmoor Basics and I'm just like, oh my God, what have I done? Fuck. Oh, I'm so sorry. I mean, oh God, they're beautiful. They're beautiful. They are some of the nicest basics. Shut up, you're making it worse. Stop. That's what would happen in these interviews. I'd be like mocking their basics and they would have some sentimental reason for having them and I'd be like, oh God. And I would never be able to use that video. And I'd have to shut my whole channel down. Foundations Jumpstart? You gotta be kidding. That is just straight up free basics from the draft chaff box, right? Mismatched old border, white border lands? You're a savage, okay, Scoop. That is absolutely uncivilized nonsense. Barbaric is the word. Medieval. That's just medieval barbaric behavior is what that is. Okay? I wouldn't stand for it. If it was my shop, I would make sure everybody's got the finest basics. I would spend money. I would stock the entire draft chaff box and I would just lose all my unhinged lands as people steal them. But imagine the whole box is just like unhinged lands for people to use. That's my kind of shop. That's a shop I would go back to. You know it would cost them a fortune. People would steal them constantly. Medieval magic. That's some fucking street magic right there. Mismatched white border kitchen table. He shows up with his fucking deck in a rubber band. No sleeves. Throws it on the table. It bounces a couple times. We gonna play some games? We gonna play cards? Oh, I'd love it. He hasn't clipped his fingernails in months. He's a magic player, god damn it. It's too busy testing. Too busy breaking the meta. Can't focus on hygiene. High what? You want to get high? Okay, then let's play some Magic. That's what it is, really. I'm sorry. It's just, I gotta tell it like it is. You want my horrific looking lads? That's fine too. Hey, beauty's in the eye of the beholder. If you love looking at, maybe you love watching reality television. I don't know. Whatever gets you off. I'm not going to kink shame. If you're into whiteboard or mismatched art, I'll just try and not look. I'll try and look up the whole game. Can you just cover your lands? Okay, I'm going to tap. I think I'm looking at an island. I'll tap an island. I'm going to play this. I'm just going to look away lest I cry. If I voted still pay tilt, yeah, I'm joking, of course. I played against all kind of savage mana bases. It's just in my head, I'm like, yep, check, that person's a psychopath. Great. That's more barbaric than when I was driving through. Oh god. Yeah, dude. On a Saturday, Kev? Are you fucking crazy? Why would you go to Costco on a Saturday afternoon? I'm sorry, I want to feel bad for you, but at the same time, you kind of brought it on yourself. What are you doing? What are you even doing? Everybody knows you go during a weekday in the morning. I've even been there in the morning, and there's people like lined up waiting to get into Costco. It's crazy. People who have businesses usually, and they've got those huge push pallet carts. They're like loading it up. Guys drooling all over the place, unshaven. Who, this guy? I hope you're not. Who are you talking about right now, Jub? The guy. Oh, the guy with the. Oh, the guy I'm acting as. Yeah, with poor hygiene, who just shows up with. I was actually mocking Okay Scoop, trying to be really. I'm being very offensive. I'm not. I hope nobody gets offended. I'm not being serious. I don't think I have to say that, but I have no problem with people. I would laugh and I would go, dude, the whiteboard basics. You're making my eyes bleed. And they would probably laugh and go, yep, that's why I play them. Just like Okay Scoop said. And I'd be like, yeah, all right. Even though, ooh, I have that. I used to use that. Jace's, that's the Jace's spellbook negate. Nice choice. That's a choice. He deliberately is paying a very specific negate. That's sexy. I also played that when it first came out. I won a bunch of prizes at the shop, won tournaments and things. And one of the things I won at one point was Jace's Spellbook. And I won a Commander's Arsenal one time. That was big money. That thing was selling for like $250 or something. I don't even know what the hell it's worth now. Probably 10 times that. But that negate is sweet. I started putting it in my standard deck because I had one negate in the sideboard, right? Take it. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. They're like garlic to a vampire. Are you calling me a vampire, Jub? Because I will suck your blood. Well, grocery shopping for my ex and picking my daughter up. So yeah, the only day we can go. Oh no, that's why. Okay. Yeah, it's rough, Kev. Damn. Hey, at least you got to spend time with the kid, right?
You sure about that?
One of the best smelling players at my LGS. There should be an award for that. There should be an award for that. Best smelling player at the LGS might even encourage some people to go for it. The only problem is, who's going to be the judge? What LGS owner do you know would volunteer to smell everybody every time they show up? I think you got it. I don't even want to think about that. It's kind of making me feel nauseous. Might have been worse. Had to go to Hobby Lobby. Oh. Against my will? It had to be from Hobby Lobby? I've heard those people are insane Christians who own that place, and they're like evangelical Christians, which I do not like. They support really bad causes, is what I hear about Hobby Lobby. But apparently, oh, no, wait, is Hobby Lobby? No, that's the other place. I'm thinking, there's a place that changed their logo, and people got all triggered by their logo. Cracker Barrel. I'm confused. These are American brands that I've never seen in my life, so I've never been in a Hobby Lobby, but I kind of know what it is. Lord of the Flies, bunch of savages, dear God. No judge, democracy, have people vote. Fair enough. Oh, a lot of LGSs do. I've seen pictures on Reddit where people are like, this is a class act LGS. Right outside the bathroom, they take a picture. There's like a basket, deodorant, tampons or pads or whatever, like feminine hygiene products, deodorant, gum. I can't remember what else I saw. Maybe a floss, like picks, something like that. And water bottles or something, and it was just like, whoa. I don't actually know, maybe not water bottles. I think it was mostly hygiene products. I remember seeing pictures and going, holy shit, that's smart. That's a good LGS, right? Yeah, they're evangelical nut bars, yeah. It's like Chick-fil-A and places like that.
I really have become a lot more conscious of this now that I'm older and I can choose where to spend my money. I'm not some like 20-year-old with, you know, barely enough money. I just buy whatever's the cheapest. Now I just refuse to support companies that are garbage. Costco is a great company. Costco is fucking awesome. They pay their employees really well. They're unionized. They have share programs where employees can get shares of the company. All this other shit. The $1 hot dogs that everybody loves. I mean, there's a reason they artificially keep their prices low on some stuff. They're kind of known for that. And they're like suing the American government right now over the bullshit tariffs and stuff. They're one of the few companies to basically stand up and say, hey, this is fucking bullshit. What are we doing? What are you guys doing? All you tech billionaires, what the fuck, are you kidding me right now? Tim Cook, come on, with the gold thing, you ass-kissing piece of shit. You know this is fucking bullshit. What are you doing? You know, Costco's just like, fuck it. We're suing. Amazing. They have my business for life. Meanwhile, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, all that crap, I'm done with it. I delete it all. I try not to buy anything on Amazon these days, which is really tough. Amazon's a big one. I hate them, but it's, you know, it's like Walmart takes over in your town and now there's nowhere else to shop. Like, what are you going to do? Pay 10 times more? It's like, or not 10 times, but, you know, pay more at somewhere else and like you drive really far and whatever. Like, Amazon has almost become so ubiquitous that it's hard to not use it, but you still can. And it's gotten so much worse, Amazon, in terms of quality and all kinds of other stuff. But a lot of things are like that. I don't know. Twitch, you could boycott streaming platforms like Spotify. I just deleted Spotify. I'm just like, fuck Spotify after all the shit that's been happening over the last, like with their ads for ICE, for you know, things like their AI music that they sneak into people's lists and just like all the bullshit that's happened with them. Even going back to Rogan and all this shit, like fuck Spotify. I'm done with them. I use Deezer now. Deezer's been pretty good. But I downloaded a cracked version, though. I'm using a cracked APK. But it's convenience. That's the problem, right? But Amazon, you might get sued. No shit. Oh, wow. I mean, not that they're $1 trillion company. They don't give a fuck. Yeah, they'll settle out of court, or I don't know. Maybe they'll go to court. I love when big companies go to court because in the discovery phase, we learn all kinds of interesting things that we would not know otherwise. And it's like, oh, holy shit. This is public information now. Did you know this? Holy shit, you know? Suddenly you realize how everything works and you're a rube. You thought it was like, you know, what is a $1 billion fine to $1 trillion company? Nothing. And a billion, nobody's getting fined billions. Even the biggest banks in the world, they get away with shit that's like, they make billions every month. Like, what is $1 billion? It's nothing. They'll howl though if you fine them that much, but yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, Costco's fantastic. That's fair, Big Kev. Yeah, you braved it. I know. It's still a shit show, though. Elbows. It's like a hockey. It's hockey, baby. You got to get those elbows up. You know what I mean? Keep those... Hey, get out of this. I'm in line here. Free sample. Thank you. Now you may go. You know what I mean? Got to keep those elbows up. Keep those old ladies on your... Get them off your flanks. Trust me, they're sneaky. They will flank you. Costco's so good, yeah. Oh, really? Wow. Yeah, Google used to be a hero like that. Google Campus, and you'd hear these stories of just Google treats their employees so well, blah, blah, blah. I think those days are long gone. Every company kind of gets big enough. Facebook was kind of the same when they were small and starting up. It was such a hip place to work, and they had beanbag chairs. I mean, literally, Grand Theft Auto 5 parodied all this so well, right, in the game. But it was true. My brother used to work at a studio called Kabam. And he took pictures of the studio and showed me. I don't know if it's still on his Facebook page, but I was just like, holy shit. It's like you imagine it. It's like bunk beds and beanbag and a snack and a whole wall of like dispensers, candy dispensers, nuts, like all kinds of different snacks, like a dozen dispensers, like just crazy shit. Break rooms with ping pong tables and foosball and all the memes. Like they're memes for a reason. They were true. Some of those studios are like that. I think that's super cool, but as long as they compensate employees well, like that's so much more important than having a ping pong table, you know? That's the thing that I think Google, they also used to do the other side, and now they only do, you know, I don't think employees are being highly valued. AI is, you know, making them fire a lot of people. Unfortunate, but they got, yeah, same with Facebook, same with a lot of companies. Now they're just shills, right? Whenever they say, oh yeah, we support DEI, and then the next president changes or whatever, oh yeah, fuck DEI, we're done with that, fuck it. Did we say we supported it? No, we don't give a shit. We just care about money. as it turns out. That's it. No integrity, no loyalty, no nothing. We just care about money. I thought you knew that. No? Okay, next time a cause comes around, we're going to pretend to care again. You guys will believe us, though, right? Because you're stupid. Yeah, we'll care about whatever the next time things change, but wherever the wind blows, that's what we do. Because we, you know, again, money does not matter. Everything else doesn't matter. It's crazy. Okay. Artist talent trigger. A lot of triggers. That's a tricky deck to play. On Arena, it's a lot easier, but when you're playing in real life, Sam Pardee doing so well with it, and even Seth doing very well here. I imagine those L's are from Limited, not Constructed, right? Sam's a very deliberate player. In one of the Pro Tours he won, there was a game where he had lethal on the board, and he knew what his opponent had, like, pretty much, but was still, like, thinking through. And people in the comments, and even the commentators, like, wow, he's really taking his time. And I can't remember if it was LSV in the booth or somebody at the time was like, yeah, he's just, this is the Pro Tour on the line. If he wins this game, he's the Pro Tour champ. He does not want to fuck it up. So even though he knows he's got lethal, he's still going back going, let me triple check. 5 times, 6 times, 7 times. Am I missing something? Like, keep counting. And he took forever. And then he finally swung and the other guy just immediately went, yeah, you got it. And he's like, oh my God. And, you know, he's all relieved. And I remember people laughing, going, God, you know, what was he worried about? It's like, well, you know, you're at the end of the day, 3 days of hardcore Magic. This is the final game. You're one swing away from being a Pro Tour champ. To fuck it up now would be absolute disaster. So even if it looks like it's clear cut, still just go through the motions a few times and make sure, right? Anyway, where wins meet. Oh, you're talking about that RPG with the NPCs that are AI, yeah. It's free to play. I haven't checked it out, but normally today is the day where we would play other games, but we've been just watching the Worlds the whole day. Anyway, it's fascinating to watch these mirrors. This is sped up, obviously, but there's so many game actions going on, especially on the artist talent side. But see, that's the kind of spread that I do as well, but he's just doing big rows. It's the same thing. That's how you should organize your graveyard. I think the way Seth is doing it is sloppy as hell. Like, I look at Seth's graveyard, I can't tell how many lessons are there. I take one glance at this guy's yard, and I can go, okay, 2, 3, 4, 5 lessons, right? 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, there's 2, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 lessons. Yes. I'm looking at it on a tiny screen, but if I was sitting across the table, I think it would be a lot easier. I'd glance and go, okay, how many lessons? And I can see, you know? Now it's getting a little tougher to see. He's hiding it a little bit. But Seth is sloppy over there. That's just all over the place. How many lessons does he even have? I assume both of them have 3 because it's... Well, it's post-board. I mean, they side in graveyard hate, right? Trigger... Spawned. Counter the burn spell. Prowess trigger on this side now. All the otters are 2/2s. Trigger talent, discard draw. He needs a monument. Draw again. So now his otters are 3/3s. Two monuments in hand? Whoa. Playing the land? Thought he'd want to discard that land. Weird that he played the land there. Okay, this is another trigger. Now his otters are 4/4s. Trigger off artists. Discard Storm Chaser's talent? Wow. Draws a Spire bluff. Why would he play the land? Thought he would discard that land. That's crazy. Discarded Storm Chaser's talent? Yep. Trigger artist's talent. Oh, he's going to respond. Oh, he almost drew a card. But see, that's why he drew the card, put it on the table, and didn't put it in his hand, and he's able to take that back. Woof. Ooh, Derek almost missed that, but he stopped him in time. Seth almost drew that card. That was close. Good thing he didn't draw it off the top and put it in his hand like an amateur. He pays for it. So now he's out of mana. Derek Davis obviously just trying to tie up his mana here so that whatever he draws is not relevant. But he's not going to trigger the monument. That was on with the monument on the stack. Now the monument's in play. Oh. And then he end step killed the token and got in for lethal?
I'm going to actually take a short break here.
Oh. Seth was only at 5 life there, so I guess... Did he have lethal? Wow. So much talent on show. Yeah, they're both great players. Derek Davis has a great record, and Seth is Hall of Fame pro, yeah. Talking about where the winds meet, yeah. Oh, talking about wind. Oh, I thought I was talking about AI, and it made you think of that game. AI is what I think about when I think about that game. Anyway, we'll see what AI does to gaming and the world at some point soon, I imagine. Sam 10-1, locked for top 8. Derek, Jean-Emmanuel Depras, Matsaki Hori, Max Doran 6th. Yeah, he's looking good for top 8 here. Needs to get another win. Same with Seth Manfield. You're going to see 2 very good players in the top 8. Yeah, any of these players at 8-3 can still pick up a couple wins here and get in, right? How many constructed? There's 1 less constructed round. So there's 2 more rounds? 14 rounds? No, 1 more? Is there 1 more? I think there might just be 1 more round, right? I'm not sure. Because it's 3 draft rounds, 6 draft rounds, and then 9 standard, 7. No, it's usually 9, but it's 7 standard rounds instead of 9, right? There's 1 less round on day 1 and 1 less round on day 2. So it's 13 rounds, and they're at 11. So yeah, it's going to be 2 more rounds, right? So any of those 8 and 2, X and 2 can still get in. These guys at X and 5 are all not qualified. They're just playing for the money. You saw Yellow Hat? Nice. Yeah, I guess he didn't do very well here. Now we're getting to the people with negative records. That's okay, though. I mean, hell, if you go 5 and 6 at the Pro Tour, feel proud, man. Edgar. I listen to Edgar on Gabe Nassif's podcast sometimes. He's his podcast co-host. Too bad. Eli Cassis is another good one. 5 and 6, yeah. Didn't go their way. They probably did pretty poorly in draft. And yeah, a bunch of people have already dropped here. So 61 players left, but many of them are going to drop after this, of course. Reed Duke and all these people are dropped a long time ago, I think. Yeah. And that's how it goes. You go from being, I won the Pro Tour to I can't make day 2 of the, or I'm going to play day 2 of the Pro Tour, but there's no way I can make top 8. So I'm just playing this to see how high I can get as many pro points or whatever prize money as I can get here. As much prize money, I should say. Yeah, I think it's a couple more rounds. So yeah, we've still got some time here. I'm going to get another drink. Feel bad. I've got to take Neo soon. I should have taken him, already, but because today's Saturday, nobody's home, and I'm streaming a little bit. Well, I started early basically, so he didn't get to go for his lunch walk. Masataka. Hori, keeping 6, mulliganing here. Ooh, all foil? Okay. Oh, what basics are those? Those are interesting ones. I like those ones. I've seen those on Arena, but I don't know what they're from in real life. They're not... Are they from a specific set, or are they from some weird, secret layer or something? But I don't like to see that foil creature with non-foil. Okay, that forest is foil. The only time you should play any foil in your deck is if all of your deck is foiled. That's it. What is he playing? Teamer Otters. Wow, it looks like it is all foil. Holy shit. Okay, so pimp mode. That is nice. He plays all foils? Is that... I can't tell what I'm looking at. What card did he pick up there? He played Thundertrap Trainer. What's that other card? He's got the alt art, full art versions of all of these cards and they're foil? Holy shit, man. That is pimped out. That's pimped out. Remember, kids, do not ever play foils with non-foils. You are taking a huge risk. You might lose games and matches of Magic because you get judge called. It's one of the most easiest, most basic ways that people would cheat. Oh my god, is that an Expedition Shock? Holy fuck. He's got really expensive versions of basically every single card. I don't even recognize those lands, but I've seen them before. I thought they were digital only, but I guess there are paper versions. I have no idea where that's from. But look at, I think he has an Expedition Shock, which is, the original cycle of, those kind of alt art, all foil promotional cards that started in Battle for Zendikar, and they printed them in Kaladesh and Amonkhet, and then they stopped. The Zendikar ones are all lands. I remember in Standard, when I was playing, Standard at that time, Gideon was everywhere, and one guy had a deck with all Expedition fetches and shocks. All of them. And it was cool, but I literally couldn't tell what lands he had in play at any point in our match. It was so dumb. I had to look at everyone. He's like, I'm going to crack Scalding Tarn. I'm like, can I see that? Oh, that is a Scalding Tarn. Okay. Yeah, holy shit. Foil lands. It's a foil Verge. Crazy. And not just foil, but like alt art versions of everything except that Bushwhack at the beginning, which it's a Bushwhack. I don't even know if there is a full art of that card. Probably not. Yep, put your cards on the table. Don't look at them. Watch the opponent. Watch what they're doing. Watch where they're looking. Watch what they're tapping, touching. Watch that card that came off the top. Did they mix it into their hand, or is it sitting on the right side of their hand? Yep. Oh, it's Ghost Vacuum. That's the card he played there. Some alt art version of Ghost Vacuum. Wow. His deck is pimped out. Very nice. You already want him to win? I mean, that's a big... He's flexing hard. And the best part is, he obviously did all of this beforehand, but if he just crashed and burned at the Pro Tour, nobody would get to see this. But he ends up not only pimping it out, he does well enough to get a feature match. Oh boy, now everybody gets to see my pimp-ass deck. And everybody... Watch, let me check the channel here. The chat. Every 10 seconds, people are probably like, holy shit, nice deck. I don't know. People are talking about Seth's deck. Because I hope people look at this deck and go, holy shit, he's playing a fully foiled out deck at the Pro Tour? Like, alt art version? Look at that, Expedition Shock. That's what I thought I saw. Wow. Isn't that Stomping Ground? Yeah, that's an Expedition Stomping Ground. Fuck me. That's expensive. Those are the most expensive shocks you can buy. Foil Storm Chasers. Foil Enduring Vitality. Beautiful. He knows what he's doing, because you can't go non-foil. You go all foil or none. There's no in between. That's hot. That's hot as shit. He has to win on flex, yeah. Oh, I know. MTG channel, I can't even, like, any chat with that many people and a lot of ignorant people, I can't. Pimp, though. Pimp deck for sure. But again, is he all show and no go? I mean, can you back it up? Pimping out your deck is one of those things that some other players might get intimidated by, but to me, there are two types who do this kind of thing. Either the person has a lot of money and thinks like pimping out their deck and everything makes them almost look like a better player, like they're more experienced, like they've got a bigger collection, maybe they've been playing longer, that's why all these cards are foil, or they play so much that they have all foils or whatever, but they're not that good. And then a player who's probably like this guy who's 9-2 at the Pro Tour, who is He legitimately is one of those players who's been playing the game long enough and done well enough and spends enough time in card shops to acquire a collection where he can foil out this deck completely. Very interesting. Jean Emmanuel won that game, yeah. Makes it pretty nice to shuffle too. I like shuffling a deck of all foils. It's much easier. But man, I want to see his basics. Did we see a basic yet? Oh yeah, we saw his basics. They're those weird ones. Yeah, another Expedition Stomping Ground. I don't know if it's the same one, but that shuffle is not amazing. Oh, I don't like that shuffle. Jean Emmanuel, shuffle that shit. All right. Yeah, I do that too now. The hand gesture, right? Turn. Like you do that a lot, especially when you're playing with people who speak other languages. The body language is clutch to tell people like, "Okay, your turn." You know, that's the universal gesture in Magic for okay, done. Yep, the cards down. Paying attention, checking life totals, making sure you're on top of everything. Jean Emmanuel thinking. We don't know what's in their hands, right? Or do we? Yeah, I don't remember if they showed. Here. Nate to the yard. No land drop? No, the other guy was on the play, right? Yeah. Masataka was on the play this game. Interesting. Another Expedition Shock. Yep. Crazy. It would be much worse if he had only like one foil Expedition and then another foil that's like not Expedition. Nope, all Expeditions. Yep. Foil stock up. Nice. It's an expensive deck. Shiny. I mean, it's funny though, the shiny thing. It's just like, it's for pure bling factor, right? There's no difference in terms of how it looks or plays or whatever. I mean, maybe you could say it's easier to shuffle, it's smoother to shuffle, but like if a little kid or somebody new to the game is watching and they go, hey, why are all his cards shiny? Why do they all look like they're shiny like that? What do you say? Because those are really expensive ones, and he wants to show how much money he spent on this game. Right? I mean, that's it. That's the answer. Because the other person who doesn't know much about the game is going to go, so they're not better in the game or anything. No. They're identical to the non-shiny ones. They're just shiny. They cost a lot more money. It's harder to get those. They're very much more rare. But no, they're just there to look really expensive. That's I think he probably started with those Expedition lands and went, I want to play at the Pro Tour, but I want to play these foil Expeditions, so fuck it. I got to buy the whole deck in foil, I guess. Maybe that was it. Frostcliff Siege. Naming Teamer. Okay. Swinging. He does not have Delirium. The other guy takes 2. Does not want to block. He's got that 3/3, right? But does not want to, yeah. Because he doesn't want it to die to Torch. So he has to, Jean Emmanuel has to sack Fear to kill that. Kind of rough, but. Okay. Yeah, remember that bargain. Can't sack a creature, but because FOMO's an enchantment, you can sack the FOMO. Pretty nice. Nice little play. Keeping it on top. I love that. See the way he angled the card to show, hold on, I'm scrying. I'm in the act of scrying right now, but I don't want to, I'm taking my hand off the card, you know? But he turned it to signify, I'm not leaving it on top yet. And then he went, okay, I'm leaving it on top, and he straightened it out. Those kind of visual cues, it's like the body language of the game, you know? So even though they don't speak the same language, his opponent knows what that card does, and he knows that Jean Emmanuel is thinking about that scry. He hasn't decided yet, right? It's all fascinating. It's a fascinating dance to watch. All right. Ori? Bending that foil. Plays another foil. Classic. Classic Hori. Ooh, the backside. Okay, get the trigger, do 2 damage, and draw a card on end step. Oh, the double! Nice. Because they both have haste? Wait, what? Isn't Jeskai the side that gives haste? It said Teamer. I don't know. Yeah, tapped out for the 5. I mean, he didn't have any targets for the front side because there was nothing left on the board. JD just goes, I'm not even tapping the mana. I'm just going to show you, and he knows the other guy knows, right? I guess, did he have it on Jeskai? Oh, it said Teamer on the thing, right? Am I crazy? He's like, I had the boomerang. He's like, I didn't bounce it. Fuck, I should have bounced it. Yeah. That's what he pointed. He's like, I had boom. Oh, he just drew it. I think he just drew the boomerang off the top out on end step. I think that's what that was. And he's like, dude, it was on the top. Fuck it. That's funny.
He's just like,
yeah.
And Masataka's like, wow.
He's
okay.
just,
That's all you can say, right?
Yeah, that's incredible.
That's funny. Yeah, burn that foil deck.
It, right? The thing is, Masataka was showing, you know, I had a boomerang basics. That's the
well,
thing. Did have the opportunity to boomerang basics the Frostcliff Siege, but it's a calculated risk. What are the chances that your opponent has double Quantum Riddler? Also, he could have possibly drawn the basics off of the sauna, right?
That's right. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, what a way to win with for JD there.
Absolutely incredible. All right,
so Paul's on the ball. He knows what's up. Yeah, could have drawn it on end step. I think that's why he showed him. He went, oh fuck, I just drew it. I tapped out and then I drew it. You know, and every Magic player knows in that spot, ah shit, bad luck. You know, draws. Like, I top decked another Riddler. Boom, you know? Crazy game. But foily, and everybody, and the peasants cheered to watch the royalty fall. Just kidding. Guy's probably a great guy. But again, I don't know. That's one of those things that I just don't want to do. I would have no interest, but also just from a, like, what is this for perspective? I don't know. The blinging, the pimping out of your deck. I think playing alternate art is cool because everybody likes different art. Art is in the eye of the beholder. I'm playing this version of the card because I love the art. Totally understand. 100%. Doesn't matter. Even if I hate that art, I get why you play that because you love it. Totally understand that. But all foil? That's purely just to, like, flash your money. Or that's like somebody tipping $100 at, like, a diner just because they can. I don't know. You know, but what's funny? If I was rich, that's the exact kind of thing I would do. I mean, not flaunt my wealth, but I would tip heavily. I would tip everywhere. I would tip everyone all the time. If I was a multi-millionaire, hundreds of millions or even more, I would be constantly, like, you know, generous. I would be generous because I can, right? But I think some people would see that as flashy or like throwing your money around, right? It's what I'm saying. I don't think I would foil out my deck, but I would definitely buy nice Magic cards. I would have a sweet EDH deck with all beta duels and whatever else. Is that showing off? I mean, for me, the beta lands are for my nostalgia purposes. Like, for me as a kid, those beta lands were so beautiful. Like, that for me, it's a nostalgia thing. I'm not doing it to show off how much money I have. It's like the alt art. If you get the most expensive version of the card just to have a unique version that you like that art, then you're not showing off. You love the art. For me, that's the beta lands and stuff. But like all foil, I don't know what that does nothing for me. It's weird. Anyway, is it the Teamer side? Okay, I'm wrong. Obviously, I was wrong there. I thought it was the Jeskai side, but You think so, Acute? I don't think it's ever been not costly. I mean, ever since they first started testing foils in packs way back in Onslaught block or Invasion block, whatever it was, I think they were always pricey. They were always a way to show people, look, I have the most special version of the card. You know, increase the collectability of the cards. I don't know. I think foil is not the same as just buying an alt art version. But let's talk about the One Ring. Like, is Post Malone flaunting his wealth by paying $2.5 million for a unique one-of-one card? You could say that's flaunting wealth, but I disagree. In that spot, I think no, he just wants something really unique. It's the one-of-one. He can afford it. He's doing it, you know? So when he plays with his buddies and he busts out the One Ring, people are like, this fucking guy, why you gotta show off? Like, no, he's got a unique card. I think that's something different. He paid $800,000 for a Alpha Black Lotus signed, a Christopher Rush Alpha Black Lotus proof, which was the most expensive card ever purchased until he bought that One Ring. And, you know, you could say that's flashing your money, but no, he's buying a piece of Magic history there. He's buying something truly unique. That's different. I think foiling out your deck is not the same as that. You know what I'm saying? It's weird. You would foil out every deck, Battlegander? Really? Was it Urza's Legacy? I think there were test prints in Onslaught and stuff. It's where you get those misprints, like the Wasteland that has no text. There are foil cards in the earlier sets, but they weren't meant to be in there. You've heard these stories, right? I think you can find cards like this. There's a foil Hurricane, you know, and that was before Urza's Saga, but it was them testing the foiling process, and somehow they ended up in the packs, and they're worth $1 bajillion now. You've heard of those cards, right? Like the Urza's maybe the first time they officially had foils, but they showed up randomly before that, and they were like misprints. They had no text, and that's how people, like, rumor got out that foils were coming. You can, I'm pretty sure you can read about this, like, I don't know where, but MTG Wiki or something. But you're probably right. Like, I'm not saying you're wrong. I think the first official foils were Legacy, but there were foils before that, and you can get copies of, like, foil. I guess I don't know what came. I don't even know the set order around that time. What was before Urza's Saga? I know Mercadian Masks was after. What was before it? Mirage, Invasion, all. No, Invasion and Apocalypse were after, right? Yeah, Battlegander, basically. Yeah, it's really unfortunate, the foiling and what it's done to a lot of cards. Yeah, the quality's all over the place, right? Seth's Yards and Abomination, thank you. This is the difference between a sloppy player and a neat player. And Seth is a Hall of Fame pro. When I say he's a sloppy player, I don't mean he's a bad player. But that's sloppy as shit. Like, you're absolutely right. It's an abomination. If I'm the opponent, I have to go, can I see your graveyard? I would literally just ask to see his graveyard or like do this and look through it and then give him back the pile. And Seth probably just drops it and goes whatever. Like, he obviously, it doesn't matter. And again, he's on such a level, he knows what's in his graveyard. So it doesn't matter how messy it is. Like, he's got to be tracking this. But if he's not sure and he has to, like, move cards around to find out, that's a tell. That's giving away shit, and that's why you don't do your graveyard like that. You do it the way Derek is, the way I described earlier, where I can see everything at a glance, and I'm not obviously sifting through my graveyard. Because you know what you're doing when you're sifting through your graveyard, you're giving up information to your opponent. You know, you can do it to fake somebody out, but it's not hard to tell when people are like, they glance at their graveyard, they draw their card, and then they look at their graveyard and go, you know, I don't know. Yeah, it's sloppy. I don't like to see that, but hey, even the pros do it sometimes. It just depends on the pro. Some pros are sloppy, right? It doesn't mean they're bad. It just means it's like people who have a really messy room, but they know where everything is. It's like a system. They have a system. You know what I mean? Don't knock it. A mental game could be, yep. But this is where being a sloppy player is very close to being a shady player. There's a very fine line, and shady players are very often sloppy players, because sloppy play lets you hide a lot of shady shit, right? So yeah, there's an advantage to that, but it's a very shady angle shooting advantage that a lot of other players, once they know the way you are, they're going to watch you, and you're going to draw more scrutiny on yourself when you play sloppy, because it's shady in a way. It can be used to cover up shady things, right? For the integrity of the game, there should be rules at some point of exactly how a battlefield has to be organized. You cannot stack your lands in one pile. You must maintain graveyard to the point where your opponent can see what's in it at all times. Like, that should be a rule. This shit, the judge should come over and say, "Hi, I'm sorry, can you organize your graveyard?" And everybody would have to do it the way he does it, or some way that we could see what's in there, right? Make a vertical column if you want to make it as long as the table, fucking whatever. But do it so that we can see what's in there. That should be just a rule in Magic. They did it with lands. You cannot put Dryad Arbor with your lands. It's illegal now to do that because people were doing shady shit. Like, sloppy play equals shady play in a lot of situations. It ruins the integrity of the game. And as a pro player, you don't want to draw that kind of smoke. So what are you doing? Just tighten up, you know? Like, it's not fucking hard. Just organize your shit. But it's a brain thing, right? It's like some people's brains are just like, everything's messy. They're geniuses when it comes to math or whatever, but like they can't even remember to tie their shoe. They trip over their shoelaces all the time. You know, I don't know, like humans are fascinating with their brains and the way they operate. For me, I see that and I go, that's, yeah, an abomination, like Battle Gander was saying. But for him, it's like, no, I know what's in there. Ooh, 2 life? He got him with Monument. God damn, needed to top deck the spell. Seth wins. Seth's in the top 8, I think. A monster, man. So many top 8s that guy has. Here's another one. GG. Raise the roof. Nice. Well, yeah, Battle Gander, but you never know. Maybe his home's beautifully maintained. Maybe it's when it comes to certain things, you know? Everybody's different with weird shit like that, right? I don't know. Yeah, I imagine his collection at home looks like, you know, in-game, I'm very tight and controlled with my zones and everything. I've maximum information, no integrity questioning. Nobody can question my integrity in a game of Magic, ever. You know, I don't want to create any ambiguous situations, right? But at home with my collection, most of my boxes would just say unsorted, unsorted, unsorted. I just throw shit. Oh, I don't want to fucking organize. Some people love organizing their collections, right? There are people who like organize their collections, then like a month later, reorganize it. Like OCD level of like, you know, in game, I'm OCD. Outside of game, I'm not. So what the fuck is my brain doing? I don't know. You never know. We don't know. We're all on the spectrum somewhere, right? Just depends where you are. We're all on there somewhere. Old school was not a clean table. No! Yes, Overlord. But that's why. Old school Magic was full of cheaters. Like, tons of cheaters, right? Back in the day, I don't know how many you know about this, but it was absolutely tons of cheaters. But because it's sloppy, like you said. In recent years, it's gotten better because they want the integrity of the game to be there, and there's still too many cheaters in this game. There are people in this World Championship who got busted for cheating already. I think they haven't gone far enough. I want them to make it officially the rules. You cannot have a graveyard that's an abomination like Seth's. You can't have lands that are covering other lands or whatever. They already, I talked about the Dryad Arbor thing. They already did that. That's a move in the right direction. Keep going. You know, they had to specifically make a rule that your lands have to be below your other cards. But in the 90s and the 2000s, people were putting their lands up here and over there and it just creates so much chaos. It's easy to sneak things by. And so cheating, it just facilitates cheaters. Fuck that. Like, that ruins the integrity of the game. We got to stop that, right? All right, what's the event? Boros Control with weapons manufacturing. Dear God. 25 lands. Looks interesting. In a challenge, 33 player challenge. Cool. We can check that out maybe on Monday, but probably gonna play some Worlds decks. It looks spicy. Bulk collection organized by set, rarity, color, CMC. Wow, Premier. See, you're on the ball. You're on top of that. I was never on top of that. And Battle Gander said, "What? Goose and I are so type A with your collection. Nice." Yeah, that's what you do. And especially as it gets bigger, it's just the smart thing to do. Like, be organized. It's so much easier. You're making your life so much easier. I was a lazy, you know, single guy. I didn't give a shit. And you know, when you draft every week and you're going to tournaments and you just accumulate so much cardboard, like, I don't have time to sort all that shit. I would end up giving boxes of it away to people. I used to donate everything back to the shop after every draft, basically. Most players were honest. I mean, if you say most, yeah, I'll give you 65%. Yeah, most technically we're honest. but I want to say at least a third of the players were cheating. That's an insanely high number. But you're right, most were honest, but that doesn't mean it was a good time to play Magic. It was a shit show. Almost every tournament, you had to be watching your opponent like a hawk. At least I played very few, and I was a kid. And I think a lot of people, there were probably people who cheated against me, and I would have had no fucking idea. It would have went right over my head. I was 14 years old in 1996 or whatever, 97. I remember going to a tournament for a box of Ice Age. Ice Age had just come out, and it was hot as shit, and this comic book store, Comic Cave, had a tournament, and first place was a box of Ice Age. And there were like lots of players, like 50-something, 60 players, big room. And I remember talking to players. I was one of the youngest people in there, and I remember talking to a lot of the older guys, and one guy wouldn't let me touch his deck. And he's like, do you know how much his deck is worth? At that time, he wasn't playing standard or whatever. He was playing some Juzam Jin, like crazy ass with Moxes and Power 9, and he's like, this deck's worth like $3,000 is what he said. At that time is a crazy amount of money. Now, a vintage deck like that's worth hundreds of thousands. But I remember, and I was just like, whoa. And I just stood there like, okay. And I walked away and I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, $3,000? I don't even know how is that possible? I had, I had a Mox Emerald, I had a Force Field, and, expensive cards back then, some Arabian Nights cards and stuff. But it's funny. I love thinking about that, but it was high. It was high, MTG. Like, it was bad. It's impossible to know. Just listen to the way people talk who played back then. They all agree it's about a third of the field. Like, they all say things like this. So, do we have exact numbers? No, of course not. Like, but just they it was so common that basically everybody was just waiting to play against an opponent who wasn't sharp, who maybe you could pull something off against, Not like, little court angle shooting, like this kind of stuff. Like, that was the game. And remember, there's so many more opportunities to do that when mana burn was a thing, when damage went on the stack. There's a lot of players who just don't know the rules well enough to not get gamed. You know what I mean? Listen to Patrick Chapin talk about really sketchy, technically not cheating, but like so close to it. Like, that's the stuff you could get away with. If you could get away with actual cheating, you would. Like, a lot of players would. It's just, everybody says that. So I wasn't like playing a ton of tournaments. I was still a kid back then, but that's apparently, what was going on. Is it Lesson looks good, Shodita? Yeah, it looks pretty good. I think it's going to get wrecked once people know about it. I think it's, benefiting a lot from the fact that it's an unknown deck. Which but means that you and once we bring in some graveyard hate, that deck's going to suffer. But Fallen Embers Ice Age, nice. I love to hear that, MTG. What's your record now? Want to be on the Div 60 spectrum? Let's go, Abaddon. Nice.
I've been quote unquote eliminated.
Thank you,
from
buddy.
The
yeah, I love Ice Age.
But that means I get to play a new tournament tomorrow, and there's only going to be 8 players in that tournament. One of those 8. So I just kept winning. I didn't count.
It's 10-2 now.
I'm just here to have fun. I'm in the top 8. Fuck it.
Just something a former world champion can do. Seriously, how did you do this? How did you stay focused after such a tough start?
Honestly, my brain is kind of fried.
Oh,
right
you had
now.
a tough start?
I've made some really good plays and some brain farts. So you know what? That happens.
Honest?
The deck's great.
That happens, exactly. That happens.
Well, as you get ready
what? Scuffle Deluxe? How you doing, buddy? It's a red Scuffle, thank you! Let's give Scuffle some love. Doing a little Pro Tour watch party right now. Hopefully you guys are having some love. Go give Scuffle Deluxe a follow. What a goddamn legend. Go give him a follow. Do it now.
Not joking, do it or I'll ban you from this channel.
We're watching the Pro Tour here. It's been a blast. A lot of new decks. Hey, Defender, what's up? Is it less than a deck about tapping a grandma and pumping her beaver otter? It could be. You're not really pumping her. There's no beavers, so that's a bit of a stretch. You're trying to get that otter to be a beaver. It's a little stretching, but I like it. I like it. Okay, Defender of Faith. He's here all week, she or he. Try the buffet. Let's see Jean-Emmanuel, what he's saying here.
Really excited.
So tell me,
he's excited.
Just how
did he
good
win?
do you think your deck is? Because Izzet is kind of running rampant this weekend, but yours is a little bit different.
There's a ton of Izzet decks.
It's definitely not broken. Like, it's not like we found a tier 0 deck or anything. But I think it's significantly better than the typical Izzet looting build. Without we cut the Makos, we cut down to 2 seals.
Yeah, nobody's on Mako.
Basically, for more interaction. I think this makes the deck better enough that it can compete with the new, with the new hotnesses of the format.
The new hotness, the
I know
monument
we have
deck.
to prepare for tomorrow. We don't want to celebrate too early.
Thank you
but
guys.
How does two-time
I just raged for 5 hours. Why did you rage?
I mean, I feel
You've been
like
out
I
in
can
the
do
corner.
it.
Nice.
If I play at my best tomorrow,
We have
I
guests.
think,
There
I feel
you
like
go.
I have the
Battle
weapon
Gamer.
to do it.
Empathorus Rex, how you doing?
Well, he thinks he's got.
Yeah,
the
he's a
goods to
great
do it.
guy.
We're gonna find out tomorrow.
He's been in my channel a few times. He's popped in here and talked to me. I didn't even know who he was at first. We were chatting, and then somebody in the chat goes, I think that's Jean-Emmanuel Deprod. I'm like, oh, really? Because his name on here is like JD something or J Rock, G Rock, something like that. Anyway, he's an awesome dude. I've rated his channel before, even though he streams in French. I wanted to give him, love if he doesn't have thousands of people watching, right? Really good player. Love his articles. His invitational card looks insane, Scuffle. Did you see his green 2-drop invitational card that's coming out in Lorwyn? It looks very good. It's got the most powerful 4 words in Magic written on the card. Can anybody tell me? Who knows what the 4 most powerful words you can put on a Magic card are? Go. Anybody? Come on, it's easy. Anybody out there? Yeah. Search your library for. Scuffled knows. Scuffled is one of us. That's right. Search your library for is probably the most busted shit you can put on a Magic card. And that's what JED managed to get them to put on his card. It's going to be very good. We'll see. The Fauna Shaman. Yeah. Kind of a ETB Fauna Shaman is really good. Fauna Shaman sucked because you had to untap with it. It was way worse. ETB Fauna Shaman, much better. Much better. Island, no. Search your library for. Yeah, you guys know. It's by far the most powerful thing you could do. I mean, play Vintage Cube. You'll learn very quickly what I mean. Draw. Drawing's good too. I love drawing. We all love drawing. But, yeah. Search your library. I mean, yeah, okay, 4 is probably, if we're ranking the words, 4 might be one of the weaker ones. Like, searching your library, 4 is implied, right? Like, you're searching your library, no matter what you're searching for, it's going to be good. Yes, I agree with you. Yeah, searching feels great. It makes the game take forever and triggers all those commander players. I play all the fetches. No, I'm just kidding. So they're talking about the Team Marauders deck. Do we have another round? I thought that was the last round. Remember, Worlds is a little bit weird because there's less players than a Pro Tour. So for those watching maybe for the first time or first few times, well, this is the first time we've had this many people in Worlds, but because it's not quite as much as a Pro Tour, there are 2 less rounds than a Pro Tour. Limited is the same. There's 6 rounds of Limited, but instead of 9 rounds of Constructed, it's 7 rounds. They have 1 less round each day. So it's a little weird. Like, Limited is more heavily weighted in this tournament. Your Limited record almost counts for more because it makes up more of the games you're going to play. But, Constructed 7 rounds, we still get some pretty good info. There's been a lot of interesting decks in this Pro Tour. Scuffle, what do you think is actually... Well, I don't know. Get out of here if you have to go, but what do you guys think is the most interesting deck? Sultai Reanimator, I think, is tier 2, but I think it's too easy to hate this deck out. Same with some of the Lessons decks. I think now that they're a known quantity and Graveyard Hate and Sideboards goes up, you're going to see the win rate of Lessons go down. It's not just going to be a VV slam dunk best deck in the format from here on out. The Monument deck's another one that's probably easy to beat if you just want to beat it. Like, I think a lot of these Teamer decks are playing less into the Flood Maw than they usually do, and that's a big reason you lose to the Monument deck. Talking about Team Marauders here.
Just pick a deck that it sounds fun to me.
Oh, he's like,
what? Queen at the World Championship. Queen, what deck are you playing this weekend, and what does it do?
I am playing the mono red aggro deck. It's as it sounds. It's a only red aggro deck. Plays lots of cheap creatures and cheap burn spells.
One
to
of
try and
Kellen?
kill your opponent before
Kinda
they
weird.
can maximize their more powerful cards.
And what are the 3
lands,
most
full
important cards in the deck?
bores.
So the most
Emberheart,
important by far
Nova,
is Hired Claw. That's the only
Axeon.
remaining 1-drop from the previous forms of the deck, and it's still
Oh,
very, very
yeah.
strong.
Well, Bastronaut's way
I think
worse,
the next
yeah.
would possibly be Burst Lightning. It's basically just Shock. I'm also playing Shock, so kind of both those. In this
2
format, you really
shocks.
need cheap answers to things like the Cub,
Yeah.
and all the other various like Llanowar
And
Elves.
then these
and
go to the
also
face,
Going
so-
face to end games
yeah.
is very nice. The third one I think is Full Bore. It's +3/+2 for red mana. It's basically my Monstrous Rage replacement. It's obviously worse than Monstrous Rage, but it kind of functions the same as burst damage, and it's good with the Emberheart Challenger to just deal a bunch of extra damage.
So what would you say is the best matchup for your deck?
I think so. The best matchup that I'm 100% sure of are the
Team
Cub
Marauders
decks.
without the
So, as I
combo.
said, like the
Oh.
Shocks are very good against the whole Llanowar Elf Cub plan, and so I think both Cub decks, the blue-green Ouroboros deck and the Airbending deck, are both quite good matchups. The next one, I'm not like what could possibly be my actual best matchup is the Izzet Lessons deck, the most popular deck. I haven't played against it very much, but I imagine my 4 Magebane Lizards in my sideboard are going to be very good there. And so I think that one could also be even better than the long test or than the Cub matchup.
What about a bad matchup?
Bad matchup, I think, is the blue-red looting deck. So a lot of their creatures cost the same as mine, except they're bigger. So the Tiger Seal is a 3/3. It's bigger than all my 1-drops.
That looting
all
deck,
of
not the
their
monument.
2/3 FOMO and their Duelists of the Mind. Those are usually bigger than my 2-drops because mine have 2 power and can't attack very well. And also they have a fairly quick clock. They have lots of good interaction for also cheap interaction, like 1 mana for Torch of the Tower.
It's all about
my
cheap.
cards just don't line up very well against
cheap
them.
creatures,
Huh?
cheap
Wait,
interaction.
what?
That's the name of the game in Standard these days. Teamer no combo is interesting, but Gander, you out of here? Take it easy. 14 rounds total, yeah. So 7 rounds of Standard. Oh, 14? I thought it was 13. Oh, really? Okay. Between Gruel's Delirium with Axebane and Ferox? Wow. Yeah, I just play Control. Control feels awesome, but oh, Brimir's leaving. What? Who's leaving? Somebody's leaving? Oh, Banner's leaving. Yeah, get out of here. Take care. Thank you. Appreciate you. We'll talk to you soon. Lessons just have so much synergy. I mean, the Ancestral Recall is very good. Boomerang Basics is very good. And then all the other lessons are much worse than the other alternative spell. Like, Firebending Lesson is worse than Burst Lightning. Full stop. Like, next to each other, one of them is way better than the other. You're playing a bunch of subpar cards that are worse than their alternatives in Standard in order to do this lesson synergy thing and make your Anticipate into Ancestral Recall. That card is good. And Boomerang Basics always very good, just 1 mana interaction. But you're really taking a hit in the Lessons deck by playing a lot of garbage cards in order to make these 1 or 2 lessons really good. You're playing just worse versions of other removal spells you could be playing, right? But it's funny, like, or card draw spells or whatever. I mean, they're still playing Stock Up. But I think when you start attacking their graveyard and those lessons, like when Ancestral is only Anticipate, that makes it much worse. All I know is I play Jeskai Black. I've just basically been playing a control deck with nothing but removal and card draw, and I crush all these blue-red decks. I don't think I've lost maybe a single match to them. If I have lost, it's because of, you know, me getting mana screwed or mulling to 5 or whatever. Anytime we both do our thing, I feel like it's not even close. Same with all the creature decks. I think the interesting thing about the combo decks in Standard right now is they're all built around creatures, except Reanimator is kind of a combo deck that doesn't need creatures in play to set it up. But like Kona requires creatures in play. Bant combo requires creatures in play, the Airbending combo. So like a lot of those combos can be broken up with a Shock or, you know, a Torch the Tower, or like anything that does 2 or 3 damage for 1 or 2 mana is just like, you can just break these combos up, so they have to go through these hoops to try and play Lost in the Maze first or whatever. And like all you would do is interact with their other stuff, and then they just still have to put a 4 casting cost creature into play that trades for 1 and 2 mana spells. You know, it feels bad. It's just like, I don't know. So I've been playing a bunch of removal and doing well. There are some decks that I'm not crazy about playing, though, like Dimir Bounce, and anything with a lot of disruption and pressure is really tough for control. But like this deck's another one that, oh no, this is the Reanimator deck. Sorry, I thought there's a Golgari deck that that a lot of 5 pros are playing that is kind of weird too. They said it was good against Lessons, but I don't know. We'll see at the end of all this, I guess. Jeskai, I was hoping Jeskai Control would do a bit better, but the versions I saw, I was like, I think Shiko sucks. I don't want to play out of the graveyard. I mean, there's other decks all playing out of the graveyard, not just this literal Reanimator deck, but like the Lessons decks and all this other stuff. Just play Graveyard Hate. Don't play cards that care about the graveyard, because other people are going to be playing Graveyard Hate too, right? I think the all spells version of Jeskai is so much better than the Shiko version. And then I hear Chris Patello say he's playing a Jeskai control deck with Cursed Recording to go off. And I'm just like, holy shit. I don't know how he did with it. I'm really curious to see how it all panned out. I haven't seen him on the feature match, but he could have just done poorly in draft or whatever. I don't know, but turn 3.5. But yeah, like it's turn 3.5 if you're a goldfish. This is where a lot of people complaining, like, I'm playing my Tifa deck, and they're playing their Badger Mole Cub deck, and we're 2 ships passing in the night. Whoever goes off first wins. Yeah, because neither of you have any good interaction. So you're both just trying to do your thing and hope whoever's faster. Oh, it's a turn 3, turn 4 format. It's not hard. Put interaction in your deck. I mean, I know we don't have Fatal Push in Standard. We don't have, like, Cut Down. If Cut Down existed in Standard, Ouroboros would not be a card. It just wouldn't see play. No fucking way. You can't trade a 4-drop for a 1-mana spell. No chance. But because that's gone, you know, you have those kind of decks. Still, play Lightning Helix. Play Shock. Play any of the cheap removal, and you're good. Nobody's getting steamrolled on turn 3.5 unless they're a goldfish who's not even interacting. That's it. Like, again, I've had a lot of success with just playing a bunch of removal spells and interaction. I still lose to mill decks. I mean, on the arena ladder, you run into all kinds. But Ultima's insane against the earthbending decks. Like, I mean, all the shocks and lightning bolts and all that stuff are so good. Fire Magic's insane right now. Fire Magic does so much work. But nobody's playing cards like this because Control is playing Shiko and fucking, like, Dispelling Breath or whatever. Garbage. I don't like those Jeskai decks. They're proactive control. They're not tap out, or they're not reactive. They're more proactive. They're tap out control, right? Anyway, Fatal Push would be great. I want better interaction because right now the cheap spells are too good, and the cheap interaction is like Bounce, like Into the Flood Maw is one of the best cards in Standard, and you know, like Boomerang Basics is another one. They go too well with the other cheap threats. They don't do a good job countering the cheap threats. We need just like kill small thing for 1 mana or medium side, you know, 2 or 3 drop like Fatal Push. This guy's like, oh fuck, I'm such an idiot. God, can't even roll a die. Poor guy. You know, one earlier when they were drafting, his opponent went Black Lesson. I don't remember what it's called. 1 black, 1 colorless sorcery that says, look at the opponent's hand, take a non-land card, or Earthbend 2. So the Japanese player played it, and I guess went, okay, I'll play this. And immediately, Derek just showed his hand, and then the Japanese player's like, no, he points at the black card, and he goes, no, I'm Earthbending 2, and Derek's like, oh god. And he pulled his hand back, and he's like, oh, and he like had his head down. So funny. I love seeing that. It just goes to show you, you know, the pros make mistakes too. We're all human. The best players in this game make mistakes. But man, when I'm streaming and I make a mistake and chat's like, this fucking guy's an idiot. God, do you even play Magic, dude? Stop streaming. You're terrible. It's like, and on Arena, the integrity of the game goes right out the window. You can lose to a misclick. You can lose to the rope. You know, you could lose to all kinds of shit that would never happen in real Magic. But, I still argue with people about the integrity of the game. There's people who think that every Pro Tour should happen on a digital client so that people can't cheat. It's like the amount of cheating that happens here is so small compared to the crazy dumb shit that could happen on Arena. What if somebody's internet disconnects? Like, I don't know how many people saw the Mythic Championships during COVID. They were a gong show. You remember Discord quality streams that Marshall and whoever were talking over? It would like glitch and freeze, and Marshall and them were like, having some technical difficulties here, I don't know. Oh, and one of the players disconnected. Okay. Crazy stuff. Card read rope. Yeah, Jar, you know it. I mean, if you play a pile of removal, you can probably guarantee 2 pieces by turn 3. Right. Yeah, you've got to play a lot. Yeah. But I mean, a lot of other decks, like, you should be playing a bunch of good interaction in Standard. And if you're not, if you're just, you know, trying to do your own thing, like a lot of these green decks and stuff, like the green interaction sucks. That's what you're signing up for when you play mono green Tifa or whatever. It's why nobody plays it at the Pro Tour, but some people will tell me it's a great deck at their LGS or whatever. It's like, yeah, sure. But, you know, maybe it even did well once on a challenge, but it's like, come on, those decks are, yeah. Anyway, you're just not interactive enough. And these decks are cheap enough. They can interact with you, and then it's, you know, 1 into the Flood Maw and your whole game plan's out the window. I don't know. But Founding, I miss Founding. Founding was sweet. Oh, interesting, Acute. Yeah, you can play it like that, but I mean, just having this 5-drop in your hand that you can only play at sorcery speed is clunky to me. I don't know. But that was just, yes, everybody just calls me. Yeah, every time I make a mistake like that, you miss something. It's like, it's Magic, who cares? But I think it's bad players, right? When I hear somebody criticize another player for making a mistake, I look at them and go, you must be new to this game. Like, you're criticizing this person for missing that? Welcome to Magic, dude. people in glass houses, etc., etc. Like you're telling us how bad you are at this game by criticizing somebody's mistake, because you obviously have never really played this game at a high level. Have you played 9 hours of Magic at a high level in a tournament? Shut the fuck up then. You don't know what you're talking about. These guys are literally Hall of Fame pros making mistakes on camera. And like the best players in the world. This is the World Championships. That's how crazy this game is. Never feel bad when you make a mistake. It's hard not to be down on yourself. It's easy to smirk at other players and think you're better than them because they made a mistake that you saw you wouldn't have done that. This is Magic. This person's been playing all day. Who knows what else is going on? Like it's totally normal and common even to make mistakes. Like again, you're talking the highest level in the world here, and there's still people making mistakes. They're not doing it deliberately, I assure you. So yeah, it's just annoying when, you know, noobs don't get this, of course, because they're new to the game. They think a pro is a pro because they play perfectly 100% of the time. This shows their inexperience with the game. Ooh, Japanese Cavern. Ken Yukihiro is a great player. He won the last Pro Tour, but he has this obnoxious habit of picking up all his lands when he has no cards in hand that drives me crazy. Ooh, there's the bringer. Superior Spider-Man. The one we all know and love. Coming down. And then he gets, yeah, Grand back. Cavero. Yeah, a.k.a. Cavero, exactly. Playing MTG for 25 years for eating a tree? Yeah, don't beat you. And I want to tell people, because I've seen people get very upset at themselves, especially when I was playing competitively and I was on it. It was me and 2 other guys, 3 of us on a team, testing all the time, entering all the tournaments, you know, going to GPs and whatever. This was in Asia, but same thing in North America or wherever. And, you know, I would get down on myself. Like, I would be pissed. You put in all this time and effort and practicing and testing and deck choices and sideboard and everything's perfect. And then you just don't do very well. And you feel like, man, I got unlucky a little bit. Like, was it me? What the fuck? Like, how could I not win? Like, what? I did everything right. You know, it's so easy to beat yourself up because this is a very complicated game that also has a large component that is purely variance. So even the best players in the world have a 63% win rate lifetime, right? Like that's what we're talking about here. It's not chess. It's not tennis or whatever. Other sports that are very, like you can use the ELO system. The fact that we used to use the ELO system for a game that has this much variance is kind of mind-blowing when you think about it. That's how we ranked pros for many years. I remember when I was playing competitively, the pro that I knew, this American guy who was living in Asia at the time, he was ranked number 8 in all of South Korea. He couldn't play in an FNM. He couldn't just go to any lower level sanctioned event because if he played against somebody that was way lower than him and they beat him, he would drop so much rank. So all the best players could basically never play in low level events. They could only play in the highest level events. Otherwise they would lose they really risk losing their ranking, right? It just, the whole system stank and I'm glad they got rid of it, but anyway. You have to be proactive? Yeah, absolutely, Scuffle. There's a lot that goes into maintaining, but even then, it's hard, man. I mean, yeah, play a 2-day tournament. The first day is 9 rounds. You're talking 10, 11 hours of Magic. With delays and all kinds of things. Like, you're in that hall from morning till night, usually. And Magic's such a... you gotta be so focused. Very easy to make little slip-ups, right? Every pro they interview, John Emmanuel Depras, Sam Party, whoever, they're all like, well, I played pretty good. I did, Seth was saying, there's some brain farts in there, Yeah, he straight up admits it because he knows, that's the game. Like, I'm trying to play my best here, but I definitely screwed up. And hey, I got lucky. I drew out of it, Colin, what's up? Studio Ghibli? No. Ghibli, I mean? You like the ELO system? Oof, I don't know. I think it does not belong in a game like Magic. Magic's not a game that benefits from an ELO system like that. Too much variance. ELO system only works where there's very little variance, like one-on-one sports like tennis or chess where there's, no variance. Or Go or whatever, like some game like that, right? To me, if the game has too much variance, like you just can't. Poker, any game like poker is closer to Magic. You would never see an ELO system in poker, right? You make fun of yourself, never get upset. That's the mark of a good player. You're a very experienced player, and you said you've been playing this game 25 years. Yep, that tracks. That's how experienced players take it, right? It's a long view of the game. Like you play thousands of games of Magic, and you don't get excited anymore. I don't get excited for cards the way I used to. I know other players get very excited over stuff. I've seen it so many, like all of this is just repeating itself. We've seen so many decks. The cards are different, but the game's the same. You know, like it's an aggro deck, it's a whatever, it's a control deck, it's this. Like it's hard for me, like I don't know, I'm jaded, I guess, but you play the game long enough and you rip, you know, you play poker enough and you've had straight flushes. Maybe you even had a royal flush once or twice. So when you get a royal flush, it's like, whoa, that's crazy, that just happened. But you're not like, oh my god, royal, oh shit, I had it happen, you know? Some people are like that though, they get so like excited and whatever. I think the true pros, they're just like, meh. They're just super chill. They've seen it all before, you know, it's nothing new. But anyway. It worked over enough games and wasn't ever because of Wizards? It was an external system? Yeah, but, well, it doesn't matter where it came from. I'm saying it doesn't match with Magic at all. Like, they shouldn't use it. I disagree. I think it was a bad system, but interesting. I've never heard anybody actually say they thought it was good, to be honest. I think even back then, the players who were high ranking on the ELO system hated it. Every player I knew hated it. They couldn't play Magic. They had to be very careful about what kind of events they would enter if they're sanctioned events. That can't be a good system. Oh yeah, the Planeswalker points and stuff. Yeah, I remember that, but that's different. That wasn't tied to, like, that didn't have the same punishments as the old ELO system did, because the old ELO system would punish you based on the level of the event. Planeswalker points just gave out a flat number of points, right? Were there multipliers? I don't even remember. Maybe there were still multipliers, but maybe it wasn't as severe. But I remember when it switched to the PPTQs, RPTQs, and Planeswalker points rather from the old ELO PTQ system. And yeah, I think most players were pretty happy with it. But AA and the big blind, everyone folds. You move on with your life. But you know what rules? Everybody has to show it. Nobody just goes, all right. No, nobody in the history of poker, even the highest pros, would, like, everybody folds to your pre-flop, you know, 3 times the big blind raise, and you're just like, fuck, I'm not getting paid for these aces. Okay. You know, and you show them, you're like, okay, well, poor me, you know, and get everybody's pity, right? Everybody still shows them. A true pro just quietly puts them back in the thing, you know, nobody knows. It's like making a big donation anonymously. That's the way to do it. That's a class act right there. We still have ELO, but it's mostly irrelevant, right? People aren't qualifying for this based on their ELO. There's no gravy train based on your ELO, right? You're not qualifying for nationals based on, or is it nationals still looks at it? Like some things will, but none of this other stuff. You can just win an RC. It doesn't matter what your ELO is. But I think Worlds, the best player in each region they still use. Yeah, it's dumb. I don't like the ELO system. But anyway, I don't think Sam Pardee or one of these players gets punished for playing low level events the way they used to. But yeah. Level of flow that don't pay regionals or hires, yeah. Yeah, you just can't play at the local level. That's kind of what I'm saying, yeah. But it's not the same, Scuffled. You're saying it's technicality, right? You're saying it's the same. It's not. Is it technically ELO? Yeah, but it's not operating the same way the old ELO system did. So it's not the same thing. It's different. Is it technically ELO? Maybe. Yeah, they still, like, if you go on Magic Online and you play against somebody, it's like Arena has an MMR system. Like, it's still that which is essentially ELO, right? But it's not like I'm getting punished by playing against people much lower rank than me. They have these stopgaps each rank. So, you know, if you get Platinum, it doesn't matter what your MMR is. You can't fall out of Platinum. But on the old ELO system, you could. You know, not on Arena, but in real life. You know, and even in real life, I think the structure of events and how the points are weighted changed. You know, you're technically maybe right for some things ELO matters, but for most of it does not. Your ELO could be terrible and you could still qualify for Worlds. You could still qualify for a Pro Tour. Like, the structure for qualification is not based strictly around points the way it used to be. But there are some slots that are tied to points, right? Yeah. And they agreed to honor it? Okay, so yeah, again, you're like, my point is still correct here. I'm saying the old system, bad. New system, better. Does it technically have some element of ELO still? Maybe, but it's not like it was. That was bad and did not belong in Magic. That's all I'm saying. There should be some kind of ranking system, of course, and especially the way they do these Worlds invites. I think the highest ranked player from each region, but again, that just depends on the level of tournaments you go to. There's still like a modifier, I guess, on the number of points. But, you know, you just have to top 8 or top 12 in RC and you get invited to the Pro Tour. It doesn't matter if you've lost every match of Magic you've ever played up until that tournament. You're still qualified, right? Like, it was different back in the day, but I don't know. Like you couldn't even play in nationals in these kind of tournaments unless you had a high enough ELO, basically. Like that's who made the national team. And those kind of players who wanted to play those tournaments, they just couldn't play store championships and whatever else that was around, like the lower level, like PTQs. They could play maybe PTQ or higher, but like, or a GPT, like Grand Prix trials back in the day. But that's it. Other than that, you had to play Grand Prix or like whatever the level was, the highest level of points, you know. Otherwise, yeah, you just couldn't play at the local level, which that fucking sucks. I knew players who were directly affected by this who said it sucks. Like, I want to play in the local store and support the tournament and whatever, but I can't play under a false name. I can't, you know, so I'm just like, I can't play. It stinks, but. Just the one test year? Oh, interesting. Yeah, Gravy Train was sweet. I missed that. But that was, yeah, they had these Platinum Pro, you know, Bronze, Silver, Gold, Platinum, right? Platinum level probe meant you got airfare and accommodations at the tournaments, which was huge. And then they took that all away. And yeah, it's too bad. I like to see competitive Magic stay the core part of the game. This is the heart and soul of the game. We talked about this earlier. It doesn't matter if you only play Commander. It doesn't matter if you only play Alchemy or some, you know, pseudo format. Maybe you just play Dan with your friends and Battle Box. You still should care about competitive Magic. This is F1 racing to your family sedan. You might not think when you get in your Honda Accord that a lot of the benefits of driving this car, that's safe, and the brakes, ABS brakes, and power steering, and everything feels so great, that is directly because of F1 racing. And that kind of technology has trickled down to your average consumer car. It's the same as Magic. This technology that happens at these high-level tournaments where these players are teaming up, you hear about their testing processes and, you know, what they processes and what they do in the house and everything. And as a Commander player, like, this is where you go, oh shit, oh, I didn't even know, oh, that interaction is busted. Like, suddenly you get that information. It trickles down to everybody, even the casual players who don't give a shit about tournaments and Magic prizes, whatever. They just like playing casual. That's why it's important for this to be the kind of focus of the game. But the last few years, they've kind of abandoned competitive, and it's just getting worse and worse and worse. I think at some point they might just not have it all together. I don't know. The last time I went to a Magic Con was Vegas in 2023, and I was like, this is the Pro Tour? Like, where is the competitive Magic happening? Oh, all the way in the back corner over there. Is that? Oh, I didn't even notice that. Oh, shit. All this other shit is just vendors, Commander players, casual stuff, and artist booths, and cosplaying, and the casual side of Magic is much bigger than the competitive side. And I know a lot of casual players don't give a shit about the competitive side, but they should. I think a lot of them don't realize how important it is still. Not just for deck ideas, but it's a integrity of the game kind of thing. It shows how deep we can go. We can have a world champion, and these players are all fighting their best to get that title. Like, that's the game at its finest. That's the game in its purest form. This is how the game was designed to be played. One-on-one, not multiplayer, not 100 card, not best of one. This is real Magic. This is how you should play the game if you enjoy it. You can play all those other things too, but this has to remain the heart and soul of the game. It's kind of dying though. They're killing the heart and soul, and I don't like it. But yeah, and giving them a goal, yeah, absolutely. Giving them something to shoot for, just showing people what's possible, sure. Big part of it as well, absolutely. That's part of it as well. There's many aspects to this. This is why Reed Duke and other players, they write articles saying why you should care. Even if you're a casual player, this is why you should care about competitive Magic. And they get made fun of a little bit. People, when Reed Duke wrote that article, it kind of went viral a little bit. A lot of people were like, well, of course he's saying that. He's a pro. He benefits directly from his thing getting supported. And it's like, that's such a stupid, narrow-minded way to think of it. He's not doing it as a self-serving thing. He's right. You're just not good enough at the game to understand why he's right. So you think he's doing it for selfish reasons? He's calling something out that rightfully needs to be called out. People need to care more about this. It's dying. They seem to be giving less and less a shit about this, and it's bad for everybody, whether you realize it or not, you know. But we'll see. Hopefully they keep it. I think one of my big hot takes for Magic is, I think in the next 10 years, you're going to see a lot of this become unofficial. Like Star City Games and Nerd Rage Game, all these other game, tournament organizers are going to do their own tournament circuits. But I think Magic's going to basically wash their hands of it and go, yep, okay, well, we're gonna focus on printing secret layers and commander shit, and you guys worry about the like competitive stuff. Make your own formats, do whatever you want, figure it out. We don't know what we're doing. I think that's obvious by now. It's a losing proposition. Magic players keep complaining everything we do is bad. We can't get it right. We're not willing to compromise and say, yeah, we'll spin off Commander into its own bunch of sets and have, you know, regular Magic be its own set. Like, that's the fix here, right? 3 sets. You want to do 6 sets a year? Great. 3 sets for actual Magic, sanctioned competitive Magic, and 3 sets for casual Commander, and just have them print all your crazy bullshit in those sets. Go nuts. Print Nadus, print VVs, print One Rings, print whatever you want. Just keep it the fuck away from sanctioned Magic, please. That would be great, but that costs them way more money. They're not going to pay that much money. They want to sell Commander sets in all of it in one, right? So it ends up, you know, you can't have it both ways. And the one side that's been suffering for the benefit of the other side is competitive sanctioned Magic suffering for the sake of Commander. I don't know, 7 sets next year. We'll see where it goes. Like, we don't really know. Wizards could do all kinds. They can do whatever they want. They could just announce next year that that's what they're doing. But yeah, I'm not happy with it. Anyway, the Judge program was fantastic, and they got away with it, or did away with it, right? You think so? Oh, the advertising? Sure, but I mean, that's such a low bar. Like, okay, so now they're doing at least the bare minimum compared to every other, you know, brand in the world. Good. Is that better than what they were doing? Yes, but fuck, it's a far cry from being good. Could be a lot better. The promotion, everything, like. But anyway, what are they doing with Pioneer? Like, they could be talking about that. There's so many things they don't, I don't know. Nobody knows what's going on. Wild. And Derek's in trouble. Double Torpor Orb is interesting, but yeah, I don't know. We'll see. They aren't going to kill comp because it's profitable. I think it's way less profitable than casual, right? So it's not about how much profit it generates. If I came into a boardroom and I said, hey, shareholder, this generates this much profit. That's competitive. That's competitive standard. We made that much. Here's what we made off Commander. Where do you want to put our money next year? In that or in that? Do you want to double that, or do you want this to get slightly higher? Those are the discussions that are happening. It doesn't matter that it's profitable. It matters that it's nowhere near as profitable as Commander. Full stop. That's why you see all these Universes Beyond sets. That's why you see non-stop secret layers and all the other bullshit, right? I mean, that's it. It's money, right? So competitive play makes way less money for the company than casual. I think when they realized that and went, holy shit, casual Magic is that's where the money is. That's it. Their priorities changed, and we're seeing that now, right? The result of that. But Limited's a shit show now. I don't know. Draft is great, but Sealed, since Play Boosters came out, Sealed has been an absolute shit show. Sealed is like basically just a crapshoot. I don't know. I don't like Limited RCQs anymore in the Play Booster era. I think they suck. But do they make money? Sure. I mean, they sell a lot of product, but they're arguably worse than they've ever been. I don't know. But anyway, I'm talking about Constructed, like I said, not Limited. Comp is profitable in the long term. Well, again, it doesn't matter that it's turning profit. It matters that it's turning a fraction of the profit that casual turns. So it's a simple question of priorities. Do you want to prioritize the far less profitable thing? I'm not saying it's not profitable. You guys maybe are misunderstanding me. I'm saying it's it's a drop in the bucket compared to Commander, right? That's the point. Standard will die, not because it's not profitable, but because it's way less profitable than doing the other thing, right? Like, that's it. That's what I'm trying to say. CDH is a shit show. CDH is a shit show. That's nothing. That's silly nonsense. But sure, focus on that. Maybe they'll focus because they know Commander CDH like is a casual format. It's going to be overlapping with a lot of the regular EDH, right? I don't even. Who knows? Yeah. The CDH tournaments, from what I see in here, it seems like an absolute gong show. But what do I know? Yeah, I mean, the Play Booster thing is insane. The fact that they said we're gonna put special guests and then the chance goes down and down. These special guests are weird for Limited too. I feel like they should not be Limited playable. Put your special guests in the sets, but they are not allowed in draft or sealed. I think that would be much better, but then it creates this whole thing of people in real life money drafting over actually, playing the game. That feels bad when players have to choose. I don't know. It's kind of a shit show. I hate the play boosters, but who's winning this? It's a good question. I mean, obviously, Ken is trying to finish it, but with no ETBs, it's hard for him to do anything. He can kill one of these things with Disruptive Stormbrood, it looks like. Oh, is that the frog? Some pay 2. I can't even remember what that frog does. Ooh, and there's the third lesson. Draw 3, looking for another quench. 2 removal spells. And what was the first card? Island? Combustion Island. It's off the top. That's off the Blarg trigger, or whatever that card's called. Blarg? You're optimistic. I don't know. I'm optimistic about Magic itself. I don't think the game is dying, but I think competitive constructed is certainly dying. And you see it everywhere. You saw it, you know, a couple years ago when Channel Fireball and Star City Games laid off all of their competitive writers, basically literally every single one. You see it with the lack of competitive content everywhere. I can tell you half a dozen podcasts, and I think at least 3 or 4 of them that I used to listen to are now no longer exist. Or if they do, they don't talk about competitive Magic. They talk about other shit. The Grindcast, Sam Black's podcast, Dive Down, you know, Bolt the Bird. I mean, there's been a bunch where they used to be competitive focused, and they're just like, there's no audience for this. There's less and less of an audience for this. Look on YouTube. Who are the biggest content creators in Magic? Let me get. It's not LSV, and even LSV's content, Vintage Cube, is casual Magic, and that's what he's getting the most views with. But it's Tolarian Community College, it's Commander Chat or Commander whatever. It's all Commander channels with like 1 million subs, right? Or not even 1 million, but the biggest Magic channels are pretty small compared to other games. But, you know, 900,000 subs. Like the biggest channels are casual channels, full stop. They're best CGB, casual, best of one. Doesn't even really play real Magic, right? It's just best of one's popular. And that's what a lot of new players play. That's what a lot of new players look for in terms of content. I think competitive, you know, real Magic is dying. I think it is. And at some point, real Magic will be just Commander. That's all it's going to be. That's going to be Magic, full stop at some point. That's the direction I think we're headed. But yeah. You think it died 8 years ago? Yeah, maybe you could say it's successful now, but it's something else. It's a different game or something. Oof. Nice. Who won? Ken won. Ooh, Ken might have just locked up top 8 there. Nice. Oof. He just won the last Pro Tour, right? We also saw MTG Scalper Bubble Burst. I don't know about that, but okay. Bearing the lead on that, which was COVID facilitated. Of what? What? Them not caring about constructed competitive Magic? No, I mean, yeah, COVID affected Standard specifically, but it's also, I think maybe COVID was when they realized the casual community is way bigger. I don't know, but I think it even happened before that, but. Yeah, oh, you mean Channel Fireball? Yeah, but I mean, they sold to TCG Player, but it didn't matter. They had a whole staff of competitive writers, and they laid off basically all of them. Whether it was Channel Fireball or TCG Player is irrelevant. Star City did the same thing. They laid off all their competitive writers because there's no market for it. Like, they look at the metrics. They go, look, like, the guy writing about Commander is getting 10 times more clicks than the guy writing about Standard, even though the guy writing about Standard is a Hall of Fame pro. It doesn't matter. There's just less and less people who want to be Hall of Fame pros in Magic. Before, that was the only dream. Now people are like, I just want to have the coolest deck in my Commander pod or whatever. I don't give a shit about winning the Pro Tour or whatever. I don't know. Whatever it is, Wizards has realized that the casual crowd's way bigger. That's it. And that's who they make the game for now. Your birthday, nice. Oh, nice. Getting your first precon. Hell yeah. Hey, use the link. Get a discount maybe? I think it gives you a discount. I'm not sure. If you use my link, and then they know you came from me. Or you're friends with all of us. You can use Ham's link or Carlo or whoever you want to use, but use somebody's link. It helps them out. But good for you. Getting a precon. Don't ask me which one because I have no clue. But the Commander guys, because they couldn't afford them? Yeah, I don't know. Who knows? How do you know that? You know what they were all getting paid? I highly doubt it. That's not public information. Jerry Thompson's one of the few people who went on the record. You know how much Jerry Thompson was getting paid per article? $2,000 per article. He was writing an article almost every 2 weeks? That's crazy. That's a lot of money. And he was worth it. They paid him that for years. They felt it was worth it. But at a certain point, they went, you know what? This isn't worth it because there's not enough people who give a shit about competitive. They stopped paying people like him. I think he's one of the highest earning writers for what it's worth. I think most writers were getting way less than that. But yeah. But the Commander guys, yeah, I mean, I think it took a while for those YouTube channels to grow, but I think it's very clear, obviously, casual Magic is a much bigger draw. Like, there's way more casual players out there than players who are entrenched and want to play the latest, you know, most cutting edge innovation and constructed in Standard, in Pioneer, Modern, whatever the format is. Competitive tournament players, they are not the focus anymore. I think nobody can really argue that, but it doesn't, I don't know, you're saying it's because of COVID. I think it started before that, but again, you saw the cuts to the Pro Tour long before that. They took away the Platinum Pro status. They took away all the benefits for being a pro. Jerry Thompson was protesting Worlds before COVID. You know what I mean? He wasn't protesting it for fun. It was going to shit long before COVID. So when he sat out that Worlds, which one was that? 2018? That was before COVID, right? Or was it after? I don't even know. Maybe it was after. Maybe when they made that Mythic League, that's when he did it. Maybe it was in the middle. But they were cheap, yeah, dating back to whatever. But no, anyway, I think the shift is very obvious, and it's, you know, I don't think it has anything to do with COVID. Did COVID maybe make it worse, maybe, and making them go, wow, lots of Commander products sold, but we couldn't even have a Standard tournament, so maybe we should just, like, forget about this competitive shit and just, like, print casual stuff. But yeah. I disagree. I think it is because of that, but yeah. I don't know. I think they already knew by then. Before COVID, I think they already knew. I mean, the writing's on the wall. They didn't realize how crazy it was going to be when they made Lord of the Rings or Final Fantasy, how much they were going to sell. Like, I think they didn't think it was that crazy, but I think they knew. The writing was on the wall for years before COVID that casual was a much bigger market, more lucrative market than Commander. I mean, when they started doing those secret layers, that was long before COVID, and those things were selling out so fast, it was insane. And then, yeah, like, I think COVID drove up the price of a lot of collectibles in general. Just everything. Watches, Magic cards, anything that was collectible for some reason went up in price. It was wild. Because a lot of people were selling that stuff, or I don't even know. You'd think that would make the price go down, but anyway, I think I think it's pretty clear it was due to them focusing more and more on casual, even to this day. I mean, those changes are still happening even to this day, but they started back then. Anyway, it's been like a decade of that almost. But is that the last round, is the question. Nice tag Hewer that Corey's wearing. I assume it's real. Sometimes for these shows, they give them a prop watch and stuff, but Corey probably knows this shit when it comes to watches. Yeah, that's part of it, right? And people, yeah, like, it's weird. I have a buddy who collects watches, and he was like, dude, the shit, like, so much of the collectible stuff, art, watches, like, look at Sotheby's site and stuff. You can see spikes on prices for auctions for things like that. Or there were people getting rid of stuff because they couldn't afford to their mortgage anymore or whatever, and they were just like selling that shit. It was weird, but I don't know. Yeah, you saw price. Like, I remember when my Underground Sea was worth $750. Now it's worth $400 less. You know, that's because competitive Magic died too. Star City Games stopped doing their competitive circuit with, you know, legacy tournaments, and that made Legacy die basically. But which sucks. Now Star City's doing it again, but it's, you know, fraction. They used to do, you know, 2-3 tournaments every month. Now they're doing one every 4 months. It's like, or 3 months or whatever. It's not even close to the way it used to be. Like I said, it is dying, but kind of shuffle is that? Fuck. Okay. Guys are 9-3. They're basically playing for Pro Tour top 8. Masataka here with the pimped out foil deck. Have you seen this deck? It's all foil. It's crazy. Really? I thought it started before that, because I remember playing in South Korea and there were people playing with, you know, Walking Dead was already out, Street Fighter was already out, all that shit. I think it started before that. You can Google this, I'm sure, but I'm not going to bother. You tell me if I'm wrong. Warp that? Torch the other one? But yeah. 2019, yeah. So I think it was before COVID, but I remember seeing it. I remember already like playing in shops and stuff and seeing the first like Walking Dead cards. And then Street Fighter came out later that year. I think that was before COVID still, but I'm not sure. But anyway, I'm pretty sure that whole turn started when they started gutting the Pro Tour, like taking away all the incentives to get on the Pro Tour. That's the start of it. That happened way before. Teamer Otters, but no combo, right? So he attacks with haste here. Oh, double check the life total. Oh. 2019? Was it the end of the year? Because I remember Godzilla. That wasn't a secret layer, right? Godzilla came before Walking Dead, and then Walking Dead was the first time it was like these are not Magic cards. They're like they're not existing cards. They're brand new cards, like new designs with a different IP. But at that point, I remember going, "This is fucked up. Like this is the slippery slope. Watch, in a few years, you're gonna be playing with Captain America or whatever," and people are like, "Yeah, shut up, old man. Old man yelling at clouds over here, Mr. Negative." I'm just sitting over here like, okay, yep. But yeah, I remember a lot of people thinking it was never going to go further than just reskins of existing cards. And then they announced Universes Beyond. Oh, but it's just Lord of the Rings. It's fine. It's like basically Magic adjacent, you know? Right? But slippery slope. Watch where it goes from here. They're just testing the water still. And then sure enough, on and on. And then we get an abomination of a set like Spider-Man. Like, oof, that set is gonna go down as one of the worst sets of all time. I have not high hopes for Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles either. Already seeing some of those spoilers and going, these look fucking uninspired as hell. I don't know. We'll see. Can anybody tell me where the lands are from Hori's deck here? He's got super pimped out Expedition Shocks. He's got the most expensive alt-art version of almost every single card in the deck, which is crazy. But I can't place those lands. I've seen them on Arena, but I don't know where they're from. I thought they were a digital-only design. I don't know where those basics are from. Meanwhile, Sean with the unstable basics, solid choice. Definitely top 3 maybe for basics for me. But Godzilla was 2020? I thought Godzilla came first. Oh. Oh, interesting. Huh. Yeah, maybe. You got in because of Final Fantasy. Yeah, sure. Yeah, and it's bringing a lot of new players into the game, which is good. But it is weird to just see all these other IPs in the game. It's very jarring. I don't know, even now. But at least no Final Fantasy cards and Spider-Man cards really see a ton of play. There's 2 Spider-Man cards in this tournament. Final Fantasy, after Vivi got banned, I don't know. Tifa is not really a deck. I don't know. It's interesting. I have no personal qualms about it. I just feel like it's a dangerous thing for a lot of reasons. Magic sets usually felt cohesive. You know, they all feel like they're telling a story with characters. There are protagonists and antagonists. Each set was like a story, and the flavor text told the story, and the names of the cards told the story, and they had accompanying lore that they would drop with, you know, the story. Oh, did the thing just jump there? I think they just jumped. That was weird. And one of my big complaints about Universes Beyond, like several, right? Price is a big problem. We saw that with Final Fantasy. Disjointed sets that have no cohesion is another big problem. And I think you get much more disjointed, weird sets with Universes Beyond IP. Like, look at Final Fantasy. It doesn't make any sense from a set perspective, right? Like, they're all the cards are from the same series of games, but even Final Fantasy games aren't all even in the same world. Like, the lore is not consistent over any of these cards. Which of these are the villains and the heroes, and what's the story? Oh, there is none. There's a bunch of random stories, but there's too many for us to tell here. It's just a disjointed bunch of cards that all are from the same IP. Like, that is not what a set has ever felt like in Magic. A set never feels like a checklist of cards, unless it's like a Masters set or some special set. But the regular sets all had a story and a cohesion to them. that Universes Beyond totally lacks. I mean, even Spider-Man, like, what the fuck? All these Spider-Mans, like, from all over the place, because every comic book series is, like, a different character with a different world, different bad guys, and, like, it's a mess, really. You lose all that cohesion. That's something I don't think a lot of players really think about, but it's definitely part of it. Anyway, there's a million things that you could complain about with Universes Beyond. Is it bringing new players to the game? Yes. Is that a good thing? Yes, it's a good thing. I like that. But you weigh the pros and the cons? Are you telling me that pro outweighs all the cons? I don't think so. Was Magic dying before Universes Beyond, and Universes Beyond saved us because all these new players are coming in? No. Magic was growing and growing and growing. Now it's growing at an exponential rate, but is that a good thing? I don't know. I think that the cons outweigh the pros, but this is a personal perspective thing, right? Unsanctioned. Oh, I had no idea. That's a thing. Unsanctioned? Oh, wow. Another unset? Thank you, Wait for Fate. I wasn't sure. They could have done any of those Final Fantasy games, but they didn't. And that's how it's going to be with a lot of Universes Beyond IP, right? I mean, Star Trek is coming. I don't know, like, at least the characters are the same, like, across, like, because there's a lot of Star Trek series, right? I don't know. The characters are all different, too. Deep Space Nine versus Next Generation versus whatever. I don't even know all of them, you know? Like, those kind of things don't feel like Magic sets because they don't tell a story. They don't have any... That was the whole thing with the set. The lore, the flavor felt great because it was unified. It was all kind of working toward the same purpose, fleshing out this one world. But when it's like 15 different worlds and we're just picking and choosing the most popular things from each one and just get enough recognizable shit in there that fans of this IP are going to go, oh yeah, I know that. Oh, that's from blah, blah, blah. It's like, sure, but like, it's not, I don't know. It's weird. It's definitely weird. I think a lot of new players don't, like, this doesn't register because they don't know anything about Magic before Final Fantasy or whatever the set they got them in the game. But it does feel weird. It used to feel better when they were kind of like, you know, not synergistic, unified, you know, cohesive. Like, I don't know what the word you use here. It's a design thing. Ask any marketing, you know, or advertising or anything. Like, people who make video games, they want the world to feel lived in. They want the world to feel fully fleshed out. You can't do that when you're just doing a checklist of names from an IP. Like, the sets are always going to feel worse. Final Fantasy was a good limited set. That saved it. That's great. But as far as a Magic set goes, it doesn't feel like a Magic set. It's just a bunch of random cards from all these different worlds that are outside of Magic. You know what I mean? But anyway, see ya, Empathorus Rex. They're indicating going back toward lore, returning books. Yeah, it's interesting. But anyway, I'm glad new players are coming to the game. But I think Universes Beyond is a mistake, and it should be at least have Universes Beyond be separate from sanctioned Magic, because I think the Universes Beyond sets are eventually going to cause problems. Oh, they're having some words here with the handshake. Nice. And I'm already, you know, I'm outlining a lot of those problems here, but oh, he dyed his hair for this. I was going to say, that doesn't look like the dude in the picture. That is a bright hair. Shake for the camera, yeah. Nice. Avatar, yeah, I mean, at least all the things in Avatar are from the same world. So it's not like there are different Avatar series that all happen in different universes and all have different characters. Like, all the characters are the same. So Avatar is very unified. Can you feel it when you play the set? Avatar and Final Fantasy are very different. Final Fantasy is a checklist of things from the various games, and Avatar is just the actual world of Avatar. The story is there. Aang's journey. Literally, there's like a card called Aang's Journey. Like, you can see the story and how it's unfolding. You know who the bad guys are. You know, all this kind of stuff is much more clear cut than like Final Fantasy or, you know, Lord of the Rings was okay because, again, it's one world. But some of these IPs are like all sorts of different worlds with different, you know, like reboots and everything. It gets very weird, right? I don't know. But what would kill it if they separated it? No, I'm not saying do more sets. I'm saying do the same number, do 6 sets a year, but only 3 of them are legal for standard. Only 3 of them are legal in Pioneer, Modern, Standard, Legacy, the competitive sanctioned formats. The other 3, They can be Universes Beyond. They can be full of commander staples. They can be super pushed. Push the power level. Push the power level to the point where it's good enough for a format where everybody plays Sol Ring in their deck. You know, don't put cards that are designed for Sol Ring format into standard in your regular packs. That's what's killing Magic right now. That's kind of what I'm railing against. But I'm not saying make more sets. I'm saying take your 6 sets and divide them and say 3 of them are for casual, 3 of them are for competitive. You still get to print just as many sets as you're doing now, but it's more balanced. But the thing is, it's gonna cost them more money. They want to put it all in one and have every product sell to both groups of players. That's what's causing all the problems here. They want to sell cards to commander players and cards to standard players in the same pack. You're going to hit a breaking point. It's already hitting breaking points with VV, with, you know, other formats like Nadu is a good example, or the One Ring, or, you know, cards that are put in there for very clearly for commander that are just breaking constructed formats in half and causing terrible formats, you know, for months until they ban these cards. And then everybody's like, fuck, I paid all this money and you're going to ban my card? Like, God damn it. That doesn't feel good. But banning cards is addressing the symptom, not the disease. The disease is putting commander cards and non-commander cards in the same sets. It affects limited, it affects everything. Limited still ends up being pretty good, but, you know, sometimes you open a pack with commander card and it's totally unplayable. Like, God, wouldn't it be nice to play a limited set where every rare is playable but not an insane bomb? Instead, you've got commander cards that are totally unplayable and commander cards that are so busted that if you draw them in limited, they win the game, you know, 78% of the time. I don't know, but... yeah, Jace the Mind Sculptor was pushed. Yeah, they've always had pushed cards. I mean, the Fire Design era was pretty bad, but they used to push cards just to try different design concepts. They weren't pushed to be good enough for Commander. But read what Michael Majors wrote about Nadu. Read what Aaron Forsythe said about the One Ring, or about Vivi, or about all these cards. What Gavin Verhey said about Vivi on the record. We pushed it for Commander. What Majors said about Nadu. It was fine, it went through all its testing, and at the last second, I decided it wasn't good enough for Commander, so I bumped it, and I made it trigger multiple times a turn, or whatever he did to change it. He wrote a whole article about this. Whenever I read something like that, I go, this is the problem with these Commander cards in Magic. Commander, making a card be popular for Commander players makes it too good for Standard, Constructed, Modern, whatever. So having those cards be in these standard legal sets is killing the constructed formats. It's causing damage. It's not a guarantee. Not every single set's going to have a busted card that has to be banned, but it's going to happen more and more often, especially with Universes Beyond sets, right? Oof, Arne with the white bordered basics. Barf, but okay. He's into it, I guess. All right. So, I mean, that's it. Just read what these people wrote. These are the people designing the cards. And when the people designing the cards say, yeah, I fucked up there, sorry, I had to make it better for Commander, otherwise nobody in Commander would play it. It's why Vivi doesn't tap to activate. It's why Nadu triggers multiple times a turn, and those cards have to be banned in constructed formats. It's that simple. So if they just separate Commander and Standard, they make less money because they're not selling to one giant group, they're selling to 2 different groups. But I think still you could make enough money that it's fine. They're just being super greedy because they're a corporation, and that's what corporations do, right? They don't give a shit about what's better for the game. They just give a shit about making the most money. That's why I say Standard's going to die, or Competitive's going to die at some point, because they're just not going to be... They're going to say, look, like, we just make more and more money off this casual shit, and it's causing more and more problems for the constructed stuff. One of these things has to go, and it's pretty obvious which one it's going to be, right? Not the one that makes us all the money. It's going to be the other one. So we'll see. But I hope I'm wrong. I really do. I hope I'm way off, and it's not going to happen. To me, it's clear, like, just looking ahead in the future, how this goes, right? The spirit tokens are weird because they're not able to tap for mana, or sorry, they're not able to untap because of the trigger here. Oh, those guys are, though. Okay, so we can tap the rat tokens for mana. Casting spells. He flipped, what is that card? Avatar? Is that Ang? Ang? I don't even know what that flip card is, actually. I couldn't tell. We have an overload of cards, mostly in R&D. Idiots in the C-suite. Yeah, it's the people in the C-suite. And I mean, it's just they're give a shit about the health of the game. I think, again, they don't play Magic. The people making the decisions about Magic in the C-suite. So they just go, look, it's a numbers thing. This way of playing, this way of approaching it is not selling as much as this way. So for us, the shareholders, it's an easy decision. Put more into that and less into that. Like, that's the way it's been going for years. It was going that way before COVID. And it's still going that way now. And now it's getting to the point where we have so many sets. Standard is a bit of a shit show. By the end of next year, it's going to be massive. I don't think anybody knows. I don't think R&D, like the testing teams, can really keep up with a lot of that stuff. How do they test for a format like this? You know, testing for a bigger and bigger standard format for these sets that are yet to come out has to take more and more effort the bigger it is, right? The bigger the format is, the harder it is to kind of like make sure it's balanced. And when every new set comes out, you're trying to make sure it's not a... already wins. You're trying to make sure it's not a shit show. Oh, did he qualify? He got top 8. Hell yeah. That's why he's celebrating. Nice. That's awesome, dude. His whole team congratulating him. Simon's so excited. He's such a genuinely nice guy. You look at him, he's legit so happy for his friend. Love to see that. Love to see it. Because all these guys know what it takes, right? They all know how hard it is, how stressful, how easy it is to lose. Bad luck. That's it. You're out. You know, to see somebody get lucky, oh, that's a great scene. I love to see it. RNA's obviously stoked. Competitive Magic at its finest right here. That Carl Serap. Even players on other teams congratulating him. Good to see. And these guys are cutthroat, man. They will fucking, you know, no mercy when they're in the ring. But after it's like, dude, good game. Man, I got so unlucky. Yeah, sorry, you got mana screwed. You know, I'm sure they've got all the stories after. And they all know it's just like, yeah, today wasn't my day. I'm not, this dude got top 8. This dude went 0-4. Doesn't mean he's better than him. It just means that's how the day broke, you know? Like, it's magic. I love to see that. I don't know, Acute. I don't see how that's possible. Yeah, Star Trek will be more Avatar. We'll see. We'll see. I think Star Trek is a much bigger IP, so it's a lot harder to keep it cohesive. It's just too sprawling. Too many reboots, too many different series. It's not going to feel like a unified set. But a lot of crazy changes happening. I know a lot of people are not happy to hear this kind of stuff. They don't like it when people talk negatively about the thing they love, the thing they enjoy. Like, they love Magic. They don't engage with any of this competitive stuff. All this stuff goes right over their head. It doesn't matter. You know, I think, you know, some people who came in off Scuffled's channel, like Empathoris Rex, I hope didn't take that the wrong way to, you know, I'm always in here like shitting on Magic. I play Magic a lot, but I care about this game a lot. I think we're genuinely going to lose something very important if Constructed goes the way of the dodo. And that's how it's looking to me. I hope I'm wrong. Scuffled is very optimistic. I envy him his optimism. I wish I could be that optimistic. I gotta call it like I see it. This is how I see it. It looks as plain as day to me. It's going in the wrong direction, but you never know what can happen. They can change their opinion on a dime, right? Magic's done this many times. We're going to have a 1.5 year rotation. Nope. Okay. Back off. 2 year rotation. We're going to do this Mythic League. Look, this is the way it's going to be from now on. 1.5 years later. Nope. Whoa. People hate this. Let's back off. You know, look at this. We're going to have this extra set called Aftermath. We're going to put it out as a companion set to Miss Mom, whatever, March of Machines. People were like, what the fuck is this? No. Hated it so much, they had to scramble. I mean, just look at the Secret Lair debacle with Monster Wild, or Monster Hunter Wilds, where they were like, hey, here's the Secret Lair. Oh my God, you hate, they really hate it. Okay, we're announcing we're not gonna release it. We'll work on it and we'll cook a little bit. Okay, we hear you. And then we'll put it out again. It's like, oh my God. They don't know what they're doing, I think, a lot of times. And they just like, so you never know. Maybe the backlash is huge. Maybe who knows what happens. Maybe they decide to change the 3-year rotation. Maybe I don't know. A million things could happen. The sky's the limit. They do whatever they want. So hopefully it's for the best, for the good of the game. That's all. And I feel like a lot of the decisions now are not really for the good of the game. Player of the Year. They announced this at the end of Worlds, right? Kai. Hilarious. Shuhei. Josh Utter-Layton was awesome. Turtenwald, he's been Me Too'd out of the game. He was one of the names we mentioned. Dazani, Nelson, Saito, another guy who got an 18-month ban. For delay of game, believe it or not. Turtenwald 2 times, yeah. Jeez, Salvado, yeah. Paulo doesn't really play anymore. Sad times. He's considered to be one of the top 3 players of the game. It's him or LSV in 3rd place, behind Kai and Finkel. I think Finkel's number 1, but Kai number 2, and then it's either LSV or PVDDR. I think PVDDR is better, but he doesn't play anymore, so I think LSV has kind of eclipsed them for me. But the Patrick Stewart card's coming. Yeah, I don't doubt. Oh, not just one, Daza. If Universes Beyond sets have been any indication, there will be 3 or 4 Patrick Stewarts. One of them he's going to be like this. One of them he's going to be like, Patrick Stewart fights off the cave people or whatever. And, another one, there might be a spell, Stewart's Insight. I don't know, man. It's going to be wild times. But anyway, it feels like sad times to say all these things, and I'm being really negative. But hey, this is the reality. This is the game. If you don't know all these things that are happening behind the scenes, they are happening, whether you want to acknowledge them or not. This is the big shifts under the ground, deep down. You might not feel the rumbles up in your commander group, that only gets together every week for their LGS casual games. But those rumblings are still happening, even if you can't feel them. Shifting. Lots of stuff shifting. I think it's interesting. I think it's interesting to talk about. I think a lot of people don't know this is going on, or they don't realize. So I think there's value in talking about it, Educate people about what's going on behind the scenes. A lot of people don't think that deeply about the game. Again, they just go play their weekly whatever, or they play on their kitchen table. Who gives a shit, right? I get it, but like I said with the F1 analogy, whether you like it or not, this affects you. One week you'll show up to Commander and somebody's got a sweet new deck and you go, whoa, that's a crazy combo. And they go, yeah, so-and-so played it at the Pro Tour in Modern. And you go, oh yeah, the Pro Tour. They have like a professional thing, right? Yeah, that's where all the shit we're doing here comes from. All the combos and everything, like many of them. There's a lot of Commander cards now that are the centerpieces of many decks, but there's a lot of interesting, stuff that happens at the Pro Tour that showcases, cards and people get ideas from, right? It affects you whether you pay attention to it or not. Trickle down, right? Ken Yukihiro, Pro Tour champ, and now he's back for a top 8. Pretty good. Translator, I wonder if it's a different guy. I wonder if they, Wizards should provide the translator, but I think these dudes bring their own translator with them every time. Probably just another Magic player who speaks English. Interesting. Okay, it's 6 o'clock. Holy shit. I think it's mostly over here. I've got to walk Neo. I can't keep playing, or I can't keep watching right now, but I think it was fun. There was some good action there, but boy, a lot of blue-red decks. I just kind of zoned out at one point. There's just too many blue-red decks. But at least they're kind of different. There's a lot of overlap, but many of them are doing different things, which I think is good. A lot of new decks, actually. A lot of new weird versions of decks, which I like. Let's go give somebody some love. Carlos playing. Give Carlos some love. Give him a follow if you haven't. He's part of Team Magic Jank. He loves to brew, and he's a good dude. So if you don't follow him, make sure you give him a follow. This is the message I'm going to spam in his channel. Not spam, but I'll post a bunch of emotes here. You can join me. You can copy and paste this. If you're a sub, you'll have all the emotes. If not, you put whatever emotes you want. Make a little message for him. That's the one I'm going to post. You can join me with that if you like. But anyway, lots to talk about in the coming year. I will be giving you the raw truth, baby. I'm going to give you the raw deal whether you like it or not. That pushes a lot of people away. That's fine. I think the people who understand, they know. Got to speak truth, right? These are things that are real. Let's not pretend they don't exist. But anyway, let's give Carlos some love. He's probably not going to engage in this kind of discussion with you guys, so enjoy your time with him. I'm going to be back on Monday for some more Magique. I don't know what's happening tomorrow. There's a chance I stream tomorrow. Not Magic, but some cozy stream. Maybe look at the top 8. Maybe we watch the top 8, stream something else after. But anyway, thank you guys. You look beautiful. Thank you for hanging out with me. You're awesome. But give Carlos some love right now. Give him a follow, and I will see you very soon. Consult the star charts. Yeah, they're looking at a star chart in the USS Enterprise. Until then, peace.